certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. There's Johnny, and it is our last regular show, until after Thanksgiving. Welcome to the program. It's going to be a good one today. We got plenty to talk about. We're reality show famous. Fucking Alex Stein, man. I love Alex. I texted Alex yesterday. I'm like, this Fishtank shit is hilarious. Like just hearing steel toe references all over Fishtank. And Alex texting, he's like, he just texted me back yesterday. He goes, I think I'm gonna slip in a few more tonight. We'll talk all about it. It's gonna be great. We got to get ready for the Friday 4-year anniversary show. And I think what I'm going to do is right now, I'm going to ask Johnny if he can go on for a little bit on Friday. If he doesn't mute himself.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, I didn't have my...
Oh, my God, you're a hostage.
What?
You've got your voice sounds like the guy who's demanding hostage money.
I think you need to log out and log back in.
All right.
It sounds like Gary Sinise in Ransom. All right.
Sounds fine on this one.
No, it doesn't.
Sure you don't want...
No, you seriously need to stop talking. It's gross. It's really fucking gross. Like if you go on YouTube right now and you listen to it, you sound disgusting.
All right.
Yeah. We're going to have Johnny log out and log back in. That was disgusting, man. We've got a lot to talk about today. We'll get to make fun of the Packers. Alec Baldwin shit all over Americans while he was in another country, which is always nice. Whenever you have celebrities go to another country and talk about how fucking retarded the rest of us are. Thanks. Appreciate it. I guess I'm a little old school like that. Probably because I was in middle school while my parents would have Fox News on and trash the shit out of the Dixie Chicks for going to another country and saying, I'm ashamed that the president of the United States, George W. Bush at the time, is from Texas. And they hated the war and all that. And if you're in country music, you got to love war. You know, war is fun. Justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog, my dad is served in the... You got to like war if you're in country music, especially if we're doing the war. You got to hate war if brown people do it, if you're in country music. But if the whites are doing the warring, then, all right, how do we do?
How does it sound?
Yay, he's back.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, you were trying to tell me that you had kidnapped my son, Sean Mullen, and you were looking for a $2 million ransom.
Right? And we were supposed to get to the part where you paid me before I left. That's
no, you get to the part where I go, I'll have your fucking head on a pike. Do you understand me? One of my favorite, I fucking love the movie Ransom. And some of the Mel Gibson, Gary Sinise scenes in that movie. It's such an underrated movie. Here, Mel Gibson, ransom Gary Sinise, where they're fucking screaming at each other. Oh yeah, Gary Sinise throat chops Liev Schreiber. Is that part? But yeah, like this scene, here.
Daddy? Dad?
Sean, oh, son.
I want to listen.
That's enough. No, put him back on. I want to talk to him. You just did.
No. You listen. Real good.
This is what you sounded like on your microphone at the beginning of the show. Like you were trying to tell me that you were ransoming my child.
We should have kept it. I think that would have been better, like the whole show.
Can we be very honest too? Not only is Delroy Lindo strapping in this movie, but Mel Gibson is a fucking hunk in Ransom, dude. This is back in the Mel.
He aged a lot really, really quickly. It was like he was young and vibrant forever, and then all of a sudden, bam.
Let's see how you look 26 years from now. 26 years from now, we're not going to look so good. I mean, oh, shit.
You're going to be dead. Jesus.
Oh, my God. Let's full screen this. My fucking mic came out of the thing. This happens every few months when you fuck around with it too much. Let's get this party restarted.
Yeah, if you fuck around with your mic thing too much, you're either replacing it every few months, or you have that happening. One or the other.
Here we go. We're almost there.
Yeah, screw it into the table. That's how daddy like. Jesus.
This is monotonous.
But da 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 da.
It's so
monotonous. Da 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 da. Oh, it looks like it's still falling. Is it still falling?
No, the mic part just did.
All right.
God damn it.
A lot of people can't do a top-notch program like this, It's difficult for a lot of people to pull off a top-shelf, high-quality broadcast level production.
Production is the key word.
Mm-hmm. And remember, there's another word that goes with production: value. You got to put your value in your production. Otherwise, you might look like somebody who just has a mic stand poorly affixed to a table.
Perfect. Huh? We're good. We're all right,
buddy.
I really cranked on that son of a bitch. We're not gonna. You won't see that issue ever happen on this program again.
Right? That'd be like hearing my cat all of a sudden.
All right, let's continue on. I love when Mel Gibson screams at Gary Sinise in Ransom.
Well, you better get used to that. You better get used to crawling in the dark for the rest of your days, because I am going to get the best group of manhunters in this country, and I am going to dedicate my life to tracking you down.
Hey, get your head out of your ass! You think you can threaten me, huh? Who do you think you're dealing with? Give me the money!
Fuck you and your 2 million. Don't you understand English, you useless piece of shit? No money, none!
Let me tell you something. You think you're suffering right now?
Right now, the FBI fucking negotiators that are in the room with him right now are like, your kid's dead, your kid's dead, your kid's dead, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck. Like, this is
You are not helping, sir.
Yeah, this is like so not the way you handle a ransom situation, like quote unquote by the book, the way they tell you to. Like, it's great for a movie. I mean, this is awesome for a tense movie scene. Terrible for real life advice.
And if you're the kid and you can hear this, you're shitting your pants right now.
Oh, yeah. You're like, oh, fuck. What is my dad doing? There's a maniac with a gun standing 6 feet away from me. Why is my dad antagonizing him?
Got no idea what suffering is. If I don't get the cash, in 1 hour, this kid is dead!
I don't get my son back, and I mean real soon. You better kill yourself. Because when I catch up with you...
Boy, that Mel Gibson would have been so demonetized on YouTube by now.
My goddamn time.
By the time we're finished, you're gonna wish you weren't born. I'll have your head on a fucking pike. You understand me?
I love that. I'll have your fucking head on a pike, dude. That's some medieval shit. Mel is telling Lieutenant Dan that he'll put him on Joffrey's wall if he doesn't get his boy back anytime soon. Jesus.
Lieutenant Dan's got a new neck.
Yeah. But Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got nobody.
Magic spy.
My magic spy. I was scared, but Lieutenant Dan, he lost his head. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, with starts like this, I can't imagine why radio doesn't want you back. Well, in radio, they install the microphones. You know? They take care of it. Triple N says Mel was stuck in William Wallace mode. S-word jockey says Mel was just talking to the Jews for that dialogue. Oh, well, that makes sense. Mel was just talking to the Jews for that. See, that's if you're a good director, what happens is you try to find a way to motivate your actors so that you can get the best performance out of them.
So how did he motivate him? What, did he just walk up to him, was like, rumor has it Sinise is a Hebrew name, and then he's like, and action. And they just go, and then when it's over, he comes back, I was wrong.
Turns out Sinise comes from the old country. And, well, let's just say that his parents had larger than average noses, Mel. You know what to do from here. We have to, before we get into anything else today, we've got to talk about Fishtank Live. Have you seen what's going on with Fishtank Live?
No, I don't watch Fishtank Live, so I have no idea.
But you know it's Sam Hyde's.
I know it's Sam Hyde's project. I know it has a bunch of, I wouldn't call them rejects, but internet, let's say interesting internet folk.
It's Sam Hyde's satirical take on reality TV and people desperate for internet fame.
Yeah, and
it's him kind of making fun of it, but the people on it are too desperate for internet fame to know he's making fun of that. That's what makes it brilliant.
Or to care.
Yes. Yeah. These people don't understand that they are the cast and the joke, and they are the commentary on the American psyche and American culture, and they don't even play along. They're just naturally so wrapped up in becoming internet famous that they just naturally do. I mean, it's Sam Hyde coming up with a thesis and the proof at the same time. If you look at it, that everything Sam Hyde does has a social commentary texture to it. And if you don't look for that in what he does, you're missing a good chunk of what I think makes Sam Hyde brilliant. I honestly believe, and people are going to think this is nuts, Sam Hyde is the man carrying the torch for, say, George Carlin and Lenny Bruce. It's more subtle maybe than Carlin, more subtle maybe than Bruce, but he's out there doing weird, goofy shit, commenting on who we are without being preachy. And I think it's great. Well, he has Alex Stein come and be like, sort of like the Jeff Probst from Survivor of Fishtank.
Alex Stein is like in the area, so they're both in the same, they got to be like relatively close, because if he's going over to this.
Yeah. So Sam has Alex come over and just like talk to the contestants. And one of the guys he's been spending a lot of time with is a black guy named Burt. And Burt has some mental issues, but he also told Alex about his, he's a bull. He'll fuck guys' wives. That's like his thing. So Alex one day starts telling him about Nick Rekieta and Aaron from Steel Toe. And the wife swapping bull cuck thing that, the simultaneously being bull and cuck at the same time, the weird kind of dynamic that was. And he starts telling Burt about the kid that tested positive for cocaine and all of this other stuff. And I wake up at like 3:00 in the morning last night. And, you just wake up sometimes.
In a cold sweat.
Yes.
Oh, God, what have I done with my life?
Sometimes to get back to bed, sometimes I can just lay down. I'll get back to bed. Sometimes I'll just grab my phone. I'll scroll through Twitter. Maybe there's something in there for the show. I'll drop my phone on my face and I'll fall asleep. And I'll go back to bed within 5 minutes. Last night I go on Twitter and I have like 7 notifications and it's all Fishtank clips. And it's 7 different fish tank clips of Alex Stein talking to Burt about steel toe. And by the end of this, Burt has fucking had it hearing about steel toe. And Alex is sitting there going, oh, first of all, I fucking hate Alex for this. He's purposely calling me Aaron Imholte. We've talked many times. He knows how to pronounce my name.
And this is hilarious.
It's bothersome, and that's why he does it. Second, Alex starts saying like, oh, he does like the biggest podcast, this famous podcast, Steel Toe. I'm like, fuck you, Alex. And then
so he's filleting your ego, but he's also kind of really making that so people will expect more of you.
He's being hilarious and a dick at the same time, like a guy, like a dude would. He's being a dude, you know. And this Burt is being basically tortured with Alex Stein, Ricada, steel toe stories.
Information.
Let's watch a few of these clips. And then the greatest thing happens. People keep sending it. So the thing about this fish tank is people can send in the text-to-speech donations.
Yeah.
And they just keep coming in. Another win for the toe. Like all of these steel toe catchphrases start coming in onto Fish Tank Live. It's fucking hysterical. Here's a 27-second clip.
You get along with Nick. I'm not just saying that.
Okay, is this
He's
like
very famous.
Cool. Is this like a cautionary tale or something?
Another win for the toe. JJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJJ.
So Aaron Amolte, he has a very popular podcast. It's called Steel Toe Morning Show. He's a Minnesota Vikings fan. He lives in Spicer, Minnesota. And since he's Steel Toe Morning Show, oftentimes he gets his viewers to help him.
Mr. Diamond, do you think Burt loves glory holes as much as Mr. Darius does?
Okay, so there you go. So we get a text-to-speech donation and another win for the toe.
For the toe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Gray Duckling with $2 says, I was waiting for him to tell him to blow him. Yeah, Mel Gibson should have yelled that to Gary Sinise. So Alex, that's probably like the third or fourth time that Alex has tried to tell Burt this story, and Burt just doesn't care.
Right.
Like Burt's
not into it.
Like Alex literally just wants to shit on Nick and poke fun at me. That's what Alex wants to do with this whole thing on Fish Tank. It's a total wink and nod to the audience. And I guess partially I'm sort of in on it, I guess. But Burt has fucking had it with Alex trying to tell him this story. So they have this challenge where they have to take care of like this Cabbage Patch doll.
Okay.
And, you know, one of the challenges is, you know, see who's the best parent. Well, Burt has this they got him a little black baby. And Burt has to take care of his baby. And people won't stop being loud and disruptive around his baby. Like when he was in a room with Alex, they kept bringing him donuts. And when they did, they'll go, hey, donuts! Hey! And he's like, shut up, that my baby is sleeping. And he's trying to get them to be quiet. Well, and I have to thank numero uno Josh Denny fan for gathering all of these clips and sending them to me. Numero uno Josh Denny fan is in heaven because his two favorite shows are being shouted out constantly on the text-to-speech donations at Fish Tank, Red Bar, and Steel Toe. Keep getting shout-outs on the text-to-speech. And he tweeted, we'll get to the tweet at one point. He goes, am I in heaven? As Fish Tank just becomes Steel Toe and Red Bar references. Numero uno Josh Denny fan thought that this was a Steel Toe quote.
Okay.
He says, hard to tell where the Steel Toe references stop. This one is a possible Aaron Imholt quote. Now, this is not a me quote, but let's take a look anyway.
My daughter is sleeping.
He looks like he's like he's waiting for snipers from the roof to start firing. Yeah. Like, oh my God, where is it coming from?
So these people just start being loud around the babies.
My daughter is sleeping, cunt.
My daughter is sleeping, you cunt. So like Burt is taking this challenge very seriously. And he's really upset that people keep being loud around his baby. And then Alex does another clip where now they're sitting in a room. They're all sitting in a room together in a circle. And Alex continues to try to tell them the Steel Toe Nick Ricada story.
All right, not to detract before you start this. Is there like a grand prize like in most reality shows, like you win money? Or is it just you're on this?
I don't know. Well, you know what? Numero uno, Josh Denny fan will fill us in the chat or somebody will.
Yeah, I want to find out eventually. But yeah, okay, so they're going to talk some more and drive Burt nuts. Here we go.
Like chairs sort of thing, and then I was in the process of cleaning up the bedroom that we're in so that it would be a suitable environment for our child. Then Mr. Diamond came in, started distracting me with all this some nonsensical story about
Steel Toe Morning Show.
I love how he's gonna correct him, like, yeah, I was distracting you with a story about Steel Toe Morning Show.
Yeah. Did he call him Mr. Diamond? So do they not know he's Alex Stein?
I don't think so.
Okay, so he's just
and
the host.
Does Burt always talk like that? Like someone who had something happen to them?
They did say that like he's medicated.
Okay.
And he's got some mental issues.
I don't give a fuck.
Nick
Anyway, don't care. Anyway, in the process, I keep getting all these distractions with all these random donuts, and then I was trying to...
So Bert's trying to tell the story of how his baby keeps being distracted when the baby's trying to sleep. He's like, Mr. Diamond comes in, tries to keep telling me about, and Alex goes, Steel Toe Morning Show. Yeah, I don't care. Like, Burt has been tortured by this story, and he cannot be bothered anymore. Burt has fucking had it with all the fucking Steel Toe references.
Bert's like, what is it? Like a third to a half of our audience that's just like every time like, hey guys, so here's an update on the My Life stuff. Like, oh God.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
So Alex explains the child cocaine allegations to Burt. Oh yeah. So Alex kind of uses Burt taking care of this child as a way to shoehorn in.
Oh boy, for everybody?
Cocaine story. Yeah, this is in front of the whole group.
Oh boy.
Come on, hurry.
I'm looking, there's so much gay.
And one thing I want to say, because you didn't let me tell you the story, the Nick Ricada story.
So Burt has already expressed multiple times how little he gives a fuck about all of this shit. And all Alex wants to do is
tell him more.
He
oh my
just
God,
wants
awesome.
to tell him more of the story.
This house looks like it'd be really nice, and I bet they've just trashed the shit out of it.
Well, see all these black marks on the carpet?
Yeah.
When I talk about how messy that house was, there were permanent just black stains on the carpet like this, except way more of them. And like you see all the junk and the shit that's on the floor here.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like how their house was, except way more of it. Just way more junk just sitting.
So it's like if you were looking down on it, it almost like looked like a map of some sort, and there were like trails or rivers separating the continents of clutter.
Almost like black marks on the carpet that almost look like it's dirt. There's such deep dirt marks that they almost look like burn marks in the carpet. Yeah. But anyway, Alex wants to talk to Burt about this. By the way, this Fishtank house is 1,000,000 times cleaner than that house was. I'm not trying to compare the two. I'm not shitting on the Fishtank house. This is way cleaner, like miles cleaner. I'm just saying the black marks on the carpet
are reminiscent.
Reminiscent, yeah.
It was the #1 YouTube lawyer. He covered the Kyle Rittenhouse case. He got into a relationship. Then he got addicted to cocaine, was arrested for having 28 grams of cocaine. His house was searched by the cops. They drug tested one of his children. Allegedly, the child tested positive for cocaine.
That's not, by the way, that's not alleged. There's a test. I mean, it happened. A test showed that there was ingestion and metabolizing.
I don't believe that Nick would actually give his child cocaine, but I do believe that the child was in a house where there was cocaine around.
A bunch of irresponsible, retarded drug addicts were in a house, and yeah, a kid got into some shit. I have no doubt in my mind that's what happened. And like I said, after I left, after the one buzzkill who would, raise concerns about cocaine use, once he was gone, you could go fucking bananas. It was out on nightstands and shit. Like, I never saw it out on nightstands and all that shit. Now that the party pooper is gone.
You're taking your baby to a room where there are tons of needles around. So it is very possible that a toddler, infant, whatever you want to call it, could accidentally use that needle or those drugs. And so
I also think it's brilliant that Alex uses what he eventually calls it the parable of Steel Toe to educate Burt on how it affects his baby that he's taking care of.
Right. That is brilliant, but the part that I'm loving of this, like, one, he's being very complimentary to Nick, where he's like, he was the #1 YouTube lawyer,
Oh, yeah,
and
Alex
like, all
is-
this other stuff.
Alex is being an asshole to everyone.
Right. But I'm pretty sure, like, he's putting in all these facts, but like, I don't remember the needles part.
No. He's talking to Burt. Burt brought his baby
Oh.
into a place where there were needles and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's bringing it all back to Burt.
I see. Now I
And
understand.
all
My
Burt
apologies.
wants is for Alex to stop telling him this fucking story.
Why is tons of fun with the red hair and the chair like a throne?
I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but I wish it would stop.
That recliner looks like it's about to lose this fight.
By showing you how dangerous it is. It was a test, and you passed the test. But, just like Nick Rekieta, you're in a court of law, Nick Rekieta's in a court of law, and in a way, this is another win for the toe.
Oh my God, did he do that for him? Oh, that is...
I am losing so much money on t-shirts by not just designing the. I suck at shirt designs. Is there like a program that can help me basically just do it without me, but I just click and drag?
I mean, sort of, but usually those things are tied to like the internet places you're using them with, and so that it depends who you're using it with and all that stuff. Be easier just to make it yourself.
I suck at fucking design. Anyone listening right now, if you could come up with a cool steel toe logo, put it on the front of the shirt, and on the back, another win for the toe. That's all I want. I just want another win for the toe t-shirts. That's it.
All right, man.
Somebody design me a fucking shirt because I am I will admit I'm artistically inept when it comes to design.
Steel Toe, one of the biggest podcasts on the internet. Do you understand?
One of the
This relevance.
Well, it's relevant
Bert, go back to from another win for the toe.
for Steel Toe, one of the biggest podcasts in a court of law, and in a way, this is another win for the toe, for Steel Toe, one of the biggest podcasts on the internet. Do you understand that?
I don't understand this relevance.
Well, it's relevant because children are involved in that situation too, where Aaron had to make SpaghettiOs for the children because they were ignoring the children, they weren't giving them enough food, and I don't want that situation to happen with you, Bert. And then I see these pictures. Can you show the picture? Can you show the evidence?
First off, you were meant.
Alex is, oh God, he's just going deep into the lore. And I love that he's torturing Bert with it because we've heard numerous times now, Bert just doesn't fucking care.
He just doesn't give a shit, and he just keeps bringing it back to it. He's like, no, I'm going to make you care.
Bert doesn't want to hear about this shit. Bert doesn't give a flying fuck about any of this.
I want to thank Burt because I feel like if Burt were really into this and this were a thing where they all really got to just hang out and nerd out about it, I don't know if Alex would keep doing this.
No. Clapogram says, Aaron, you suck at everything. Yes, I can host a show. It's literally all I can do. How have we not figured this out by now?
Everything else falls apart around him. So you have to keep the circus tent up while he's in the center entertaining the crowd. That's what it is.
There you go. There's my email in the chat if you want to throw me a fucking design. I would appreciate it. April's missing orgasm. Aaron withheld food from children because he was bitter at losing Naked Twister. I mean, does anyone really win or lose at Naked Twister? Alex better not be sleeping in that house because dat finna smoke his ass. Elza Belza says Burt for second mic on Rumble Fridays. Alex would definitely be able to get Burt on the show after Fishtank is done, right?
Probably. I don't know if Burt is, well, no, internet fame. Right now he believes you're the most famous podcast in the world. So if he never actually sees the numbers, we could pull this off.
Burt would be thinking he's going on Rogan.
Right?
Yeah.
And instead, he's on here. And if we do it on a day where, not My Lost Interest, Meme Copium. If we do it on a day when Meme Copium's live, that's even funnier.
We can steal some viewers.
Yeah.
With Burt.
That's what I meant.
So Alex has one final. I don't know if this is the last one, but this was the last one yesterday. So literally all day, Alex is just following this Burt around yesterday, trying to tell him stories about Steel Toe. This is the last clip. Now, what's funny about this one is keep an eye on the woman in the blue hair. Because as Alex is telling this retarded, worthless, stupid story about Steel Toe, she is furiously taking notes in that journal. Like, she's taking notes like there's going to be a fucking test on this. So what I love is that somebody has a journal at Fishtank right now that is full of Steel Toe Morning Show notes. And by the way, I figured it out. Burt looks like a cross between George Floyd and Bobby Lashley. Burt is Bobby Lashley Floyd. Let's go to Alex one more time here. And this is where we really get to see how little Burt wants to fucking hear about this anymore.
Sir, I want you to be happy now. Because I'm leaving, I need to just kind of finish telling you the parable of the Ricadas. And then this
the parable
of the Ricadas.
It's a parable now.
Parable what? About Nick Ricada.
Why is this story relevant? Why do you keep bringing it up? I don't actually
Because
give a
they
shit.
had a baby that got tested positive for cocaine.
I don't do cocaine or any illicit drugs.
Well, it's just a metaphor.
It's just a metaphor.
So Bert's trying to give Alex reasons not to talk about this, but Alex just dismisses it with, it's just, look, Bert, it's just a metaphor, all right? Now let me... And you know, this whole thing is because there's no love lost between Nick and Alex, and Alex just wants to... Alex isn't, you know, like a yell and scream and get angry at someone guy. Alex is just a subtly be shitty about it guy.
And kind of point out when he's getting shit handed his way, like, hey, look at this guy lose one.
People are like, Aaron, he's shitting on you too. I know. I have a sense of humor. The situation I went through was disgusting and horrible, and no human being should behave that way. And
compared to that, this is just fucking funny.
Right. Like, people don't understand. Like, the reason I'm different and the reason people view me as different and the reason people put me in a different class is because I looked at the world and I went, this was gross, this needed to stop, and the person I was needed to die. That was a selfish, disgusting, piggish human being, and he needed to die. So I killed that guy. And you move on. Now, you can't fully be free of that unless you can listen to people make fun of you for it and laugh along with them. If you laugh along with them, that's the completion of the death of that person. Because it's in the past, it's not you anymore, and you can, like I've said numerous times, and like when one of my ex's family members called me, and you know we're worried about our, I'll just say, loved one. And I said to them, I go, look, man, I'm just a spectator now. I'm not about that life. I'm not there anymore. I don't have any information for you. I'm just watching like everybody else, you know? So Burt has fucking had it with Alex, and all Alex wants to do is tell this story. And blue-haired lady is journaling like her life depends on it.
What?
So this guy, he's like the Atticus Finch of online attorneys.
He's like the Atticus Finch of online attorneys. A fucking asshole.
Incredible guy.
Okay, good attorney.
He got caught up in some stuff. He's a good guy. Started going to hedonism, started doing this, started, you know, having some fun.
Yes.
Swapping his wife with Steel Toe Joe, Aaron Amolte.
Okay. And fucking drops a Bubba reference in there, too. Did you catch that one?
Steel Toe Joe, Aaron Amolte.
So
yep.
even
Bubba
the Love Sponge gets a little love from Alex on Fishtank also.
I have a wife or girlfriend, but okay.
But you have banged other couples. You've banged a man's wife
with
in front
consent.
of him. No, they were all consenting adults on this.
So what's the point?
Well,
of
they're children.
Burt just look at.
So what's
look
the
at
point of
Burt's
this?
eyes are rolled back in his head. Burt is fucking done with Alex and his bullshit. And look at her. She is just furiously writing all this down and staring at Alex with determined intent, I would call it.
We're around for all this. So if you're gonna have this lifestyle, try not to have it around children.
I don't have around children. I don't have any kids, at least none that I'm aware of.
Well, I just want to shout out the Ricadas. He has a court case, I believe today. I think he had a plea deal.
Today?
Yeah, he's charged. He had 28 grams of cocaine, and his daughter tested positive for cocaine.
Oh, sure.
And so now he
So look at, she's hearing the story and she's like, oh my God.
Really?
And that's how normal, like, non-internet people react to that. They're like, what a fucking monstrous piece of shit.
And that's coming from a lady who looks like this. She's like, wow, this is unbelievable. I'm like, wow, you've never, I'd feel like someone with that it just seems like it wouldn't be that surprising to you.
Yeah.
Burt, we have your blood tests. We know what medications you are on.
What is my blood type?
O negative. So let me tell you. O positive.
You just took a guess.
So Alex nailed it. Wait until you hear how Alex knew he was O positive, by the way. I didn't even know this.
I thought it was O positive from the start. I just said O negative because I got tricked up. But it's O positive.
Oh, you said O negative because for African Americans.
O positive.
No, no.
How did I know? How did I know?
Because
there's A, there's B.
O positive is the most common blood type for African Americans. Literally the most common. So you just took a random guess.
Built Ford tough.
built Ford tough.
And also people of color generally have O positive.
Did you know that Henry Ford was a Holocaust revisionist?
I'm not really sure exactly what revisionist is. I mean, I don't really pay attention to tragic shit in U.S.
Henry Ford, you said these
in world
pamphlets.
history.
Do you know who Henry Ford is?
Is he the guy that ran the Ford car?
Created the Model T.
Okay.
He created the modern day assembly line, or I guess the.
Alex, Nick didn't take the plea. They have another settlement conference in 3 weeks.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that in a little bit too.
Oh, that's big news. So Nick had been trying to do.
So Alex goes from that text-to-speech, seamlessly going away from the Henry Ford Jew shit, right back to Nick because he got a text-to-speech. Alex, Nick didn't.
That's big news.
Alex,
Oh,
Nick didn't take the plea. That's big news. So anyway, Burt.
Oh, that's big news. So Nick had been trying to do. He's been trying to appeal it because he thought that the search warrant for them to go into his house was unjust. Because in a way, I am on Nick's side. Nick had this guy, Steel Toe Joe, that he was wife swapping with, and Steel Toe.
Black people mostly have blood type O positive. That's racist.
No, that's the statistical fact. I researched it.
See? I told you. So, Steel Toe kind of asked
He
him.
won't stop. Burt doesn't care, and Alex just jumping in.
He went online and said that they did ecstasy together and that they did coke, and then Nick Recada's pastor of his local church, which is I think a church that also ran a school that his children
Look at Burt doesn't fucking care.
And she's writing this down it's all right, this is going to be on the test, so I better know this.
She's worried that if she doesn't get every detail, she's going to be kicked out of the fish tank. She's going to be expelled.
Was a concerned citizen and voiced a concern at the Kandahoe County, it's something like that, Kandahoe County in Minnesota.
Look at Burt.
Yes.
And so they did a welfare check on his children, and when they went in the house, there's 28 grams of blow.
Okay, well that's an issue. I don't do drugs. I don't have any list of drugs in my hair.
Well, Nick Recada would tell us that he didn't do drugs either.
No,
Alex.
Well, Nick Recada would tell us he didn't do drugs either.
So now Alex is skeptical of everyone. Look at the destruction Nick hath wrought on the psyche of the people of the world. They don't trust anymore because of the lies he's told.
well, I usually meet people in these couples either at their place or at a hotel.
Do they ever do drugs?
Maddox lost, Maddox lost, Maddox lost, Maddox lost, Maddox lost.
I don't.
Alex B has the same dog bite lawyer as Maddox. Maddox L.
To check those here before.
I don't know who Alex B is, but there's Alex. He spent all day yesterday following Burt around.
Just torturing him with Steel Toe.
Trying to tell him the parable of Nick Recada and Steel Toe, and people kept sending in text-to-speeches. They kept sending in stuff like another win for the toe and all of this other stuff. He kept trying to tell Burt. Then he would try to tell Burt like Henry Ford was a Holocaust revisionist, and then right back into it. And,
is that true? Was he a Holocaust revisionist? I know he was not a fan of the Jew, but
yeah. Henry Ford didn't buy it on face value.
Look, guys, they killed 6 men. Yeah, let me see the bodies.
Yeah, Henry Ford was he was a skeptical guy. Oh man!
I run an assembly line. Do you know how many you'd have to?
You know how many I have to run through the assembly line to get to 6 million? You have no idea how many cars I have to build. You know how long it takes me to build one car? If I were to crank out 6 million, do you know the production rate I would have to run around the clock? You have
Think of it like a tray of cookies. Oh, Jesus Christ, here we go.
Oh, hear me. This is not good. Not the Cookie Monster parable. This isn't good. Yeah, so Alex was very funny with all that stuff yesterday. And Johnny, I mean, this is amazing. There's both of us were wrong yesterday on our predictions.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he didn't fight it?
But he didn't plead guilty.
There was a third option?
They scheduled another settlement conference. They didn't come to an agreement. I mean, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Nobody really knows what happened. Everybody has their theories. I don't really have a theory. I'm more of a wait and see kind of a guy. But I heard from, there were a couple people that said, oh, what was it? Nick spazzed out or Nick lost his mind. I didn't see anything like that. Other people just saying, well, they just kicked the can down the road and all that. So nobody really knows what happened. All we know is that it seems like when it comes to Nick, expect the unexpected. After all, he is chaos. He is chaos. So I would guess the way this case has gone so far and the way Nick needs control of everything. He needs to feel like he has control. Nick probably thought that he was, being a badass and like, we're going to make them come. I don't think that the state gets overly impressed by shit like this, and I don't think you're going to see much change in what they offer him. So whatever they were offering wasn't good enough for him to say yes to yesterday. And I have a feeling that they're not going to appreciate having to wait another 3 weeks to close this thing. I don't think you're going to get much better.
I think the offer, and I could be totally wrong because I've never really had a whole lot of interaction with the court, but I feel like the offer would probably just get routinely, not worse, but like, hey, we offered this before, you weren't interested, so now we're offering slightly less than.
Yeah.
And you get that.
So nobody really knows what happened. That's the update from yesterday. That's all I know. Sorry, boys and girls. Will Heron did a great interview with the woman, his witness. She calls herself Kay. Kay went to the thing yesterday, and she had some things to say. Go check that out on Will Heron TV. There was also a guy from Kiwi Farms there taking notes. Said it was incredibly awkward, the whole deal, but you can go check that out on your own time. Let's go to Matthew Q with $2 over on PayPal. He says, I have O-positive blood. Should I be worried? I mean, 78% of people who have O-positive blood, but do I have to have a talk with my parents and see if there's a surrogate father involved? Yeah, I mean, how dark does your skin get in the summertime, Matthew?
What's your melanin count looking like?
I mean, it might be something worth checking in on. That's all. Okay, so what's our number for today? I know the evening show. The evening show has went into the morning show a little bit. 3:30 is the number today. 3:30 is our number. Go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Now, we are offering an extra hour of overtime this week. This is the last goal of the week. I think the plan for Friday is you guys just throw money into the envelopes and we'll go for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, up to 6 hours for Friday's big 4-year celebration anniversary show. Be here for that if you're able to. Oz, Johnny, Whiskey Pete, and I'm working on one other person to stop by. And then we'll also just kind of do a show. If people have some questions about steel toe lore and history and all that shit, we'll do that as well. That's going to be a fun show, fun laid-back show on Friday. What I needed to ask the audience was, do you want me to do it as a Rumble Friday thing? So we could play all kinds of copywritten shit and other stuff for the 4-year anniversary? Or should we have it on every platform, seeing as it's a celebration of everything?
I see it being more fun the first way, but I get what you're saying with the second one. How many people do we lose because we go to Rumble? Like, how many people just literally like, nope, I can't do it, man. I don't do Rumble.
Well, we do about 1,200 at our peak on Rumble. I think that a lot of that's because a lot of our audience comes over, and then you end up on the front page of Rumble because you have so many people, and then you attract. I know our followers and subs and shit get a nice bump on Rumble Fridays, but I don't know, enough. I'll say that. We get enough on Rumble Fridays. I'm happy with the numbers. No matter where we do a show, we usually peak out at about 1,000 people at a time. Anywhere between, I would say, 800 low end, 1,200 high end. No matter where we are. So,
well, it's your ship, man. Steer it where you want.
I have.
Oh, do you want me coming over in person on Friday?
No. Let's do it. We'll do it remote. It's easier that way. Plus, I don't.
It's really, no offense, man. It's a downer to see you physically in person. I don't know.
Well, I don't know what kind of shape my house is going to be in after Thanksgiving and all that, and the kids, and so
okay, Nick.
Just, I'm going to be having Coke all over the place.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going
to be like zero, like the zero sugar. I've been big on that, just
all right.
Zero.
So 330 is our number today. Here's the deal, guys. Get us under 300 by 7 o'clock. I shut the fuck up about it until 8. Get us to 200 by 8. You know how it goes. Let's drop in a bunch of money on today's show. It's the final goal of the week. Let's knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you guys very much. Like, subscribe, follow, all of that. 199 says, Trucker 18-wheeler, woo, I've got O negative. Hey, congrats. Well, it's just a blood type.
Way to be a downer.
I don't like how our audience just has decided now if they have O. Having O positive blood, guys, doesn't mean you're black. A lot of black people.
Yeah, but I've got O positive blood and a huge dick. 2 out of 3.
Just because a lot of black people have O positive blood doesn't mean people with O positive blood are black. A lot of terrorists happen to be Muslim. That doesn't mean Muslims are all terrorists. And I think culturally we're still working on that one. It's been about 25 years. We're still trying to get a good grasp on that. I'm going to sneeze in seconds.
A lot of, maps have mustaches. That doesn't mean every mustache or every baby-faced person.
A lot of maps, just have weird, scraggly beards and lie a lot because they're uncomfortable. That's all. All right, guys. You know what? First story of the day. We get to make fun of Packer fans. We're coming up on a holiday and a great time and all of that shit when we can just sit back as a show here in lovely central Minnesota and just bag on Packer fans. So last week, the Packers went to San Francisco to play the 49ers and buttfuck each other as Packer fans. They're the Packers, for God's sake. It's just, you're being in character. So they go to San Francisco, and this Packer fan wins a prize at some San Francisco 49er fan event. And the people running the San Francisco 49er fan event tell this guy, get fucked, you're a Packer fan, we're not giving you this prize. Like he got drawn for it or whatever. And they go, you know what, we've given it some thought and we've decided, suck my dick. And so this guy, this little cunt, this little gay Packer fan, goes to the Fox 11 News affiliate in Wisconsin so he can complain about not getting his sports prize at what looks like a sports bar or something for the game. He feels like he was treated unfairly because the 49ers people wouldn't give him the prize that he won because he was a Packer. Like this is some kind of grand discrimination lawsuit. Packer fans are cunts. Packer fans are bitches, and this is what we call, what do you call this when you have a confirmation bias for me?
Okay.
I've always thought this way about Packer fans. I have a story that confirms it, so I stopped searching. Let's go ahead and check this one out. I'm fully on the side of the 49ers fans on this one. Don't give the other team your fucking prizes.
Thanks for staying with us here at 10 o'clock. There may be some justice for a young Packers fan who was denied an autographed
What? They cut off an arm? There was
it was autographed. So you're just going to sell it.
Yeah. There may be justice for a young Packer fan. He was forced to wear purple.
Football that he had won this past weekend at a 49ers tailgate party.
Yeah, the video of the...
How about this? Stay the fuck away from the 49ers tailgate party if you're a Packer fan. You're not welcome.
Yeah, and you went there dressed as a Packer fan. Like, that's kind of a dick move.
Yeah. So you were an asshole. You went into another team's tailgate party dressed in your team's shit, and then you got mad when they didn't give you some prize that you got drawn for. You shouldn't have been there in the first place. You're like the United States in Iraq. Should have never been.
And of course, you got to ask like you were, you got to act like you were cheated. Like, oh, there's some justice. For what? They drew his name. It's not like he went through a gauntlet and like the fires of hell. And it's like, I've come for my prize. Well, it turns out you're wearing a Packers jersey, so fuck off. Like, no, that's not how it went, man. They took his name out and they went, oh, you're a cunt. No.
And could you imagine going to the fucking news about this?
Well, I want to be on TV.
I wouldn't tell a good friend about this happening. This is such a banal, dumb thing. And he goes to the news and he's like, I need you guys to help me get justice for the wrong that's been perpetrated against me.
The ordeal has been shared hundreds of times on Facebook, and this afternoon, Fox 11's Ben Krumholtz spoke with the fan.
This weekend, 14-year-old Joseph De La Rosa and his brother Samuel Strom wanted to show their uncle, a 49ers fan, what Wisconsin hospitality is all about.
Oh, so it was in Green Bay, too? I thought they were in San Francisco. It was in Green Bay, and you went to a San Francisco 49ers tailgate? So
yeah,
these people travel to go to your game, and you have to go stick your fat fucking nose in their business?
Well, you brought your uncle or whoever who's a 49ers fan. Why didn't he go up and win the prize?
Yeah, give him
wearing
the prize.
His 49ers thing.
Yeah, he doesn't know what your name is.
We want to show him some good old Midwestern hospitality, but I won that prize. You.
But the day before the game, when they went with their uncle to a 49ers tailgate party, the brothers' experience wasn't what they hoped for. De La Rosa was selected as the winner of an autographed Christian McCaffrey football. And as you'd expect,
that's what, you know what? That'd be worth $1 or $2.
Yeah.
You probably get $100. That's $100 football right there. You can sell that online.
That didn't go over so well in a bar filled with Niners fans.
Obviously, you probably think pretty highly of your Packers, right? Can you just tell me what you think of the 49ers? It doesn't matter!
Oh, he rocked him. Oh, he gave him the rock treatment. Oh, boy.
The rally's organizers denied De La Rosa the ball, instead picking another person, a 49ers fan, to give the ball to.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fine. Fuck that. You don't give that to a fan of the other team.
Yeah, dressed in the other team's colors. I mean,
yeah.
Again, I thought this whole thing was like, did they draw his name specifically? Like, did you write your name in it and they pulled the name out? Because
or did they pick him to like goof on him and then they weren't going to give him the thing to begin with?
Possibly.
Yeah.
I felt embarrassed or judged and kind of ashamed.
And I was frustrated. I'm like, well, just because.
Oh my God. Fucking hand in your balls.
Right.
I felt embarrassed and judged and a little ashamed. Ashamed of what? You went to another team's celebration. Oh my God, they didn't give you a football. I didn't get the football and they drew my name and I felt so ashamed. What the fuck? Do you need to be a victim that badly?
That's their complaint. We didn't get the football.
I didn't get a ball.
Like, it's a 49ers tailgate. Why not let your uncle or your cousin or whoever it was go up there with your name and claim the football? That would have made his
Or
day.
come up there with you and be like, hey, I'm accepting it, but it's for him. He's a 49ers fan. It's my uncle.
They would have
like,
loved
why
that.
don't we make this a thing where they know and they're like, hey, they brought their uncle here and their uncle's a 49ers fan who traveled with the game. Like, that makes it a lot more sense. And that whole room is full of people who traveled here that are 49ers fans. I'd be pissed if I traveled. I went to some random bar I don't know to hang out at this party and I get a fucking football.
Not only that, but like, you're also making football fans, like, and your team's fans look like a bunch of fucking pussies right now. You went to the news to complain about a footy football that you didn't get at a bar.
In the video, you can see the person on the microphone appears to tell De La Rosa he'd give him something in a little bit.
What they gave him initially instead of the ball was a pair of sunglasses that everybody was receiving at the event. Whoever walked in, you got a pair of these 49er sunglasses.
The brothers say even...
Are you real? Again, all I can say is, are you really bitching about this? Is this something you're real? Look at them. They're sitting on a couch. There's a reporter. It's like Frost Nixon. This is how David Frost sat when he interviewed Richard Nixon about fucking Watergate. And he's sitting here talking to these two retarded Packer fans like, I got the football at a 49ers thing. They made fun of me. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what football is. That's why it's a sport that men like. Because we make fun of each other. We taunt and tease each other over our team's allegiances. Number one, you wouldn't catch me dead at a Packer fan celebration. Number two, if you did and they offered me an autographed Jordan Love football and then told me to go fuck myself, I would laugh and go, that's fair. I'm being a dick for being here anyway.
Eventually, someone from the 49ers came by and took down their contact information and told them they would send something else. We reached out to the 49ers to see if they...
You know why? Because the 49ers wanted to... They took this Christian McCaffrey ball, which is a very valuable thing to a 49er fan, not so much to a Packer fan. And they wanted to give it to one of their fans as a thank you for supporting the team. You dipshits.
Else. We reached out to the 49ers to see if they were going to do anything. After our interview with the brothers, a team official emailed us that they had shipped out a signed helmet to the 8th grader. However...
And shut the fuck up already. What's the however? You got an autographed helmet from a team you don't give a shit about.
However, the helmet hasn't arrived.
However, it was signed by safety Talanoa Hufanga, not reigning NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey.
Who gives a shit? They're Packer fans. I say treat them like mushrooms, feed them shit, and keep them in the dark. I wouldn't have sent him I would have sent him a box of dried dog shit, is what I would have sent a fucking Packer fan. You didn't give me my Sam Darnold autographed jersey. Here's turds from Sam Darnold's cat's litter box. There you go.
So wait a minute, you didn't get a football that was autographed by him, so you thought you should get a helmet? Wouldn't the helmet be worth more than the football, or am I weird?
It depends.
If it was autographed by the same person.
You find a 49ers fan, yeah, you could probably get a nice chunk of change for that.
I really wanted the ball since I'm a big sports guy. I like to collect stuff.
Shut up.
I have other signed balls by the Packers. It would be awesome to get it.
In a bit of...
You're dumb. And number two, your mom's just going to throw it away on you eventually anyway. Like every father, uncle, older cousin, whatever you have growing up who tells you the great parable of how their parents threw away all their sports cards. You know, every adult you met when you were a kid and you started collecting sports cards, every one of them would have been a fucking millionaire.
If their parents hadn't thrown away their one card that was worth so much money.
They all had a Mickey Mantle, and they all had a Jordan rookie card, and they all had a Babe Ruth, and they all had a Honus Wagner and a Ty Cobb and a tobacco tin and all of this. Everybody had all these cards that were worth millions of dollars, and they're just in some landfill somewhere because their mom threw their cards away. Oh, darn it. All right, well, let's hear how this thing wraps up.
Of irony, De La Rosa wore a Grinch mask to the game. Unfortunately...
to quote Doc Holliday, yep, now I really hate him.
This story appears it won't end with him getting the gift he was originally supposed to receive.
Good, fuck him.
In Green Bay, at Crumple's Fox 11 News.
Again, I'm being so pissy. I'm wearing a Grinch mask. Dude, I collect footballs. I have a lot of them from the Packers. Yeah, and your what was it, uncle? Yeah, he might really enjoy a 49ers football. Again, I feel like the whole, I really needed this football is a bunch of bullshit. Yeah. You didn't need an autographed football.
Right?
It should go to a 49ers fan. And you had one in your family. Like, I feel like, the Midwest hospitality. That's kind of a dick move, though. Like, hey, guys, I'm going to come up and hang out with you. Oh, we're going to take you to a 49ers tailgate party. Oh, we want a really cool 49ers thing, but I'm going to keep it. Fuck you.
I can't believe this. I absolutely love this.
Uh-oh.
Nana's Clams. I have to say, most people who say there's self-awareness are the least self-aware people ever. So 2 guys putting on a show, making fun of a kid for being gay about a football thing.
Mm-hmm.
We've upset Nana's Clams with this story. Tell me you take the internet too seriously without telling me you take the internet too seriously. This is a touch grass moment. I love how Aaron has so little self-awareness that he is being more childish in his reaction than the kid was the whole time. Dude, how did you take that seriously? Johnny and I fucking around making fun of Packer fans because we're Viking. Dude, the next time you decide to call out someone for no self-awareness, find the nearest mirror, because I'm telling you, bro, it's an emergency. It's an emergency. Sapphire says, Meme Copium just called Aaron Imholte. He does that. And said, Aaron keeps winning. Dude, we're fucking winning on the Fishtank.
We're crushing it. We're the biggest podcast on YouTube.
We're the biggest podcast on YouTube. We're huge. Nobody bigger than the... you know what it is? It's another win for the toe. It's what it is. Thank you guys very much for your support. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate you guys chiming in here this morning. It's the last show before Thanksgiving. It's our last show before the big anniversary show on Friday. Throw us your anniversary envelopes if you're not going to be here on Friday. Throw us a little congratulations, something. We'd appreciate it. You know this show runs on your money. Matthew with $2 says the game was in Green Bay, first of all. Second, of all the Packer fans have won 4 Super Bowls. The Vikings have lost 4 Super Bowls. Enough said. Bitch ass purple. I'm not going to listen to this shit. First of all, the Packers. See, this is where they kind of get you. Oh, wait, no, they have won 4. They won the first 2. Okay, I was going to say, my response to that would be you guys had 30 consecutive years of Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, and you only won 2 Super Bowls. You legit had 2 of the top 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time for 30 fucking years.
And you got 2 out of that.
You got 2. Bro.
How much did the Patriots pull with Brady?
I believe 6. And that was 1. That was one guy. One guy, 6 Super Bowls. One
Weird.
guy, 6 Super Bowls.
Strange.
Triple N says, careful, that Nigerian guy might hunt you down for existing. No, I think Nana's Clams might. I think Nana's Clams might try to hunt me down. He gets very mad when I make fun of people in news stories. It's kind of what this show is about. That's all right.
What? Since
I like Nana's Clams. All these guys I fuck with, all these fans of the show that I tease, most of them get it. Some of them don't. I hope Nana is one of them that gets it. I really do. Pants Maestro says $400 just to have a Zoom issue today. Why do you want there to be a Zoom issue?
I think he meant earlier because of my microphone.
Oh, okay.
That's at the beginning of the show. It just barely counts.
Oh. Let's take a look here. Brett Favre. Oh, wow. Triple N says Brett Favre, good, not great. Threw a ton of picks. Hey, wait a minute. But let's remember this. Babe Ruth set the record for home runs and strikeouts. Like, sometimes you have those dare to be great situations and you take a shot and you miss.
High risk doesn't accompany high reward for no reason. You're going to lose some, man.
Hulkamasha Baby says you had Culpepper and you got how many? Now, wait a minute. I'm going to give you a chance to take back the comparison of Dante Culpepper and Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. I'm going to give you a chance to take that back. Pants Maestro says, Aaron, I know you see me. I always see you, Pants Maestro. Don't be so... Pants Maestro is a big fan of the show. He's having a hard time letting go of the fact that his boy Melton has been taking a lot of steel toe L's lately, that we've been able to expose him. But he does it to himself. I'm sorry, Pants Maestro. Just be a bigger steel toe guy. Just have connection issues and you can have a perfect week. Oh, he wants me to have a Zoom issue that kicks you off.
Oh. So I need to leave. Okay.
That's if he gives me $400. Now, let me say this. If $400 came in from Maestro right now, not only would I totally pretend, tell Johnny, oh, yeah, we totally had a Zoom issue. You're gone. Johnny would endorse the idea. Johnny would be fine with it. So, yes, Pants Maestro, I accept your offer. You throw $400 at Steel Toe, I will 100% have a Zoom issue and kick Johnny off today. When I say that goal is the most important thing to this program,
he ain't lying.
You think I'm fucking bluffing? You think I wouldn't throw Johnny off the show? Here's what we'll do. We'll have a money race. The people who want Johnny to stay, throw in money. The people who want Johnny to go, throw in money. And by the time we hit the goal, whoever has more, that's who's going to win. Johnny's life hangs in the balance. Oh, by the way, Andrew's son is back today.
Uh-oh.
You and your buddy Andrew. Now, you beat Andrew's son yesterday.
Yeah, I beat Andrew's son. So here's Andrew's son's chance to win it out. I'd really like to see which happens. It'd be a real shame if I got kicked off. I'd be so sad.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is the one thing I enjoy about being on the internet than I do on radio, the interaction. I do like that you can do bits within bits on the internet that you can't really do on radio. Like Andrew's son and you can have your feud. Pants Maestro can have his dual allegiance where, and he's one thing he has to admit, his other internet daddy doesn't have near the sense of humor that I do. He does have
he can't laugh at himself.
No.
I'll say that.
He even lies about himself to it. I saw yesterday somebody sent me a clip and they spliced it in with clips of him talking about having sex with children. He goes, Aaron's got to stop saying that I talked about having sex with children. He has to stop saying that. And right next to it was him talking about having sex with children. Aaron has to stop saying that. No, I don't. You
need to stop saying that, buddy.
Patrick, I would say you need to stop talking about having sex with children. And then he does this loser thing where he goes like, he projects on people and he goes, whoa, what does it say about them that they're saying that? It says that we're calling you out for being a weird fucking creepy pervert. That's what it says, buddy.
That's literally all it says.
Here's the thing, Patrick. You're not smart enough to do what you think you're doing. You're just not, we all laugh at you, bud. You got to stop. This definitely isn't for you. You survive by my good graces. Remember. Corn Diff with $1.99 says, you've got something on your shirt. Wait, hold on. Let me do this right. Johnny, read that from Corn Diff.
You've got something on your shirt.
What? Where? Hey, you son of a scoundrel. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, Aaron will say Vikings usually make the playoffs. No, I'm not doing this. I talked to somebody on the phone yesterday, former friend of the show, perhaps current friend of the show. Who knows? Personal relationships and all that. And he was talking about how his team lost on Monday. And then he's like, a fucking franchise, this and that. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm a Vikings fan. We're just happy to have a first-round exit from the playoffs. I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm doing here. 5-0 in the 320 with $5 says, bye, Johnny. Uh-oh. There's one.
Don't kick me off.
Hold on. I'm going to keep track. I'm keeping track of the donations here. Keep Johnny or kick Johnny off. Pants Maestro offered $400 to kick Johnny off. When we hit the goal, kick and keep is what we'll do. All right, there we go. There's $5.
I'm really hoping to see Pants Maestro follow through with what he said. He started this bit. It'd be a damn shame if he doesn't, keep his word.
Now here's $4.99 or $5 again from 5-0 in the 320. He says, I'm just messing with you. Keep Johnny on for the day. That's 5 for keep and 5 for get rid of. There you go.
Can we count it as 10 for get rid of?
Yeah, you're just going to get a day off of this.
Dude, if I help earn the money for the show and I get early time off to get like a nap so I rest up for mine, because I'm starting an hour early and I'm doing a 2-hour show so I can spend time with my daughter. I'm fine with that.
All right, we got 320 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Whoever puts in more on the keep Johnny or kick Johnny, that's the decision we come up with today. So Andrew's son will be happy with this bit. Pants Maestro will be happy with this bit.
Well, I mean, if they get the result they want. But remember, guys, you have a hand on that wheel. Steer it towards your destination.
You guys get to decide. 320 is the number for today. Triple N says, I don't think Darnold has it in him to win a Super Bowl, but I could be wrong. Das Optic Nerve says, this Melton fellow seems to have painted himself into a corner. Well, almost like we kind of said he would. It's almost like I wrote him a script and he's following it perfectly. Another win for the toe. Broken Pencil says, how about a butter emoji on a shirt? $1.99. No, we're not going to do a butter. There's no point. Like, butter's not a part of the show. I will say you guys have tried to make it a bit, and I got to say, I kind of co-opted it and like rolled with it. And it's kind of a fun thing we do on the show now, but like, there's no association. There's the butter dish bit.
Yeah.
But the butter bit, I said from the beginning, I tried to give our haters a little credit. I said, you guys have better stuff than that. But I was wrong. They don't. Sorry, guys.
It just hasn't shown up yet. I have faith it'll get here.
I just got to stop giving you guys so much credit, and I got to remember that I got to bring the bulk of the effort into this relationship is the problem. All right, guys, 320. Rally it up for Johnny, and we get to determine whether it's keep him
should
or
he
get
stay
rid
or
of him.
should he
Should
go
he
now?
stay or should he go? $2. Someone says this Uto. Yes, it is me. Thank you for the $2. But that was not a keep Johnny or get rid of Johnny. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $9.99 says F Johnny, but keep him on. He needs to earn his money. So that is $10.
I feel like we earn it if we hit the goal.
That's $10 to the keep Johnny side. All right. 310 away from today. Stephen Bravo says another win for the mole.
Pick a side, man. We have a war going on right now.
It's a war. Thank you, Stephen Bravo, by the way. Stephen Bravo, a big fan of this show, and Chad Zumach.
Huh.
It just shows you can do both.
Yeah.
Pants Maestro, fan of this show, and Patrick, bigger fan of this show, but still. Stephen Bravo, big fan of Zumach and Steel Toe. Yes, Pants Maestro, if that $2 one was you, I did get the test. I think he's gonna try. I think he's gonna try and muscle you out today.
I mean, they tried to yesterday and it didn't work, so let's see if they can.
Buffalo Jockey with $10 says, just got here. Keep the tard. How is this an argument? All right.
Yeah, because he's hosting the show. We can't get rid of Aaron.
He didn't say the cuck. He said the tard.
Oh, I'm the tard?
Tard and cuck in the morning. You didn't know?
That could actually, there's a shirt for you. Tard and cuck in the morning.
Tard and cuck in the morning. Let's see. Oh, we got another one here. Blake with $10 says, Johnny stays. Suffa, Johnny, suffa. There you go. Another $10 on the Johnny side. So right now it's 35-5. Johnny has to stay if we knock out today's goal. 290 away from today and 35-5 in favor of Johnny.
I'm retarded?
Was it a question?
Steven, yeah, it was. I didn't know.
Stephen Bravo becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you very much, buddy. And gifting a membership. Thank you, Stephen Bravo. I hope to one day. Now, while Pants Maestro is a bigger Steel Toe fan than an Onion fan, I do have to say Stephen Bravo is a bigger Zumach fan than he is a Steel Toe fan. But I'm going to work on that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a pride thing. It's a dignity. It's a dignity thing. And I got to I got to try and earn it from Stephen Bravo. Thank you for the gifted membership. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, still F Johnny in the butt.
So I'm guessing that's 2 against, or $1.99 against.
Is it your birthday?
What?
Only anal on your birthday, buddy.
Dude, no. My birthday was earlier this month. That's a horrible gift. Why?
Wow.
Seems like a punishment.
I don't know why you'd look the gift horse directly in the mouth.
Well, that's how you drink all the jizz.
McBuster says, damn, Melton is going to see that, and Pants Maestro is going to be cut off the NAMBLA mailing list. Uh-oh. I hope that's not the case. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, are we letting the gay F words on YouTube have an opinion on this decision? Anybody
if they put in money.
Anybody who throws in money gets an opinion. The customer is always right.
Money talks.
Here on the toe. That's for sure. So 290 is our number for today. You guys did get under 300 by 7 o'clock. I appreciate that. So right now, $35 to $5. People are voting on whether or not Johnny stays or goes once the goal is hit. And by the way, Johnny stays here in limbo until that goal is hit.
Yeah, it's just very nerve-wracking. So if we could knock that out, I would appreciate it. At least I know what I'm doing.
Las Tejas says, you want Johnny? Aaron will sell him to you for $79.95.
No, yes. The price is $290.
How bad is Meme Copium cutting into us today? Let's see. 750. Ooh. Oh, you know what? It's only 7:15. We usually peak in the 8 o'clock hour at about 1,000. But we're still at about a little under 800. He usually takes about 200 people from us.
God damn it, Meme Copium.
Every time he's on. Fucking Japan and their time zones. That's what I say. Fucking Japan and their time zones. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
What?
Sorry, buddy.
What? Is this thing working? Hello?
Can
you hear me?
Now, how does a day off grab you? Are you going to take it as an insult? Or are you going to take it as, well, this fucking rules, I got a day off?
Between you, me, and the birds, I'm probably the second one.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Pants Maestro with $300 says, let Johnny spend time with his family from Pants. Now, without...
Is this thing working?
Hold on. Without speaking, show us how you feel about that. And this will test your comedic ability. No, that's not. No, that's not the right. The right answer would have been. Let's see if the chat gets it. Chat, how if Johnny were happy to have the day off, how would he describe it?
How would he
without
speaking?
Without speaking. I want to see if anybody gets. He already said he would prefer to go. You really don't listen to it. It's called setting him up for the bit. Nana's Clams really doesn't understand how this works.
I thought I was bad at it. Jesus.
Wow, did not see that coming, says Triple N. Cry.
Yeah.
Elzabelza says he would cry. No, not if he's looking forward to a day off. McBuster said off. Another person says cry. Yeah, Von Kaiser says log off. Chair spinning and camera turned off. King Kong Dong says you would be jerking it. Fauci's Pangolin says clicked off. Do a happy little dance. Turn off the computer. Cold shutdown. Now, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking if you were to describe how you felt about getting a day off because someone donated a shitload of money, you would just click off and leave without saying anything. You would just go, fuck you guys. I'm out of here.
That would be rude. Who would do that?
It would be really rude. And, you know, if while I'm in the middle of talking and I was... there he goes. Thank you very much, Pants Maestro. And look, I'm going to do something right now. I'm not saying I don't trust Pants Maestro. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm going to do something real quick. Again, not that I don't trust Pants Maestro. He's a great guy. He's very funny. He busts our balls. I like that guys, come in here and they don't just kiss ass or anything like that. They come in here and they're real. And they're fans of multiple shows and they don't hide from that. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just hit transfer balance right now. Just to make sure there's no shenanigans from old I'm just kidding. Pants Maestro, you're a good man. Let's move over. Bandin says, wow, that's pathetic. LOL, fuck Johnny. Dude, Johnny just got paid to not work today. Wouldn't you love that, Bandin? Bandin, wouldn't you love it if someone just said, hey, I'll give you $300, fuck off? That'd be great. Gray Duckling with $5 says stand up. See, now that's not nice. Why would you say something like that? By the way, everything that you guys throw at us the rest of the day is going to go to Monday morning. So thank you guys very much. Pants Maestro says, don't worry, Aaron, no chargebacks. I'm a man of my word. McBuster says that this is going to cause problems with Melton. Chips and Diff says the price was $400, not $300. I'm not really going to bust the guy's balls. I don't know what price he said to get Johnny out of here. He may have said $400, but aren't I the one who said that if we knock out the goal, whoever, votes the highest wins? I think so. Nana's Clam says, I'm just fucking with you. Jesus fucking Christ, Aaron is a puss today. I'm trying to have fun with you, Nana's Clams. It's the day before a holiday. Meme Copium's on. So between the holiday and Meme Copium, it's going to be a smaller audience than usual. I'm trying to go into the chat and have some fun with you guys. If I have a rule that says you guys don't have to kiss my ass and we can have some fun, then I don't have to kiss your ass and we can have some fun. I mean, Pants Maestro gave us a shitload of money to kick Johnny off today. And I want to treat you guys as my co-host. My goodness. I love that. This is kind of like Pants Maestro just made this kind of a, what do you call it? Misery Loves Company Day. Misery Loves Company does that all the time. Kevin will get a bunch of money from people and Kevin will he'll turn his chat to members only and shit like that. Here's an interesting question. Trucker 18 Wheeler says how much to bring him back. Well, here's the deal I'll make with you. If you outbid Pants Maestro, I will do two things. I will bring Johnny back, but I will give Pants Maestro a refund. That's only fair. I will send Pants Maestro his $300 back, but you have to outbid Pants Maestro. So if somebody sends in $310, we'll take the $310. I'll give Pants Maestro his money back, and we'll give what do you call it? We'll give Johnny. He'll come back to work. He'll have to, or he's fired. There, that's the game. We're gonna have an auction for Johnny's services today. Eagle of America says, if anyone wants to give me $1 million, I will quit my job. Look at this. Everybody, see, this begging thing is fun, isn't it? You keep your hands out. Sometimes some coins fall in. Johnny does not like the idea of a bidding war. He writes in all caps in the chat, no. Here's what I'm going to do. $100 rally in the next 15 minutes, and we'll turn the YouTube chat members only. There you go. That's what I'm offering today. We're bringing back the Gustav line for one day. $100. We turn the YouTube chat members only. And we're not talking one person. We're talking combined. $2 from Matthew Q. Let's go ahead and keep track of that. There's two. He says, I say keep Johnny, and if you're going to do a weird show, change the name, and it could be Cuck and Crip in the morning. I like Cuck and Crip. See, if you're going to do a comedy talk show, you can't be the cool guy, you know? You got to be a bit of a dork. The audience doesn't want to hear from a cool guy. Like, if you do what I did, you don't play up the, because I've read on Kiwi Farms, people forget Aaron was the bull too, and blah, blah. No, that's not funny. That would be so gay if I tried to oh, no, guys, there was a cool part. No, it was shameful. It was cuckatude. It was disgusting. Everybody who was in my position should be disgusted by that kind of behavior. It's degenerate. It's filthy. It's gross. I was the bull too. That's what a fucking loser dork would say. No. Cuck and crip in the morning. That's how you do the naming. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, let's go back and forth with this. All right, another $2. 12 minutes. We do $100. We turn the YouTube chat members only this morning. Thank you guys very, very much. Bandin, you're not the lol cow of the whole internet. I know that you guys who spurg out in the chat are my favorite lol cows, but that doesn't mean that I don't love you. Sorry, Bandit. I didn't mean for you to think that you were a lol cow. That's not what I meant. Now watch that guy go, no, I meant you. I know, sweetheart. I'm fucking with you. Don't worry, Aaron. You're not the cool guy. Naggy Siggy with $2 says, call Chandler. He'll pay to bring Johnny back. Bandin, nobody ate cum. He bought that line. Sorry, some people get bitter when their boyfriend leaves them and they have to make up rumors. I can't help that. Look, apparently I cause narcissistic injury in people with mental illness. I can't help that, Bandin. All right, let's get into some stories here. In the next 11 minutes, if we put $94 in the kitty, we'll turn the YouTube chat members only, and that will all go until Monday. All right, we've teased Bandin enough. We've got him on the hook now. He's fired up in the chat. I love you, Bandin. Thank you for being a fan, buddy, but make sure you hit follow. I'd appreciate that. It's the day before a holiday. I'm going to fuck with you guys and have some fun. Does that sound like a good time? Look at Pants Maestro. He's got a sense of humor. Nana's Clams has a sense of humor. Andrew's son says, genuine question, how much to permanently fire John? I'm not going to permanently fire Johnny. Here, Bandin, this is how you do fun. Oh, goodbye, baby. What? Goodbye. What's that? Ah, okay. All right. She was leaving. I had to say my goodbyes. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, you don't eat cum, you drink it like a Dr. Pepper. Right? There's technicalities in here. There's technicalities. Oh, yeah. Oh, Bandin is also upset that Alex Stein was dropping steel toe shout-outs. He was making fun of you. Really? I had no idea. It's not like I was texting Alex about it. Sorry. Bandin, I'm sorry. Whatever I did to upset you or cause you this injury, I apologize. But I do have that effect on people. All right, let's continue on. We've got... I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on this one, too. So, last night we had that story of that mayor in Colorado. He was having a tough time in the polling in the last election. And so he decided, he's a black dude, and he decided to fake a hate crime. Which, by the way, fake hate crimes, if you're like Jewish, black, maybe not Muslim, but like gay, maybe not trans, but like gay, black, and Jewish, if you can stage a hate crime while you're running for office, you're in. You've got it, man. But these stories also make me think that just about every hate crime that makes the news is a hoax. Not one where like somebody got the living shit beat out of them, although there is the Jussie Smollett thing. But like the ones where they're like, oh yeah, they painted a swastika on a thing and it said the N-word under it. And I'm like, it was probably some black person trying to get attention. And that would be a real shitty way for me to think if it didn't usually end up being that way. If it didn't usually end up being, oh, turns out it was a black person who ended up, like we always bring up the Missouri shit swastika, where there was a shit swastika in the bathroom and the football team forfeited 2 straight games because they were protesting. Well, in this next one coming out of another Colorado one. Okay, now I really know this is fake. The racial slurs and offensive symbols were found inside a Colorado high school locker room before a playoff football game. Sure there was. Before we get into this story, thank you to Gray Duckling for the $20. And he just, it's a penis shooting jizz. Hold on. Hold on. It's like the good old days all over again. How much does his upset band in that I lean into that joke? A lot. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says Aaron hates fake hate crimes. He loves the real ones. No. That's not what I'm trying to say. That is not what I'm trying to say. I hate the fake hate crimes, not because I want the real ones. I hate the fake hate crimes because I don't want to see that kind of dissension in our society. I don't like this idea that now Buffalo Jockey has now created this image for people that when there's a real hate crime, I go, yeah, right, that shows commitment. I'm glad they're at least real this time. That's not how I do it. That's not how I operate. By the way, thank you for that $20. Now, $70 in the next 5 minutes. And we switch the YouTube chat to members only. If not, we just roll on. Also, that $100 will go towards Monday's goal. So let's watch this together with an objective eye, and let's find out if this is real or fake. We'll be able to tell by the end of the story.
Story that's making headlines across the state. This is what was left inside a Colorado high school locker room for a visiting football team to find ahead of a big playoff game. Racial and homophobic slurs written in what appears to be dust. This happened at Montreal.
That's it? God, we really are just fucking pussies now. A guy can just take his finger. Do you know how you get rid of... First of all, dust your fucking locker rooms. How about who's the fucking janitor in this joint? That you have enough dust on your surfaces that you can just draw with your finger the N-word. You shouldn't be able to write the N-word in dust at a school locker room. But either way, do you know how easy it is to get rid of the hate speech that's written in the dust? You take the palm of your hand like this and you just go, and there. It's gone. Or you can change the word if you want to.
Montrose High School before the 4A quarterfinal game against Mesa Ridge over the weekend. 11 News anchor Grace Kramer has been following this story. Grace, Montrose will go on to play in the semifinals this weekend.
Lindsay, Colorado High School Activities Association tells us that this is being handled.
Look at all that. Dude, the offensive part of this story to me, surprise, surprise, is not the racial slurs. Whatever. It's how fucking dusty this locker room is. Well, you see, baby.
And there will be gorilla shit all over down there.
Handled at the school level. A spokesperson with Montrose School District tells me tonight that they have conducted a thorough investigation, adding that...
So thorough, Joe Burrow. Go watch some clips. I have to say, I think about that name because I'm a football fan. So whenever someone uses the word thorough or I hear Joe Burrow, when I'm watching ESPN or whatever, I can't stop. I just have to say it. So I said it to SP last night. We were talking about something, and she said, oh, yeah, they were really thorough. And I said, so thorough, Joe Burrow. It's a fucking catchy name, man. And I think that guy hates my fucking guts. That's too bad, because I think he does good work.
That no Montrose...
If I can flip Doom, I can flip so thorough, Joe Burrow. By the way, you're noticing a trend. A lot of Melton fans... They're still Melton fans, but they come over and experience the toe for a little bit. They start having fun with me. And they go, I think this Melton guy might have been a liar about this steel toe dude. So what happens, you get out of that Discord, you touch a little grass, you start to like the toe more. It's inevitable.
Football players were involved in these messages. I also spoke with several members of the Mesa Ridge football team, including the one who took this very video. They tell me tonight that nothing...
Wait, go back a little bit. I have my favorite...
including the one who...
I have my favorite hate speech dust writing in this story.
Took this very video.
That one. Look at that. They put like the N-word or called him a gorilla or whatever the fuck the hate speech was. And then they put a little smiley in there. And I love that the news didn't edit out the smiley. Another thing that bothers me about our culture, if you're going to be the news and you're going to report hate crimes, you got to show the words. If you can't show the words, shut the fuck up. Don't do the story. If it's so offensive that you can't show us, then it's too offensive for you to talk to us about it. Enough. I hate this fucking seesaw, hee-haw, middle ground shit where you're like, well, we want to have the salacious story about the racism because that'll get clicks, but we're not going to show the words because that would be naughty. Fuck that. It's educational, I thought. You want to teach people that this hate is wrong. Show them the words they're not allowed to use. I do love that whoever wrote these racist messages, though, meant them with fun and happy intent with the nice, kind, smiley face. Now, if they would have put sideways eyes and then they would have made a speech bubble that said hero, then you could argue that even though it's a smiley face, it's a little shitty.
They tell me tonight that nothing could have prepared them for what they saw.
Being a minority in Colorado, it's already hard, all this going on and stuff like that. And just stacking that on top of it for the game, it didn't make nothing easy.
Going into, you know what? So, yeah, I'm sure this guy was really offended by the hate speech that was written in the locker room. I guess he could have been. Was one of the words they wrote mongoloid? Because then in that case, the offensive guard here would have been really upset. This guy's probably a hell of a run blocker, though. You know what a good way to beat the locker room dust graffiti is, though? A, get the janitor fired, and B, go out and beat the team by like 35 points.
To a playoff game, I expect like trash talk, high emotions, all that. But to be met in the locker room with like this type of fashion is just so unexpected.
This was
fashion? Did he say with this type of fashion?
High emotions, all that. But
all that.
To be met in the locker room with like this type of fashion is just so unexpected.
This type of fashion. They were bell bottoms hanging up. It was bullshit. Isn't it weird when white guys say like all that? Like it's just, no matter where you grew up or whatever, I refuse to believe it's not a put on voice. Oh man, you come in, I expect trash talk and all that. That's not how you talk. There's something I don't trust about white guys who, as soon as black people get within 6 feet of them, they start, dropping their THs and adding Ds and start dropping consonants at the ends of words. Shut the fuck up, you white poser.
Was the scene dozens of Mesa Ridge football players were confronted with.
Whoa. Was the word mooly in there? That's fucking old school.
Of Mesa Ridge.
Hold on, go back. Oh no. That's not. I thought it said mooly. I was like, that's how you know it wasn't one of the kids. That's a grown-up word. Moist? I don't know. Is that like Mike Tyson saying moist? I don't understand what the... Uh-oh. Am I getting too old? Do young kids have new racial slurs and I don't know them? Oh, I feel left out.
Mesa Ridge football players were confronted with on Saturday ahead of the 4A quarterfinal playoff game.
Definitely a mixture of everything, like anger, sadness, like confused on why they did this.
Those hateful messages stuck with some as they headed onto the field in Montrose. The Grizzlies lost that matchup to the Red Hawks 53-21, but for players like Xander, that game was over well before it started.
Oh, they wrote mean words in the dust that we could have erased and used it as motivation to go kick the shit out of them, but we got sad instead and we lost. Well, then you know what? I think the graffiti, then the graffiti worked, didn't it? You're probably going to get more of this next year. Hey guys, I figured out how to beat these guys. What? AA gap blitz? No, you just write the N-word in the dust. Just make sure here's what we got to do. Starting today, the janitor doesn't clean the football locker room for a whole year. And then when the Red Hawks come to town, just put a bunch of N-words in the dust. You won the game before it starts.
It's bigger than win and loss. It's just humanity at this point. That stuff should never happen.
Now, some Mesa Ridge parents are demanding that those behind the hate speech be held accountable.
When I see a circle of 3 white women and 1 black woman and they're talking about some racist thing at a football game, I imagine the 3 white women going, well, you see, this is just terrible and this is awful and this should never be allowed. And the black woman going, hey, can we just let it go? Like, I don't want this to be my fucking identity, please. Can you just, I know that you're white ladies and you want to rescue everyone, but okay.
I'm hurt and I'm sad because kids shouldn't have to experience such things. This is something a child should not go through in their high school years. This was my.
I didn't have to. That's the nice thing about going to a white suburban school. You don't have any of this adversity.
My son's senior year, this was his last game. We're going to do right. We're going to make this right.
Montrose School District denies that any of its...
Well, you could have won. You could have made this right if you would have won the fucking game. Instead, you bowed down to the bigots.
Players were involved, saying in part, quote, "We reviewed surveillance..."
Dude, I was seeing a lot of white skin coming through that tunnel. I'm going to go ahead and say guilty.
Footage from the 24 hours prior to the football game. The footage confirmed that no Montrose High School football players entered the locker room in question.
See, dude, I'm telling you, you can call me paranoid, you can call me racist, you can call me a white supremacist, you can call me a Nazi. Go ahead. The floor is yours. However, I'm telling you, this team did it to themselves. They knew they were going to lose the game. They wanted to have a story coming out of it. They got their story. Guys, it happens too often. I see this shit too much covering these kinds of stories. I'm calling it right now, and the news won't do a follow-up. The news used to do follow-ups to these because it used to be salacious to find out that these people were committing these hate crimes against themselves just to get attention, like some kind of weird social Munchausen by proxy syndrome. Now they don't do the follow-up because they're starting to realize, oh, people just don't believe this shit anymore. I'm telling you, the last time we saw actual real hate crimes, the last time we actually saw a group of people being hateful towards another is when black people were beating the fuck out of Asians in New York City during COVID. That's the last time we saw like widespread hate crime.
And in an email sent to me by a parent, Mesa Ridge leadership says that they will continue to look into the situation. Quote, "As a school and district, the safety of our students is of the utmost importance. We as leaders will continue to follow through on the situation." And the Mesa Ridge principal tells me in part, quote, "Our athletes deserve to compete in a safe and supportive environment, free from hate and intimidation."
Well, then tell your players to stop writing their own racist graffiti about themselves in the dust in the locker room.
Hope no one ever has to deal with this ever again. But yeah, just try to fight through it as best you can.
Bro, fuck that noise. They have 24-hour surveillance. They said it. Nobody from the school went into that locker room. You guys 100% did that shit to yourselves. Boom. Game over. We figured it. Guys, we cracked the case. It's over and done with. Thank you very much. $1 from Buffalo Jockey. He's, oh, Jesus. Says black people are ashy. I think calling their rooms dusty is offensive. It's not what I said. It's not what I said. Oh, no. McBuster says, so thorough Joe Burrow was scared out of Kiwi Farms. I have noticed that. I've noticed that. Once, like I said, once Melton fans leave that Discord, their safe space, because it's a delusional place where they all kind of lock in, create their fan fiction, and then buy it. It's fun to watch. In fact, we've rattled them so much that they're now making people put their phone numbers in because the steel toe spies have gotten in there and they're like, no, we have to. My spies were reporting to me the other day. They're like, dude, they're making people put phone numbers in now. You've really got them fucking rattled. And I've noticed that once the Onion people leave their safe space, they get fucking obliterated. Like that Discord is literally the only safe place they can go. Because they go to Kiwi Farms, they've been getting blown the fuck out. They come to this show, we just taunt them and tease them and have fun with them. And they get really disappointed and they just seethe about that. They really can't operate outside their little community. I got a really nice gift from an Onion fan yesterday. I think it was a lady. Some lady said, I was at work yesterday and I drew this picture for you and I wanted to send it to you. And it was funny. Like it was a comedic sketch of myself. And they were just like, you have such a great sense of humor. I just wanted to send you this. I was just Oh, fuck. I did say something dumb today. SP just sent me something. I thought about that when I said that about the Mel Gibson ransom thing. I don't want to say it out loud, but yeah, as soon as I said that, I went, oh, you fucking retard, Aaron. But no, this Onion fan sent me a picture, and they said, I drew this for you, and I wanted you to have this. And it was like a peace offering thing, and it was very sweet. We're gonna have it printed, and I'm gonna find a spot for it. I just thought, like, I feel like the Cold War, while Patrick is losing his mind, and while Patrick is fucking rattled by the toe, his fans are starting to be a little more welcoming. They come over here, we bust some balls, we have some fun, and they realize they give us $300, and they realize it's a pretty cool place to be. And one of them even drew me a picture. It was really nice. It was actually, you know what? It was sweet. I was touched, and I think we're gonna put it up. Gotta find a good spot for it. I can't move my Jesse dolls. Maybe the Hulkamania finger can go, and we can put the picture there. We'll fit it right there. We're going to get a nice frame for it this weekend and everything. All right. Let's continue on. SP just left, for fuck's sakes. You are baiting Melton. He's going to go after her family now. He's going to do that anyway because he's desperate and pathetic. He could, like, that's why he went after April. He couldn't get to me, so he goes after women or he goes after children or anything like that. And then when that doesn't work, it's just impotent seething and breaking the law. And that's got him rattled too. I can't help it. I literally don't have to move. And these people walk into my punches. It's fantastic. And then I rattle people like Jack Peters. Dave Chappelle in drag on Stern's show was jaw drop. I don't remember him doing that. Sapphire says, or no, not Sapphire. Where's my fucking comment? They're going too fast. Elza Belza says, read the comments on the Alyssa Clips video with Melton and Moody and Carl. They really hate them. Yeah, you jump out of that bubble and those people are fucked. Like, they get blown the fuck out outside of that world. What black chick? Black chick looks like a white chick doing blackface. In the last story? I thought she did a nice job. That's all. Corn Diff with 199 says, where can we send our peace offering drawings? Oh my God. Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com. Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com. That's where you can send them. Great. I look forward to a corn diff drawing. And if they're good enough, we'll put them right on the wall. But this lady was really nice. She was like, I just wanted to make this for you and send it your way, and you can do with it whatever you want. It's all fun. And I'm like, of course it's all fun. Thank you. And now we're dating, actually. I'm trying to get my own polycule started, but this time all chicks. I mean, the guys, they get really narky and bitchy, and you know, if you leave, they get all fucking gay and chickish on you and they can't stop. I find it better just, you know, make it bitches. Well, no, make it women. There was already a bitch. Make it women this time. All right, this next story I am bringing to you under intense protest. Fuck peeing in the shower. Fuck peeing in the shower. Fuck peeing in pools. Fuck peeing in lakes. Dude, fuck peeing in the ocean. You're a human being. You're fucking potty trained. You've been that way since you were, what, 2? No pissing in the shower. No pissing on yourself. That's what pissing in the shower is. It's pissing on yourself. No. Bad, naughty, don't. I want to roll up newspaper and I want to crack you in the head every time you piss in the shower. But then I would have to be in the shower with you while you're pissing. And then it's gay. And then I'm eating cum. And then it's a whole big thing. But we need to punish people who think it's good to pee in the shower. Tridio says Nick looks forward to a corn diff drawing too. Corn diff's a good artist, man. Unfortunately, there's been good science that's come out about peeing in the shower. And I don't like it. I don't think people need encouragement on this. It bothers me. It doesn't bother me necessarily that people pee in the shower. What bothers me is the fact that people pee in the shower and then talk about it. I don't like that. And I know, far be it for me to, be bothered by people oversharing. But pissing in the shower is one of those things where if you do it, I would appreciate it if you would be ashamed of yourself. The lack of shame now is a big problem. I know this. I know from experience, dude. But if you pee in the shower and you don't tell anyone, look, I'm not a Nazi. I'm not the Gestapo. I'm not going to come to your house and round you up and take you to a camp. But if you start bragging about it, I'm not going to be able to hold my tongue. Terrible choice of words when we're talking about bodily fluids. Many people, now this article says, here's a secret that's not really a secret. Many people pee in the shower. Knock it the fuck off. If you've got a shower, you are inches away from a toilet, feet away from a toilet at most. Get out of the, you can't pee before you go in the shower. You can't, you know what? Might as well take a shit. Might as well just squat, drop, and fucking stomp the thing down the drain if you're going to be fucking disgusting. Why not? I mean, the water's going to wash off your foot. You fucking pig. Many people pee in the shower. Then we failed. Then it's over. You cannot have a working republic. You can't have democracy if people are so goddamn dumb they're pissing on. Unless you literally got stung by a jellyfish on the foot in the shower, no pissing in the shower. You're an adult. You're potty trained. Figure it the fuck out. Same thing with lakes. No pissing in lakes. Get up, go to a tree, piss on a tree. You're pissing yourself. It doesn't matter if you're surrounded by water. If you have swim trunks on and you just start peeing in you're pissing yourself, you fucking pig. Pools, same thing. You know what that chlorine smell is in pools? That's not chlorine. Chlorine doesn't have a scent. That chlorine is an odorless chemical. Do you know what that smell you're getting is? When you say, oh, I smell chlorine. That is the chlorine interacting with urine, body odor, sweat, and other things and killing the bacteria in the urine and the sweat. That's what that smell is. So if you ever walk into a hotel and you go, oh, man, the chlorine is strong. No, chlorine isn't strong. People have been pissing their fucking balls off in that pool. This really does bother me. I know people they're probably writing in right now and they're going, this doesn't really bother you this much. It does. It does. And I want you fucking cowards who piss in the shower to take shits in there as well. Lean in. Tired of you people acting like you're civilized. You're not. Pick up the shit. Throw it against the wall like a fucking baboon. It's what you deserve. Gray Duckling with $5 says peeing in the shower is gross. I'm a waffle stomper myself. Thank you. That's incredibly helpful to the point I'm making. So when it comes to peeing in the shower, urologists find it generally safe for both men and women. There's no downside, and it is just convenient for some people, one doctor said. Okay, like if you're 450 pounds, like say Patrick Melton, and literally getting into the shower takes a crane and one of those whale tarps that they use to transport Tillicum to SeaWorld, I can understand you going to the bathroom pretty much where you are. I mean, he should have a colostomy bag. He's a large man. He's probably pissed and shit himself before because you're just too big. I understand that. I'm empathetic towards that. But if you're a healthy human being who can stand on their own 2 feet and you don't have to get out of a chair, you can go ahead and you can get out of the shower. You can go to the toilet. You can piss. How long are you taking a shower that you develop the need to piss and it becomes such an emergency that you piss right there anyway? You should be peeing before you get in, or you're a dude and it takes you 5 fucking minutes to shower. 7. You got to scrub a little. 7 minutes to shower. You don't need to, there's no need for you to pee while you're in there. It's really a personal preference that people don't like to associate a place where you clean yourself in the shower to a place where you also do some elimination. Bingo. And by the way, there is a right or wrong answer here, and there will be a quiz. The right answer is you don't eliminate your body's waste in the same place that you clean yourself, you fucking pig. Urinating in the shower is unlikely to create any health problems. But it's still gross. I mean, being at a dinner party and hawking up a loogie and spitting it on the floor is probably not going to cause you any health problems. That doesn't mean that we should all be doing it. It's not likely to clog up the drain. Oh, well then great. Then fucking do it then. Still, there are certain scenarios in which using the shower as a makeshift toilet might not be a good idea. Oh, really? A common argument against standing up and urinating in the shower for women is that the position does not allow pelvic floor muscles to react. Taking the sexiest part of a woman's body and using words like pelvic floor muscles, it just kind of ruins the whole thing. You know? Leading to forced straining and incomplete emptying of the bladder. You know, this is actually true for guys too. Did you know that if you sit down pee, which is inexcusable, and I'll beat the shit out of you if you do it. If you sit down pee, it's healthier and better for your prostate and your bladder if you do sit down pee. Because you empty your bladder more, and it takes pressure off the prostate. You sit down pee, it's better for you. But the problem is, the doctors haven't factored in the psychological impact of sitting down to pee, which is you feel like a gay bitch the entire time. And I think the cons might outweigh the pros on that one. The two muscles controlling the urine flow from your bladder are called the urinary sphincters. All right, do we really have to go through this? Do we really have to go through the interactions of the wiener sphincters and the poop chutes and all of the things about, you know, whether or not we don't pee in the shower. We're fucking civilized. This isn't goddamn Somalia. Well, I mean, it's St. Cloud, Minnesota. All right, so look, it's part Somalia. But we can build a better world, you and I, together. This is like the speech Rick gave Negan. I mean, admittedly, before he cheap shotted him and cut his throat. Can we admit that Rick was kind of the bad guy? I mean, at least not full-on babyface. He goes to Negan and he's like, by the way, spoiler alert for when The Walking Dead got really shitty. Rick gives this impassioned speech to Negan. Oh, my dead son would have wanted us to get along and we don't have to fight. And by the way, this is only because Negan is kicking the fucking dog shit out of Rick. And Rick backs him up. You know what Rick Grimes did to Negan? He did the Ric Flair. Remember when Ric Flair would beg his opponent off like this, no more, no more? And the guy would be like, okay. And then Ric Flair would poke him in the eyes. That's what Rick Grimes did to Negan. Dirtiest player in the game. He's like, my son would have wanted us to get along. I have to tell you right now, the Red Bull is fucking hitting this morning. I don't think I needed it. He's given this speech to Negan, and Negan is going, oh, Rick, you're right. I get it. And then Rick goes, good. And then cuts his fucking throat like a savage. And then he goes to Negan's people, save his life. Fucking dickhead move, if you ask me. Rick was the heel at the end of, what was that, season 8 of The Walking Dead? Anyway, back to pissing in the shower. No. Stop it. That's fucking enough. Potentially criminal. Sean. He says, I bet Nick peed in your shower. Nick didn't shower that often, from what I remember. He was, he's always got that greasy appearance. He's always got that kind of grimy, greasy look to him. I don't think he ever used my shower, to be honest. It's kind of a stinky fellow. I bet Nick peed in your shower. He does seem like a pee in your shower guy. And that's too bad because I don't believe his vaginal pelvic floor muscles get to relax when you're peeing in the shower. So he needs to know that the gynecologist says that's very dangerous for him. By the way, good morning, Sean. I haven't had a chance to watch him or Kurt's coverage yet in their latest video. I'm excited to watch that. And I've got fucking Meme Copium to watch as he steals 200-300 viewers away from us, like always. Little Japanese fucking dickbag. Neat VT with 199 says, I like to spin 360 piss in the gym shower. You guys are just trying to get at me. That's all this is. You're just trying to rile me up because I'm all jacked up on bull jizz. And you're not going to get at me. You're not good. You piss in the shower, you're a fucking freak. Keep it to yourself. That's all I'm at. That's our compromise today. I'm not telling you can't piss in the shower. Do I wish somebody would round you up and gas you? Of course. Am I going to make somebody do that? No. That's the difference between liberty and fascism. Liberty is, I'd really like to see this guy killed for being a fucking pig. But you don't. Fascism is, cut out the middleman and kill the guy. So, look. You want a water wiggle in the fucking shower, whatever. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, for some reason, your casual threat to beat me up if I sit down to pee made me laugh. Have some coins. It takes all kinds. It takes all kinds. I do, dude, look, I know sit down pee is better for you, but if you ever run across, and I don't know why you would, if you ever see this, you should kind of kick your own ass too. If you ever see a man sitting down to pee, you do have to punch them in the face while they're sitting. And then punch yourself in the dick for watching another man urinate. It's gay. Corn Diff with 199 says, do you fully undress to go number 2? Look, Corn Diff, this was never about me. And fully undressing to go number 2, it's just a liberating feeling. You get your phone out, you watch, get my updates on the Vikings game this weekend. Get ready. I got to look up a lasagna recipe. SP and I are making all the kids lasagna for a little pre-Thanksgiving thing that we're going to have. Maybe I look up a little thing for my family Thanksgiving I'm going to. And you get naked while you do it. It wouldn't have been any of your guys' fucking business if I wouldn't have come back on the show one day with my shirt on backwards. And fucking Cokes McGee had to call me out for it. What are you doing? Tridio with $2 says, no, Sean, he peed in Aaron's butt, not the shower. I guess it wouldn't help to tell them that I'm not a homosexual. Neither are they. You have to be human first, and they don't qualify. All right, let's continue on here. We got a couple more people we got to get to. Hold on. Oh, wow, I'm way behind on the Rumble end of things here. All right, $1 from Buffalo Jockey. He says, okay, what racial slur did you think it was? That was way back on the other story. I thought it was mooly. I thought that's what they wrote. But it wasn't. It was a different spelling. Buffalo Jockey with another $2 says, do you allow pissing in Naked Twister? Not at Stoney's. Sean, what night is Naked Twister? What night do I MC Naked Twister on the patio at Stoney's? By the way, it's dipping down into the high teens at night here in Minnesota. So the nipples are longer than the dicks at this weather. Anders with $1 says, the man that has to get naked to poop is lecturing people about peeing in the shower. I shit in a toilet. Which I understand is a weird thing to shout at people. But you drew it out of me. $2 coming in. Buffalo Jockey once again says, you eat disgusting gas station Casey's pizza, but pissing in the lake is where you draw the line. You have weird standards. No, that's not a weird standard. First of all, anybody who comes to Minnesota and doesn't understand Casey's pizza doesn't get to fucking judge it. It's delicious. Number 2, bad choice of words. Second thing, you piss in a toilet. You're fucking potty trained. These two things are not related to one another. Final $2 coming in from Buffalo Jockey says, you get naked and watch Gino when you shit. What? Oh, you mean Gino's show. I thought you meant like I watch Gino. Like I can't, my bowels can't relax. Unless I'm looking at Gino. Okay, well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Elza Belza says, what if you're camping? I'm not camping. And if you are camping, They've got, at campgrounds, they've got bathrooms, and there's also wooded areas and trees. Evacuate. Do not get it on your clothes. And don't piss around. Here's the thing about pissing in lakes. People think it's harmless. There's other fucking people in there, dude. There's other people in there. Stop it. Go pee on a tree. That doesn't affect anyone. Fauci's Pangolin says, I tried sitting down to pee, but I kept giggling and the beads kept falling out of my ass. Well, look, there's trade-offs in everything we do in life. Cocktiff says, no shirt poop is fucking odd, Aaron. Then do me a favor. Why don't we all just let it go? Richard Head says, I'd love to see someone punch me in the face. Last mistake they would make. Oh, guys, look out for this Richard Head, Mr. Tough Guy. Don't fuck around with him. He'll let you know right there in the chat. Someone punches me in the face. Last thing they'll ever do. I got news for you. No matter how badass you are, there's always someone tougher than you. Always. Not saying you couldn't kick their ass. Coltrane says, many of us knew about it well before the backwards shirt episode. Well, stop watching me then. Those cameras were meant to be set to private and on a keep-safe account. Son of a bitch. Pants Maestro says, I see why Aaron hated Coke if this is what caffeine does. Dude, you're not wrong. I couldn't handle it. It wasn't for me. I didn't like it. And like being pressured into it was the worst. It felt like fucking high school. When your wife's like, no, because like you fight with your wife because you're like, fucking stop doing this. You're turning into a person I really hate. Like I really don't fucking like you. Which I learned in therapy is not the way you're supposed to talk to addicts. But what the fuck do I know? But you're like, no, I'm really hating like and resenting who you are. And after they call you a monster and a piece of shit and evil and manipulative, which is in itself manipulative, but whatever, they go, why don't you come in and do it with me? You'll see it's okay. If I could there are a lot of things I'd take back about the last year that I fucked up. You know, a lot of things as a father, even engaging in that kind of shit. It's evil and terrible and bad, and I was an evil, terrible person. But there was one thing I could take back. The minute someone said to me, you know, if you love me, you wouldn't ask me to stop, and why don't you come in the room and watch and try it with me, and then you'll see it's not bad. I would have been out the fucking door that second. That is a regret that I still have to this day. But you're right. The fact that I have, what is this? A 12-ounce Red Bull, which is 114 milligrams of caffeine, and I'm shot out of a fucking rocket? Yeah. Stimulants are not for me. Stimulants are not for me. But then I've never been a weed guy either. I've also never tried something like more times to, you know, be like, this isn't for me. I bet you it's a dozen times, you know? I bet you I've tried that fucking thing since I was in high school a dozen times on 12 different occasions. And every time I've been like, this doesn't do anything for me. I don't like it. And, you know, I'll take a hit. Nowadays, I'd say the last time was a couple years ago. Take a hit off a vape. And you're just like, yeah, I fucking hate this. This is gay. This is no fun. I'm old school. I'm what's his name? I'm Rick Dalton. I'm Don Draper. My booze don't need nobody. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Aaron, now this is just remarkably untrue. Aaron camps at Boy Scout camps. He pisses on their bathroom like a good Catholic. Mikey Two Milk says, I go under anesthesia today. If I don't wake up, I want you to know your hair is stupid. Final answer. Thanks, Mikey Two Milks. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, ignore that thing that's on the top of the page there. We knocked out our goal a long time ago. This was very funny. Pants Maestro gave us $300 to kick Johnny off for today. Oh. Bandin says, if you never took her to that house, how much coke would she have done? Probably a lot. The first time she did it was here. So it was brought into my home. So sorry, Bandin. Citizen M, I know you wanted that one, but another win for the toe. Sorry, pal. Eaton Clam says, I warned you, Mr. Toe. Soft swap only, never full swap. That's true. Eaton Clams would always tell us in the chat when any kind of wife swapping story would come up, or like that TJ Holmes, Amy Robick thing or whatever, the two news people who fucked around. He was like, my wife and I do soft swapping. It's strangers. You meet up, you do the thing, and you blah, blah, blah. I would say never once, just don't even do it. But like, it seems to work for him, but he's right. You can't, polyamory doesn't work. It's fucking insane. And like, the more I look back on it, I just go, I was a scumbag. I'm like, I just wanted pussy. Like, that's how you know you also shouldn't be married, is I was still a dog. You know, they say once a cheater, always a cheater. And I've really tried fucking hard to not justify that. But I think it's like alcohol addiction. I think it's like drug addiction. I think it's like anything else. I think you have to work hard one day at a time and just be like, you're not going to be a fucking scumbag today. Like, you're not going to be a piece of shit today. And that's the way it works. Let's go to Approachable. He's got, what did I say? Oh no, he's got a clip. I don't like his clips usually. Get at me. That's all this is. You're just trying to rile me up because I'm all jacked up on bull jizz. And you're not going to get it. That is out of context. The bull jizz was the Red Bull. That's what it was. Is Sean still here? If Sean wants to show up in the Rumble chat or whatever, if Sean's still here and he's not against it, I would love to send him a link and get his legal expertise on everything from yesterday, because we haven't really talked about it, the settlement thing from yesterday very much, because quite frankly, there's nothing to talk about. I don't understand. Like, it didn't happen. What I assume is somebody went in to make a deal. The deal wasn't what they wanted, but they're afraid to go to trial, so they want to hear more. But you know what the source is from that? You know what the source is? My own fucking asshole. My own asshole. Nana's Clam says, same room, never any feelings. That's the code. Is that the code? Yeah, I don't like everyone in the same room. See, that's the thing. I think I just wanted pussy. I think I just wanted to be a fucking cheating degenerate. That's probably what it is. Eaton Clam says, you live, you learn. Yeah, I mean, if that ain't the truth. Oh, if that ain't the truth. Citizen M says, yes, bring his fat ass in here. Sean is literally the sharpest guy. Like, nobody has gotten more right about all of this legal stuff than Sean. He's fucking nailed it, really. I mean, if you're a competent lawyer, like you've seen so much, you know how these things go. It's almost like a mathematical equation. There's a right and a wrong answer, it seems. All right, let's go ahead and jump in to, I'm done with the pissing in the shower and all that. I'm not going to turn anybody. I'm not going to preach to the converted. I'm not going to preach to the people who are already pissing in the shower. I've lost this fight. I hope that you find Jesus. I hope that you stop this animalistic South Sentinel Island behavior. Lucky Limes with $2 says, you're making Nick seethe by doing nothing. Felted. Well, I think you make people seethe by not trying to make people seethe. That's what I've learned from this whole thing, whether it's Melton or anybody else. Don't try to make them seethe. They'll do it themselves. When you're consumed by hate and you're consumed by vengeance, it is a fire that burns you up. If the other person doesn't play into your game, you won't burn them. The fire won't catch them if they stay away. But it will definitely burn you up from the inside. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing. Mick Buster says North Sentinel Island. What the fuck? Oh, no, is it not South? I thought it was South Sentinel Island was the bad one. What if South Sentinel Island, I believe, is a swingers resort? Is one of the Andaman Islands in the Bay of Bengal. Can you visit South Sentinel Island? Oh, the best time to visit South Sentinel Island is November through May. The monsoons are avoidable. The strong winds, tidal waves, and perennial rain through the monsoons are unpleasant and unsafe. Oh. Well, fuck. You guys You guys want to go have a tow party at South Sentinel Island? North Sentinel Island is the one where you land on the beaches and it's like Normandy. Anonymous says, quash the Ralph Mail warrant, bish. People did not like my take on the Ethan Ralph letter to the judge. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but Ethan Ralph, everyone hates Ethan Ralph. They think he's a giant piece of shit, and he is, but he wrote a letter to the Stearns County judge, and the Stearns County judge, they issued a warrant for his arrest on contempt of court. And they made it a nationwide warrant. So that means if Ethan Ralph tries to get into the country, he will be, they'll look it up, they'll see the warrant, they'll arrest him, and they'll send him to Minnesota. And he'll have to go to Stearns County to face the contempt charges. Well, he wrote a letter to the judge. And in the letter to the judge, he said, I've got a son. I visit my son every month in California. But if I come into the country, I'm going to be arrested for this contempt of court thing. I'm not going to be able to see my son over Christmas. And my objection to that was very simple. It was just go up to the border, take your arrest like a man tomorrow, pay your penance for the contempt of court. I could be wrong here, but I believe contempt of court, you're just going to pay a fine if it's your first time. Go up there, pay the fine, go back to Mexico. You can see your son in plenty. You probably could have saw your son for Thanksgiving this year if as soon as the warrant was issued, you just went in and faced the music. But he gave some giant cope about, like, I have a cat. It's like, dude, cats die all the time. There's cats on every street corner. Just go fucking grab a new one. They're pathetic. They're not real pets. It's like having a goldfish. If you have a cat, dogs are real pets. So I have a cat and I got a household to maintain, so I can't just go up to, well, shithead, did your daddy tell you if you can't do the time, don't do the crime? If your kitty cat is going to starve to death, if you got to go face contempt of court charges, maybe don't go commit contempt of court. Don't live stream court hearings when they tell you not to. They tell you not to. You did it anyway. You got to pay the price. This isn't something that's unfair that's happening to Ethan Ralph. He also had this idea that I was the one who did it. I wish I had contempt of court powers. I don't. I am, you're at the mercy of the judge on that one. But I will say the little bit of empathy and sympathy that I had for Ethan Ralph was that he didn't just sit there and yell and seethe at the judge. He offered an alternative. And he said, why don't you let me face this via Zoom and then I'll pay all the fine. Like, he's not trying to run away from the charge. He's not trying to get them to drop the charge. He's like, let me face you via Zoom and I'll answer for whatever I've done and pay the fine. I actually thought that was reasonable. And I see Los Tejas and a bunch of other people. They're like, you're fucking retarded. You're stupid, but this is steel toe in a nutshell. I've got no problem sitting in the barrel taking the unpopular opinion. Just because Ralph is a disgusting pig dog of a human being doesn't mean that I can't read what he wrote and go, you know what? That actually sounds reasonable. The cat thing is fucking retarded. But let me face this via Zoom. But also, I think the simplest answer would be surrender yourself to authorities, face the contempt of court thing. Here's the cold, hard truth for Ethan Ralph. Nobody is stopping him from seeing his son other than him. This is the consequence of his own behavior. And him failing to head up to the United States to own up to it is also the consequence of his own behavior. It's nobody's fault but Ethan's. A Sapphire saying Ralph has already killed a cat. Well, then there you go. He's already fucking halfway home. Jesus. Sam Show says, yeah, you're a gay F word. Fuck Ralph. He deserves this. Yeah, Los Tejas synthesizer. I agree. Let the lawyers handle things. Well, Ethan decided not to do that. He decided to write a letter to the judge. Grand Poobah with $2 says, rumor has it Aaron likes to go full pants to ankles when he uses public urinals. Los Tejas, swing and a miss, says, I hope no one sends clips of Aaron watching Zoom court to judges. You can't live stream the Zoom court. If another channel has it and you have clips of it and you play it, you're good. You cannot broadcast the live stream of the court. Why do you think like all those clips go viral, like of the guy who they thought had a suspended sentence who called into his court hearing in his car? Which, by the way, that guy turned out to have a valid license. That was the court's fuck up. Why do you think that all of us don't get contempt of court for watching that? Los Tejas. It's because you're playing a clip, my man. There you go. The more you know. The more you know. Los Tejas says, so Ralph watching someone else's live stream of the court would protect him. Yes. Yes, it would. The person who would get in trouble is the person whose live stream he's watching. That's what it is. Sapphire says, I started with a Chihuahua, never barked, had the soul of a cat. It's, I love my Chiweenie. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Pants Maestro says, actually, in the end, he didn't have a license. Okay, well, then I just couldn't keep up with that fucking story. But Pants Maestro, am I right? Like, they first reported he was there for a suspended license, and he was in his car. Then they reported that the guy actually did have a license. Like, that was reported at one point, right? And then they must have came back at the end and said, we were wrong about being wrong. I don't know. Mikey Two Milk says the show is so much better without the goal talk. Enjoyable even. Look at that. Hey, Pants Maestro, can you tell them in the chat who's responsible for no goal this morning? Could you? Go ahead. Pants Maestro, go ahead and tell them. Go ahead. Take a victory lap, buddy. Tell them why there's no goal talk today and why there's no Johnny today. Whose responsibility was it? Go ahead. No, Los Tejas says Johnny is. Well, I mean, technically, Pants Maestro wanted to kick Johnny off the show today so much that he paid $300 to do it. He offered me $400, but I said, look, just cover the, you knock out today's goal. We're good. All right, guys, let's move on to something else. We got, clips. It's clip time. We've got clips for today. Oh, also, Mikey Two Milks, if I could. I fucking hate you. Mikey Two, my weight's been coming down this week. On Monday, I was puffy, and now I've come down about 4 pounds, so apparently I was retaining a lot of water. I've gone to the gym twice this week, feeling a lot better. I'm feeling de-bloated, as it were. So as I'm feeling good last night, Mikey Two Milk sends me a Snapchat, and it's video of me, and it's zoomed in on my neck, and he goes, look at that neck roll. It's driving me nuts. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, fucking hurt my feelings. So Mikey writes this morning, oh, shit, where'd it go? There we go. Morning, neck roll. Since you shit naked, natural progression of things would be shitting in the shower. Show me the science on that. Show me the science, please. Someone says Pants is onions. Yeah, I turned an onion today. And he knocked out the goal. That's another win for the toe. We're getting a new arc in political coverage where I'm starting to like certain Democrats because they're just getting so bitchy at other Democrats for losing the 2024 election. Top of my list is Cenk Uygur. Like I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh shit, look at that. I got a string. Now, guys, this is important. When you have a thread on one of your shirts, make sure that you cut it. You don't pull it. It's very important. But Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian have actually been engaging in a redemption. Anna's been engaging in a redemption arc for a while. Like, she's been, inching ever closer to the center for quite some time, and she's been getting hotter as she moves closer to the center. I think the more right you move, the hotter you get. She's going to buy a gun soon. But then Cenk Uygur, since this election, he's taking this one a lot better than he took 2016 because he's shouting and screaming at Democrats. And he's right, dude. The things that Democrats could talk about that would get voters like me, because I'm not against voting for a Democrat, but not these corporate Democrats that Cenk talks about, these people who take money from the big banks and then they tell the middle class that they're for them. Fucking horseshit. You want to be for the middle class? Then you want to be for class mobility. And if you want to be for class mobility, you got to start reining in these fucking criminal bankers, because these people are raping and rotting our country from the inside out, and they are turning it to shit. They are killing the middle class. They are limiting class mobility. They want they want the government to protect all of their disgusting business practices. The Democrats are going to lose out to the Republicans in terms of populism against banking. With Trump talking about, like, I'm going to cut credit card interest rates to 10%. I don't know if he can. I don't think he's allowed to do that, but we're going to limit credit card interest rates to 10%. And by the way, the banks could make huge money at 10%. They can still do very well. But like 20, 25, 30%, like what some people pay for credit cards is fucking insane. And if you limit it to 10%, now you're fucking with the banks. Now they're going to come after you, and they do not fuck around. They will try to destroy you politically. And that's why the Democrats don't want to take on the banks, because, well, we want to win elections. Well, how's that working out for you? So you're sucking the bank's dick and you're not even getting anything in return. So why not just go after these fucking people? Like, for example, no selling single family homes to hedge funds and multinational corporations. It's not allowed. Single family homes for single family people, families. That's because all these multinationals are doing is they're buying up all the single family houses, bidding up the price, and then renting it out for exorbitant rents. And what that does is, instead, where a middle class family could buy it and start establishing some equity, and they'd have something to leave to their children that would allow them to be more upwardly mobile economically. Instead, you cut that off at the knees. They pay more in rent than they do in mortgage, and they're just throwing their money into a black hole, and their kids are left with nothing when their parents die. It's fucking criminal. It should be against the law. BlackRock and these other, Vanguard, they should not be being allowed to buy single family houses. You want to rent? You get the zoning for an apartment building and you rent out apartments. That's fine. Single family houses should be left the fuck alone, so we're not bidding up these prices and making homes unaffordable for young people so they can't move up the ladder. That's one place where Democrats could take on the banks and they would win a shitload of votes. The interest rate thing, another thing where the Democrats could win a shit ton of votes, but Trump already beat them to it. Trump already beat them there. So they've lost that one already. How's that corporate dick taste? I mean, they could be the progressive party on financial things that the American people like, but they fucking refuse. They really do. They just refuse to do it. And so James Carville was giving his thoughts on the election. And James Carville is another guy like Cenk and Anna who I've really enjoyed watching on the Democratic side since this election got over with, because James Carville's just an 80-year-old man who's fucking had it, and he's just shitting on everybody. He even takes shots at Jon Stewart in this one. Let's check it out. This is from Mediaite.
I want to address our potential 2028 candidates. I know a lot of you. One of the things that I found most frustrating is I believe that the talent that exists in the current Democratic Party today in the United States is the highest level of talent I've seen in any political party anywhere in my lifetime.
See, maybe this is my political bias showing, but I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, I look at the Republican Party bench, and they've got a lot of winners. J.D. Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron DeSantis, Rand Paul, Who's that guy? Hawley. He might be a little too hard right and uncompromising, but like they got a lot of guys. Vivek. They got a lot of guys on that Republican bench that could go in there and probably kick the shit out of some Democrats. Who's the Democrats guy? Shapiro? Sam Show ain't going to vote for him.
So if any of you are listening, I'm going to sort of give you some advice. Some of you will call, ask me, and I want to easily refer this tape. And by the way, the 2028 nomination is going to be worth a lot. Unless we screw it up like only.
Yeah, it's going to. That 2028 election is going to be a doozy. It's going to be the battle to lose to J.D. Vance. That's what they're going to call the 2028 nomination, which I do think he's going to. I think he'll be the Republican candidate, and I think he'll win. The Republicans are fucked if they don't lean into Trumpism, because that's the only thing that's reshaping the map right now. I mean, fucking New Jersey's in play. When's the last time New Jersey was in play? Nixon, McGovern, Reagan? Oh, I guess Reagan would be the last time that New Jersey was in play. And if you stick to this Trump populism stuff, you only lost by 5 points in New Jersey, might become a swing state. Thank you, Vance Rosberg, for the 5 gifted memberships on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Oh, look at this. A t-shirt idea. A steel toe logo with a bunch of cartoon boots circling it. That kind of looks like a swastika. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if, hold on, let me full screen this. I don't know if that's what we want to go with. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't believe that that's going to work for the new steel toe logo. I appreciate, if I go in the chat right now, are they all going to be endorsing it? Let me take a look. We got LOLs. We got LOL. Epton says, I'd buy that. All right. Well, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Cool. One person says, I don't think you guys understood. I think that the boots, guys, I don't think you're understanding this. I think the boots were shaped in the shape of a swastika. I don't think you guys are quite understanding that the logo, they didn't trim the white out of the logo. It had a white background. I don't think you guys are understanding what that looked like. I'd buy the sticker. Looks perfect. You wear it first. That could work. No, guys, I don't think you're understanding. Deutsch Chat just writes, and Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, I support it. Thanks. By the way, you guys are $30 into Monday. Anything you guys throw in today? Oh, $35 into Monday. Monday. Never mind. Buffalo Jockey with $5 says, at least your rare taste in women getting better in your old age. Anna Kasparian is the hottest girl you've been with or gone after. Well, I don't think I'm going after Anna Kasparian, but thank you. I think as you get older, you get better taste in women. I think in your 30s and 40s, you get better taste. I think if you're a guy in your 30s and you're attracted to people in like their early 20s, you're weird. Like you're just kind of attracted to underdeveloped humans. There's something about a woman, There's something about, and the last let's just say a guy I used to hang out with, he had the taste in women of like a 14-year-old middle schooler, where he was like, oh, just wear like really slutty clothes and just be tiny and like a teenager. Like, dude, come on. Fucking, it's like the old parable of the young lion and the old lion. The young lion goes, I'm going to run down there and fuck that lion. And the old lion goes, I'm going to walk down there and fuck them all. Fucking chill, dude. But it's like, the older you get, the more you realize like a woman, like a woman. I'm not saying like fat or anything like that. I'm just saying someone who looks like an adult. And then they wear, there's something about wearing normal clothes that's a little revealing, but not, and it's tasteful, and it leaves something to the imagination, and you're just fucking, there's something about that when you get older, it just drives you nuts. And there's something about women dressing like complete and total fucking disgusting whores that makes you go, I don't want that. Like, I don't want you. You're fucking gross. Like, you're on display. You, in an odd way, I think you become Muslim a little bit. Like, you don't want them in burqas or anything, but you're just kind of like, I don't want some try-hard fucking trollop. Trollop, a great word for it, by the way. Like, you don't want some try-hard peacocking trollop. You're just like, how about like a normal, beautiful woman? You know, don't be a 14-year-old about these things. Trucker 18 Wheeler with 199 says sweet logo. No, stop it. It's a bad logo. Vance Rosberg with $5 says when Aaron watches Anne Frank documentaries, he sweats as he screams at the TV, "Get that bitch." I've never done that in my life, Vance. That is incredibly unfair. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says you're twice divorced. You'd know to date both in your weight class and your age class. The weight class dig was a bit much. Roots Calhoun says hoe-ass broads are fun, you mook. I didn't say they were fun. I didn't say they weren't fun, Roots. I'm saying you don't commit to those broads. You do not try to build something with hoes. You and I both did freestyle battles in high school. Roots, we know how this. Roots and I are both MCs. We get this shit. No, you don't try to build something with a hoe. Hoes are disloyal bitches. You got to build something with a partner more than anything else. Yes, I just said partner. And yes, I'm going to cut after the show. Let's take a look here. Las Tejas says Aaron just takes the first thing that comes around showing any interest. No, that's not the case. I don't think so anyway. Roots Calhoun says, Jesus fucking Christ, I don't need to wake up to this shit. Yo, dog, what are you talking about? Come on. You and I are like the same. We both got bars, homie. You and I got so many bars. We like in the Italian Job and shit, we stacking bars. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Roots. Me and you. Chi-Town in the north. You know what I mean? Come on, Roots. Come on, partner. We riding? Forever, homie. You and I build prisons with our saliva. Why? Because we spit bars. Las Tejas says Roots has bars. Aaron has a broken cooler with a couple beers in it. You are not the same, sir. Oh, I'm waiting for Roots. I'm going to move on from the show, I promise. Move on with the show. Bunch of people just cheered. He's going to move on from the show. After I hear from Roots, I need to hear an analysis. Then we can move on. Atomic Ray says Aaron cannot resist a double stuffed apple Danish. They double stuff them now? Chevy Fan says you protected your show more than you did your wife. Well, some people don't want to be protected. Some animals get into their natural habitat and you let that bird fly. You know? Sapphire says Aaron, never drink that caffeine drink again. It's a sugar-free Red Bull. Trying to stay out of the diabetes. Chad Buzamok says, Chad Buzamok shitting on pants. That's a terrible way to put that. Pants, this is what happens when you pay off the goal. Aaron ditches all stories and doesn't know what to do. We're just having fun with Roots, and then we're going to get back to James Carville, I promise. Roots says, yeah, I really got to take a shit now. Well, look. Bring the phone in with you and listen to the show. You don't want to listen to any of these gold bars. Huh? Lab Glass says Roots has gold bars. Aaron has candy bars. That's right. Roots is rich, but I'm sweet. All right, let's do the James Carville thing. So James Carville you don't see a lot of guys talking about spitting bars and then playing video of a 80-year-old Democratic strategist. James Carville wants to teach you how to win the 2028 election. And honestly, I would say if you want to win the 2028 election, run as a Republican. But let's see what he thinks.
We should have the presidency back if there's a country in 2028. I don't want to.
Oh, there you go. There's not going to be a country because Biden trying to instigate World War III. Yeah, that didn't threaten our safety at all. It's this Trump fella and his tariffs. Now, I'm against tariffs, but like, if there's a country in 2028,
the predicting business.
You know when that's fair to say? It's fair to say if there's a country, if you're talking about 1864. If you're talking about 1864 and you go, well, if there's a country, all right, well, that's true.
Here, but let's just assume that there is. My first recommendation to you is pick your own people. That's right. Don't go.
Oh, you see what he's trying to say there? You see what he means by that, guys? Let's try to read between the lines so we can understand what James Carville's saying so we can help the Democrats win this next election. So when James Carville says pick your own people, what he's saying is we really need to separate this thing by race. So we're with him so far. He thinks that they need to nominate a white person. He's trying, and probably a man. What he's trying to say is enough of these fucking broads and blacks trying to be president. James Carville doesn't think that works. I mean, well, let's take a look. Only one Democrat has won an election in the last 3. Who were the 2 that lost? Who was the one that won? I mean, really? I mean, I guess the 2020 election, Ukraine won, but still.
Go back and get the latest trendy thing, the latest fad, because Vice President Harris, she was encumbered by a lot of things. She had Biden people, all right? Her campaign manager was Biden's campaign manager. Her headquarters stayed in Wilmington.
I think they had to do that, though, for money reasons. I think that was about the donations. You had to keep the campaign the same, and you had to have the running mate. You had to have that ticket, or you couldn't keep the cash.
Didn't change the furniture. They didn't change the artwork. And to ask people like Miss Dillon, whose whole career she owes to President Biden, and it's a wonderful relationship. I respect that. But no wonder you couldn't answer the question how you were different, because you didn't have your own people.
You know what? That's a really good point. You surrounded yourself with all the Joe Biden people, so when they ask you how are you different from Biden, they're not going to let you say anything. They're not going to let you say, oh, I'm totally different from Joe Biden, and here's how. You can't. But, like, if you're willing to throw the guy under the bus to launch a coup to get him out of the race for president, couldn't you throw him under the bus and say he's doing a dog shit job and here's what I would do better? Like, if you're going to sell a guy out, sell him out all the way.
Gave you the keys to their car. So don't, I get along well with the Obama people in Bax and in Messina. These guys are friends of mine. I think I would say very comfortably we have mutual respect for it. But I'm not an Obama person. I'm a Clinton person. Obama.
I don't know if that's what I brag about, but, well, you know what? Bill Clinton did a solid job. I don't know if I'm going to catch shit for that, but I think Bill did a good job. I was thinking about Obama's presidency the other day, and like I was trying to like diagnose it or like handicap it or whatever, and I'm like, you know what? Obama was just like, I get it, first black president and everything, but he was just kind of there. Like, I don't think he did an amazing job with the economy. I don't think he brought it back down into the shitter where he inherited it. Militarily, he got us out of Iraq. Like, we were pretty much out of Iraq by 2011. So he did that. We killed bin Laden on his watch, but like Afghanistan, we doubled down there. The drone bombings, we kept doing that shit. Violation of people's civil liberties with the NDAA and shit like that. That happened. So I feel like Obama was kind of, as far as a president goes, I don't think enough bad shit happened to say that he was bad. But I don't think enough good shit happened to say that he was good. I think Obama was kind of meh as far as a president goes.
Obama would never, it would be really stupid to have me as part of the campaign. because you have to have your own people. You have to understand.
James Carville's argument for segregation here is sound. He's saying Kamala should have only had black people. Biden had white people. I understand the argument.
In that, sometimes in politics, people want to chase the latest trend or the latest idea of someone that did that.
Wait a minute. Isn't that aren't those the only legitimate elections you've won in the last 20 years? You went with the latest fad. Barack Obama didn't have this long resume of political achievement or diplomatic achievement or military achievement. Barack Obama was an idea. You nominated an idea because he made one really good speech at a convention, and he was black and he was inspiring and he made good speeches, so you nominated him to be president. Don't chase fads. We can't. Chasing fads is the last thing that got you the win 2 times in a row. So I don't know. Far be it from me to say that James Carville is out of touch, because there certainly are problems with the Democratic Party, and they're going to need a lot of fucking work in the next 4 years, but I don't know. I don't know if I just don't think you listen to an 80-year-old man to figure out what the future is. That could be arrogant. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says, you seriously think there's no sugar in that Red Bull? You also believed April loved you. Well, Buffalo Jockey also with $1 says, who is this old man? That's James Carville. He was Bill Clinton's main guy. He kind of engineered. He was the guy who came up with the phrase, it's the economy, stupid, which a lot of people credit for winning the election in 1992. I mean, that and Ross Perot. Chad Buzamok says, we not counting the super chats and rants towards Monday's goal? Yes, we are. I think we're like 40, 20, 40, 46, 47 into tomorrow. I'm sorry, we're not on tomorrow. $47 into Monday. So about $50 into Monday, my dude. Sam Show says the fad was just saying Trump was Hitler. Yeah, that's the only fad they went with this time. The fad the Democrats went with this time is call him a fascist, call him a Nazi, call him Hitler. Well, now what do? This is what Joe and Mika over on MSNBC ran into. Now you run into this issue of you called this guy Hitler, you called him a Nazi. What now? Well, we're going to go to Mar-a-Lago and we're going to go meet with Hitler and we're going to go meet with the Nazi. Well, that's great. Everybody wants to watch Neville Chamberlain in the morning. Great work. Great work. Look at Chad Buzamok sending me compliments this morning. He says, solid. Yeah, well, it's only fair. Pants Maestro knocks out the goal. We count everything else towards Monday. Friday is an envelope show. That's where you guys line up and you just give us a little gift for our 4-year anniversary, and then we just keep adding hours to the show based on your generosity. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pants Maestro. And thank you, Buffalo Jockey and Trucker 18-Wheeler and everybody else who's been throwing dollars at the toe. I think it's a really snaky, shitty move to talk shit about the country you live in, especially the people in that country you live in, when you're overseas. I think that that's a real shitbag move to do that. By the way, about a little over 800 of you watching the show at the moment. It's a goddamn day before a holiday, and Meme Copium is on. Talking Nick. We always lose. It's 200 people to a man. Every fucking time it's like 200 people when he's on. Chad Buzamok says, solid, like the shit in the shower. No shitting in the shower. Enough. Snowcat Tish says, I'm a Democrat. I'll say it. James Carville is out of touch. He doesn't even understand Harris had to inherit Biden's campaign people or start at $0 campaign fund. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Andrew Son says, did you consider the offer of $300 per week in perpetuity to fire Johnny? The amortized value of that income stream, assuming a 5% PA rate, is about $75,000. Wait, now, who's offering $300 per week to fire Johnny? No way. That's not me saying I'm listening. That's not what I'm trying to say. Hold on a second. $300 so that if we only apply that to the goals that Johnny's on, that would bring the goal down to 250. Hold on a second. The goals on Johnny days with the $300 a week, plus cutting Johnny out would mean we have. Hold on a minute. We'd have $50 goals Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Stop it. We're not talking about firing Johnny. Stop. We're not discussing it. It's not a conversation piece. We're not going to discuss losing Johnny. No. $50 though, Monday, Tuesday. I mean, you guys would knock that out in a day. And we'd just be rolling on, just knocking out those evenings. You know, it's not a conversation that's worth having. That's what I'm trying to say. $300 a week. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Buffalo Jockey says 300 people are here in Rumble. Yeah, it was at 340 when I said that, and then it did one of those things. Tridio says, what's worse, 200 men or one wife lost to a man? $2. Thank you, Tridio. Appreciate it. Andrew's son says, that's the best part. You realize the 300 extra in your pocket just by firing it. We're not doing that. We're not doing solo shows every day of the week. Just so that $50. Wow. Buzamok says, wait, is he saying if Johnny leaves, the goals would be $50 a show? For the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday shows that he's on, if Andrew's son gave us $300 a week, and then on top of that, Johnny's gone, yeah, that would pretty much eliminate Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday goals. We're not talking about it. This is not going to be discussed. You knock it off. Plus, Pants Maestro, Andrew's son, what if I piss you off one day and you walk off and the deal is done? We'd have to put that in writing. Labglass says, but yet your evening solo shows are not. No, they're not 250. We cut those down drastically after Matt left. We're under 200 now for our evening goals. Somebody says what you could do is get rid of Johnny and bring SP on. That would definitely do number. I don't think we can afford SP. I'll be honest. I don't think we can afford her. We're not in the market for being able to. Plus, I don't want SP on this show, and she doesn't want to be on this show. Them's the breaks, boys and girls. Now, wait a minute. Now, she writes, hearing about you thirst for strange pussy is such a turn on. I'm not thirsting for strange pussy. I'm talking about how a man's taste evolves over time. We're speaking in the abstract. That's the thing about having a woman. It does make it, you got to thread the needle when you talk about women on the show. You got to thread that needle. Mikey Two Milk sent me a video on Snapchat. He zooms in on my neck and says, it's still there. We're not discussing it. Fauci's Pangolin says, how about, let's say 5? Andrew's son says, you get the $300 per week automatically by not giving it to Johnny after you've... No. That's not the deal that we were talking about. That's not the deal we're talking about at all. The deal we're talking about is $300 per week plus what we pay Johnny. Easy Money's wife with $4.99 says Johnny's going to be gone. You can see it in Aaron's eye. That is so not true. I'm hearing Andrew's son out about his offer. That's all. Oh, man. I really thought that I knew numbers would be down for the show before the day before Thanksgiving because a lot of people aren't going to work today. And with Meme on, being at 700-800, whatever. But, I didn't realize we were going to have this much fun today. This has been a good time. I'm appreciating it. All right, let's go to this Alec Baldwin thing. So Alec Baldwin was overseas. You know, this piece of shit, he's blowing women's heads off. He's yelling at people in the street. He's angry at the Palestine people for their protesting. And then this little shitbag, this little grip killer, goes to another country to promote movies and just starts shitting on us Americans, calling us really uninformed, like basically calling us all dumb. The guy who didn't know a fucking gun was loaded and killed a lady is going to call us uninformed and stupid. How dare you? Let's listen to Alec Baldwin bitch about us. This is more seething over the election. It can't just be that he backed the wrong horse and she lost. It has to be that the rest of us are really stupid. This is kind of like that MSNBC cope. Remember Joe Scarborough and Weird Al Sharpton? Remember they had that conversation where they're like, well, I mean, Rev, Mexican dudes are racist. Black dudes are racist. And that's why Kamala lost to Trump. Oh, yeah, Joe, absolutely. That's why she lost to Trump. Black men are bigots. Like, they're selling black. To see Al Sharpton sell black men down the river when that's been his fucking bread and butter. I didn't say butter. This entire time. Wow. You really got to take an election hard to take your clientele and throw them overboard. But let's listen to Alec Baldwin bitch about the election and blame it on us all being too retarded to pick the right person. Alec, do they give Alec a commercial? Let's see how he ranks.
Don't throw that in the trash.
Oh, wow. Alec's getting the 30-second treatment? I would question it. I don't think he deserves it, but hey, maybe he's a click machine. All right, let's take a look at this listener text. They write, at least the neck matches the chest. Am I right, Mikey? All right. That's about enough of that shit, if you ask me. All right, let's take a look at what Alec had to say.
In my country, without going...
In my country, there is problem. And that problem is the Jew. They take everybody's money. They never give it back. It would be, see, now that would save this whole segment if Alec Baldwin just started singing Borat songs.
In my country, without going into significant detail, half the people in the country are happy and half the people in the country are very unhappy. It's a very difficult time in the United States. And I think the only...
It's not. Don't... See, this is what I hate about this shit when celebrities go overseas and misrepresent America to people because they're projecting their own bullshit. It's a very tough time in America. It's not. It's not tough. Most people are excited to see what this next president does. And the rest of them are just pouting because they didn't win. They're going to be fine. Trust me, Alec.
The only way people can learn what is happening, and film is unique in this way, not only what's happening in the United States, but around the world. What's happening, you might not learn from the news. Television news in the United States is a business. They have to make money.
Versus Hollywood, right, where it's all about the art. You know, you guys don't have to make a buck. You don't have to turn a profit in Hollywood. You guys don't try to socially engineer shit. Right, Alec. Right. God, this guy is... I like Alec Baldwin, but he is full of shit. And I hate this idea of going to another country, and because you're unhappy about the election, you go and shit on America to another country and say shit about us that isn't true. Oh, it's a really difficult time. Like, you listen to these assholes, and we're on the verge of civil war. Stop it. It's a really difficult time in this country, and, you know, the news media, you can't trust the news media because they're for profit and they're a business. Oh, yeah, listen to the artistes in Hollywood. It's not about the bottom line for them at all. And Hollywood's never been guilty of trying to socially engineer the culture.
And again, not to go into great detail about that, but there's a hole, there's a vacuum. There is a gap, if you will, in information for Americans.
Oh, yeah?
Americans are very uninformed about...
Oh, see, guys, it's not that we wanted something else out of this last election. It's not that we were seeking a change. We're just retards. We're ignorant. We don't know what's going on. You know, it's funny. It was never that way when we went from 8 years of Bush to Barack Obama. When that happened, it was, hey, America wants hope and change. The economy's in the shitter. We want something different. But when it's Trump for Alec Baldwin, it's just, oh, yeah, the country's in a fucked up place now. You know, we're in a weird place. We just got divorced, so we're kind of running around. We're putting highlights in our hair. We're being weird. We'll get through it, but we're kind of stupid right now.
Reality, what's really going on with climate change, Ukraine, Israel, you name it, all the biggest topics in the world.
Really? Oh, so Alec Baldwin, by the way, this is why you fucking people lost. The 3 topics you picked were all globalist topics. None of it was shit that affect the American people. Climate change, Ukraine, Israel. This is why you people keep fucking losing. You keep lecturing us about shit and we go, hey, how about the fucking grocery store, dickhead? How about the mortgage rates on a house? How about the housing prices? How about buying a car? How about buying milk, you fuck? And we're the uninformed ones? You go to other countries, you talk a bunch of shit, and you go, Americans are uninformed. They need to be thinking about climate change, Ukraine, and Israel. Pfft, suck my dick. That is not what we need to be worried about. You want to call us out of touch? You want to call us uninformed? You don't even know what the fucking issues are, man. Just another actor going to another country, and he knows, here's the problem, it's a business move. He knows he can ingratiate himself to the frogs or the Spaniards or wherever the fuck he is. He knows he can ingratiate himself to these people by shitting on America because they're all jealous. That he knows he can do that, so he's telling them what they want to hear. He's an actor. He's playing a part.
Americans have an appetite for a little bit of information. That vacuum is filled by the film industry. Not just the independent film industry, not just the documentary film industry, which are very important around the world, but by narrative films as well, where the filmmakers have...
They're the paisan. I think they're in Italy. So what Alec Baldwin's trying to say is, we shouldn't listen to that corporate media. That corporate media is all bought and paid for. You know who we should listen to is big Hollywood studios, who, by the way, bend over and grab their ankles for China anytime a movie poster isn't the way the government wants it. So, yeah, you're really getting a good arbiter of truth out of Hollywood, Alec.
The studios and the networks and the streamers are willing to go that way. They're willing to try to make films that are not only entertaining, but informative as well. So I think...
Really? Have you seen that new Billy Bob Thornton show? Because he's like the Archie Bunker of oil in that show. I've been watching. I saw some clips of that new Billy Bob Thornton show that you guys have been telling me about. It looks good. It looks like I'd enjoy it. But I haven't checked it out yet. SP and I restarted Ray Donovan last night. We fell asleep to Ray Donovan. Love that show.
Right now is probably one of the most significant times in our history, since film began, since the film experience began. It became an art form. It became a business, a huge business. Now is probably one of the most important times in our history for us to make films that will teach people about.
Wow. So he's just basically coming right out and saying, we got to start brainwashing these fucking dolts because I'm tired of losing to them. Well, Alec, you know, you would get a lot more movies made if you would stop killing all your crew. A lot more movies get made. I've actually done studies on this. Apparently, the lower instances of murdering crew members, the more filming that gets done. This is true. Look it up. You can look my shit up anytime. Zenman Builds with $1 says, guess what? By the way, Alec Baldwin murdered someone. And he got away with it on a technicality, too. He got away with it on a technicality. Zenman Builds with oh, we just did that one. All right, good. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I don't, Das Optic Nerve, I don't think ABC, I thought it stood for Always Be Closing in Glengarry Glen Ross. Apparently it stands for Alec Be Cocksuckin'. I didn't know that. I didn't know. We need right-wing movies. They're just better, less unnecessary gay scenes. I mean, that's true. Didn't they try to make Buzz Lightyear gay in a fucking cartoon? No thanks. 383 Novocaine with $1 says Landman has titties. Approachable says, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, not murder, manslaughter. Manslaughter. Oh, boy. Root says, I wonder if you can notice a change in the actors in Rust from before and after the kill shot. I mean, I'm sure shit got pretty real immediately after. Anonalas says he has to keep making shitty films because his fake Spanish wife keeps having frozen embryos implanted. Is that true? I don't know anything about Alec's family situation, so I'm not sure about that. I do want to find that Landman clip. Wind. I think it was the wind power clip where Billy Bob goes off on a fucking great rant. Gray Duckling with $2. $2 says the blooper reel for Rust is awesome. I don't think they would agree, but we'll keep an eye out for the special features on that one. Let's go ahead. Apparently, there's no plot spoilers or anything in this. This is just Billy Bob Thornton's character going on a rant about alternative energy. This is the show Landman, which, guys, can you help me out before we play this clip? Chat, where can people find Landman? Because I'm going to start watching it with SP soon. Zenman Build says, update, Landman has Allie Larder titties. Are Allie Larder titties still good titties? Allie Larder was Darcy in Varsity Blues, wasn't she? Is she still? That was 26 years ago. Or am I thinking of somebody else? Oh, no. Allie Larder, 48 years old. Does she still have great tits? Good for Allie Larder, man. Oh, she is still cute. Look at Darcy from Varsity Blues. Yeah, she's still cute. 48. Good for her, man. Good for her. Paramount Plus. Okay, so the way I watch Paramount Plus is I go on Amazon Prime Video and I just watch it there. So easy enough. Because my Paramount Plus is also where I watch Ray Donovan. Perfect. Perfecto, as they say. All right, let's do this Landman clip from Paramount Plus. This is like taken right off of TV. Here we go. This is a better clip.
That much concrete or make that steel and haul this shit out here and put it together with a 450-foot crane. You want to guess how much oil it takes to lubricate that fucking thing or winterize it? And its 20-year lifespan, it won't offset the carbon footprint of making it. And don't get me started on solar panels and the lithium in your Tesla battery. And never mind the fact that if the whole world decided to go electric tomorrow, we don't have the transmission lines to get the electricity to the cities. It'd take 30 years if we started tomorrow. And unfortunately for your grandkids, we have a 120-year petroleum-based infrastructure. Our whole lives depend on it. And hell, it's in everything. That road we came in on, the wheels on every car ever made, including yours, it's in tennis rackets and lipstick and refrigerators and antihistamines.
You know what's funny is Billy Bob plays a lot of these characters where he's kind of like a blunt talking kind of an asshole. And like I've met it. We went to a Boxmasters concert and hung out with Billy Bob for like 20-30 minutes afterwards. He's the complete opposite of these characters. Like he is a laid back, chill fucking dude. He loves his days as a baseball player. I think if Billy Bob could be anything, I would say baseball player first, musician second, actor third. Man, that's all. When I talked to Billy Bob, we just talked about baseball. We were two guys with blown out arms talking about how we used to pitch in high school, college, and the amateurs. I was like, oh yeah, I played town ball for a while. I was like, oh yeah, I did that too. I used to throw the ball real hard, but man, I fucked up my shoulder so bad. I'm like, oh my God, me too. He's just a cool guy. He's just a really complete opposite of this character. Like this hard-nosed, ball-busting, whatever. He's chill, man. Billy Bob is chill as fuck.
Wheels on every car ever made, including yours. It's in tennis rackets and lipstick and refrigerators and antihistamines, pretty much anything plastic. Your cell phone case, artificial heart valves, any kind of clothing that's not made with animal or plant fibers, soap, fucking hand lotion, garbage.
By the way, that is the face of every, like, liberal. When you try to talk to them about alternative energy, they're like, all right, I get it. You're right. Fine. Can we move on? It's like, really? We get to listen to you guys preach and bitch and piss and moan about every fucking thing under the sun. But the minute you feel like you're being set straight, that's what I hate about the term mansplaining, too. I love that it's such a cop-out. Like, people who don't belong in serious conversations have these weird cop-out words. Like, anytime a guy has a good point and a woman's kind of being proven wrong, it's, well, you don't need to mansplain it to me. It's like, I ain't mansplaining, sweetheart. This is how guys talk to each other. A guy brings up an idea and you go, well, actually, no, dude, that's not going to work. Because think, how are you going to get this fucking thing here? How are you going to get it transmitted? How the fuck is that? Tell me how that's going to work. I'm like, oh, shit, you know what? Yeah, you're right. We're not going to be able to do that. But you do that with women, some women, and it's, you're mansplaining. Why do you have to be? It's like, dude, I'm sorry, but if you're going to be a woman and you're going to be a badass in society and you're going to, be a girl boss, you got to move at the speed of business. We're not going to. I think it's unfair, this idea that we have to slow shit down because other people might be sensitive to certain criticisms. Nope. If you're a guy or a girl, it doesn't matter. There shouldn't be mansplaining, womansplaining, any of that. If you're a man or a woman and you can't keep up and speak the language of business and work at the speed of business, then get the fuck out. Now, if you can keep up, kick everybody in the dick. I don't give a shit. But like when Billy Bob's character goes on these rants and he's just dropping fact after fact, don't fucking roll your eyes. If Billy Bob would have brought her out here and she had no interest in energy and she was like a captive and he was like ranting at her, yeah, fucking roll your eyes all day. But there's something about people who want to wax intellectual about energy or any other topic, and then an expert fucking schools them. And they get this shitty attitude like, oh, my God, all right, I got it. Like Sean leaves us $2 here. If Sean was explaining, if I had this take on the law, and Sean with $2 says, weren't you a catcher for the Spicer All-Stars? I pitched for the Litchfield Blues and the Mounds View Astros. I was a pitcher. A bull on the streets and a cuck in the sheets. So if I were talking to Sean about something legal and I was like, oh, yeah, it's going to be this and it's going to be that. And Sean went, well, actually, the legal precedent on this is Baker versus Goldstein. I shouldn't have used. I really couldn't fucking help myself, could I? I did Baker versus Williams there. And that case actually dictated that it was this, and there's no way in a million years that you could do blah, blah. If I sat there and I went, oh, okay, I get it. What a fucking cunt I'm being for like trying to crack whip with an expert and then they school me on it. Take your fucking schooling.
Animal or plant fibers, soap, fucking hand lotion, garbage bags, fishing boats, you name it.
I like that Billy Bob Thornton's doing the Bubba Shrimpin' bit from Forrest Gump. Oil and potatoes, oil soup, oil salad. You can broil it, boil it, saute it, oil kebabs.
Every fucking thing. And you know what the kicker is? We're going to run out of it before we find its replacement.
It's the thing that's going to kill us all.
I don't know. Are we going to, though? Like, don't they just keep finding new deposits of the shit? Like, don't they say in the Alberta tar sands there's more oil than in the entire Middle East? I don't know about that. We're going to run out of it soon. Now, if an oil guy came to me and he goes, actually, it's this is how much oil we have, then I'd have to shut the fuck up and go, oh, I guess I'm a fucking loudmouth asshole.
As a species.
No, the thing that's going to kill us all is running out before we find an alternative. And believe me, if Exxon thought them fucking things right there were the future, they'd be putting them all over the goddamn place.
That's okay. I've been saying this since I was on the radio in Litchfield, when people are like, oh, why don't we do windmills? The oil company's blocking windmills. Fuck that. They're not going to block windmills. If windmills were more effective than oil, Exxon would buy it. That's what these companies do. They see a better idea and they go and purchase it. That's why you see like tech startups, they sell off before they even make a fucking profit. They sell off to a big company that goes, that actually, you know what? That's a really good idea. We can make money with that. And they buy it up and these guys get paid off. I mean, that's kind of what I think is going to happen to Rumble if Rumble becomes successful. If not, they'll just keep, they'll stay afloat with like people with a political agenda. They'll donate money. They're like, this will be our streaming service. But like if they become successful, increase revenue, decrease cost, it's going to look really attractive to some bigger company to buy them out, and then you'll watch them get regulated like YouTube does. But if Exxon saw solar or wind, like it's not this idea where there's these oil guys who are just twirling their evil mustaches and going, anything that's not oil, we have to stop it. No. If the alternative is better than oil, they're going to buy it up and they're going to pivot to that. That's what they're going to do. Look at the automobile industry. Before the crash of 2008, everyone wanted to drive big Hummers and four-wheel drive SUVs and all this. Then gasoline went up to $4, and all of a sudden you get the Prius and you get hybrids, and people want to buy more fuel-efficient vehicles because gas is over $4 a gallon. Like these people, they're business people. They adapt. There's no feelings in this game. They're not like, oh, windmills, that's gay hippie shit. If it was gay hippie shit that worked, that's what corporate America is. Corporate America buys gay hippie shit that turns a profit. And then they they buy cool. They buy influence. That's what they do.
Getting oil out of the ground is the most dangerous job in the world. We don't do it because we like it. We do it because we run out of options. And you're out here trying to find something to blame for the danger besides your boss. There ain't nobody to blame but the demand that we keep pumping it.
Oh, there's Allie Larder titties. All right. Yeah, people have been telling me to check. Ever since I told them that SP and I have been watching Tulsa King. And that, look, Tulsa King's a good show. I like Tulsa King, but it is fucking cornball, dude. It is really, like, the best parts of Tulsa King are the parts that Sylvester Stallone isn't in. Let's just say the writing, like the dialogue, like the storytelling is good in Tulsa King. It moves a little fast. It's more action than it is cerebral, but like the writing is decent. The dialogue is fucking dog shit. Like it's like they tried to make, remember Last Man Standing? Remember Tim Allen's character where they were basically trying to recreate Archie Bunker? They start in season 2 of Tulsa King. They started doing that with Sylvester Stallone's character. It was like, hey, whatever happened to the day where, not everybody made the team, Why do we got it? Why does everybody get a trophy? And by the way, I'm not far off. That's like about the kind of dialogue they'll do. And it's so forced. So when I started telling people I really like Tulsa King, they're like, watch Landman. Or Landman, or whatever the fuck it's called. It's Billy Bob Thornton. It's really good. People have endorsed it. The cast is actually really good. There were more than just Allie Larder and Billy Bob. Who else was in it? It's Billy Bob, Allie Larder, Demi Moore, John Hamm, Mark Colley. Get the fuck out of here. Even the Man in the Moon is crying. Mark Colley, country music singer, The Punisher, In Time. Fucking A. I definitely got to watch this now. Mark Colley, Don Draper, Demi Moore, Darcy from Varsity Blues. Fucking Billy Bob. This is all right. Someone says Michael Pena's in it. Doesn't say that here. It says James Jordan, Alejandro Ocara, Paulina Chavez, Mark Colley, John Hamm, Demi Moore, Jacob Laughlin, Kayla Wallace, Allie Larder, Billy Bob Thornton, and Michelle Randolph. I don't see. But if Michael Pena's in it too, sign me up. All right, let's go to let's catch up with the chat a little bit. Approachable says, Sean, you're just getting confused. Aaron was a pitcher in baseball. He was a catcher in real life. Wah, wah. Chad Buzamok says, I mean, at some point, oil will run out. I love that Exxon future part. Yeah, dude, the minute Exxon will tell oil to fuck off forever if there's an easier, cheaper, and more profitable way to get energy. Nuclear. They would do it in a heartbeat. Ivana Tinkle says, we have enough natural gas just in Pennsylvania to last us 300 years. Yeah. That's what I thought. Like natural gas, oil, all this other shit. Stop. No more. I thought I needed it today. You know, SP was over. Thought maybe, needed to get a little energy back. Not the case. Look at me. I'm jittery as fuck. It's affecting my performance. Sam Show says most people are just playing make-believe. Oh, that's fucking deep, dude. We're all just playing a character all the time because we're afraid to show people who we really are, man. Atomic Ray says just selling methane capture chairs to YouTubers. Methane capture. Okay, I just got that now. Should add 300,000 BTUs per show, no matter the viewership. Lots of farts. A lot of hot cheese farts in a YouTuber chair. Yankee says natural gas is our most plentiful resource. I used about $6 worth last month, but my bill was still $48. Well, taxes and fees and all that. Jess Wake says windmills are horrible. They turn the land into desert. They tried to use one at the local VA here in St. Cloud probably 15 years ago, maybe more now. I don't know. They built it at the VA. And like from day one, it had mechanical issues. And then the minute they fixed the mechanical issues, they're like, well, it's only cranking out 15% of the energy we thought it would. Oh, wait, it broke down again. This, honestly, I don't even remember if it's there anymore or if they've finally taken it down. But it remained inoperable for years. It was producing no energy because it kept breaking down, and they just left it there as this eyesore off the highway. And it was really an embarrassment, is what it was. Anonymous says, does Stallone have a voiceover like Steven Seagal does? I don't know. I don't think he does. Zenman Build says after the first episode, you'll know why. Oh, Landman? Everybody tells me it's good. Chevy Fan says Mystic Lake Casino blew up their windmill and never rebuilt it. Brett Mack says keep the old cars running and eat steak. All this shit would solve itself. Those were the days. All right, let's, this guy. Holy shit. Hey, have you guys ever heard of Florida State Senator Randy Fine? Florida State Senator Randy Fine, I found out last night getting this show ready, is a goddamn psychopath. He decided that he was going to target Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Muslim women in Congress. Randy Fine is running in Florida's 6th Congressional District, which is currently represented by Mike Waltz. President-elect Trump nominated Waltz as National Security Advisor, which now means that somebody has to take his place in Congress. Now, Randy Fine is running for this spot. He's a Jewish guy, and he touted the endorsement of the Republican Jewish Coalition on Tuesday by referring to himself as the Hebrew Hammer while tagging Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib in a tweet. I'm not fucking kidding you. Senator Randy Fine is looking to join Congress, and he tweeted this out yesterday after he got his Jewish Coalition endorsement. The Hebrew Hammer is coming. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar might consider leaving before I get there. # bombs away. So a congressman gets a Jewish endorsement, immediately tells the Muslim women to leave, and then hashtags it with bombs away. Senator Randy Fine of Florida is about as subtle as a kick to the dick. Omar and Tlaib are 2 of 3 Muslim members of Congress and are the only 2 Muslim women in the chamber. They have been critical of Israel, especially since it launched the war in Gaza. Tlaib, who is the only member of Congress of Palestinian descent, was censured by the House last year for allegedly promoting false narratives regarding the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack on Israel and for calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. Yeah, they don't like that. They don't like that when you attack the clients. Congress is all about a free exchange of ideas, but you can't be shitting on the clients, guys. Come on. I have news for the embarrassment that claims to be our president. Try to take our guns and you'll learn why the Second Amendment was written in the first place, Fine wrote in 2022. Earlier that year, he said a peaceful protest by Democratic legislators was far worse than the January 6th Capitol riot. So it sounds like this Randy Fine dude, it sounds like he's going to kind of be in the crosshairs day one if he gets elected to Congress. Because Randy Fine thinks the Muslims should skedaddle out of Congress because the Hebrew hammer is coming and it's bombs away. Jesus, dude. Pants Maestro says, I put up a windmill with government subsidies at one of my businesses. It didn't do shit, but it was great marketing and free. That's the thing. It's like Obadiah Stane in Iron Man says. He goes, come on, Tony. The arc reactor never worked. That was something we did to shut the hippies up. That's what Pants Maestro is saying. He's like, yeah, all the hippies thought I was a great guy. I had some tax write-offs, and the government gave me a shitload of subsidies. Pants Maestro realizing now that he is... that whole windmill thing is the walking example of how wasteful our government is. I think I broke Sam Show's brain with a story about a Jewish man calling out Muslim women. Motherfucker doesn't know where to turn. Sam Show says, I don't care for Muslims. It's a great way to start. But, all right, there's a but. Nothing worse than a Jew that doesn't know its place as a dog. So wait a minute, Sam Show, can I get you on record as saying you are pro-Muslim women in this sense? How's that? Yankee says, Jews versus Muslims, we all win. You're garbage, sir. You are absolute garbage. Oh, boy. Okay. Ooh. Awesome. All right. Cool. I got some clarification on something that I'm working on. Sorry that I was checking because I thought Mikey Two Milk sent another Snapchat about my neck. It was a Snapchat from my daughter. And we were talking about they want me to make lasagna. They want me to make lasagna from scratch tonight. So she sent me. She goes, this is the recipe I want. It's fucking 10. It's fucking 10. She's picking out her lasagna recipes. There was also an email that I had in there that was very encouraging. I'm sorry. I hate when I do that. I hate when I fucking do the hinting. I think you guys know what it's about, but I can't fucking say anything. I'm sorry. It caught me off guard. My whole plan was to not update you on it anymore, but the fucking thing just ran right across my eyeballs and I gave it away. Sorry. It's all good stuff. Got to go shopping after the show, though. I got to go get all of my stuff for making lasagna from scratch. Here we go. Let's go into our next hour's worth of... Oh, no. Yeah, this story from, I think this is the UK. This is so fucking sad. This is so brutal. So apparently some woman had a baby in the UK. That's not the sad part. This woman in the UK had a baby. And I guess she didn't have a crib. She wasn't prepared. She had nothing ready to go. So she kept this poor little kid in a drawer in the bedroom Not for like the first couple weeks while she found a crib. Not for like the first couple months while she tried to save up some money. She made her baby daughter sleep in a dresser drawer for the first 3 years of her life. She has now been jailed for 7 years and 6 months for extreme neglect. Fuck it. The girl who prosecutors, you know what? She should have just given the kid cocaine. She wouldn't have served a day in jail. The girl who prosecutors said had never known daylight or fresh air. Oh, so she was a Nobody Likes Onions fan, too. Sorry. I'm sorry. Hans Maestro was very nice to us today, but it was right there, and it's too true. She was only discovered when a visitor to their house in Cheshire heard her crying. That's fucking wild. Like, let's say you're a guest somewhere, and like you're running around, you hear a baby crying, and you're looking. The host is in the kitchen getting like some snacks or some drinks ready or something, and you go looking around. You're like, "Where's the baby?" And you pull out a dresser drawer, and there's a 3-year-old in there. Now, to protect the girl, neither she nor members of her family can be identified. The girl's mother, who admitted 4 charges of child cruelty at a previous hearing, was sentenced at the Chester Crown Court. Judge Stephen Everett said the woman had starved that little girl of any love, any proper affection, any proper attention, any interaction with others, a proper diet, and much-needed medical attention. Holy shit. I mean, really, even if you provided her with all that stuff and you still made her sleep in a dresser drawer, you're a piece of shit. An intelligent little girl who is now perhaps slowly coming to life from what was almost a living death in that room. Aw, shit. The court was told the mother concealed the baby's presence from her siblings by hiding her in the drawer of her divan bed. Is like a trundle bed or whatever, where you pull out like a lower bunk, and kept her secret from her partner, who often stayed at the house. Wait a minute. Holy shit. I know some single moms are willing to go to great lengths to try to hook a man, but like hiding your baby in a drawer so that you can get some dick? I mean, that's fucking commitment. I mean, you should be committed also, but just on the dick getting commitment. I mean, that's Rachel Worthington from the Crown Prosecution Office said the child did not respond to her own name when found. Well, that's because she's used to hearing her name said as like, drawers closed. She doesn't hear well. And had been left alone for long periods to fend for herself without enough food. What a piece of shit. Like, just keep her in jail forever. She doesn't need to get out, because if she gets out, like they said, the kid had deformities and rashes, and that's fucking disgusting. That's gross. Don't let her out of jail, because she's going to get out of jail and she's going to be like, I'm reformed now. I should be reunited with my kid. You shouldn't be feeling anything below your neck if you're treating a kid that way, especially if you're the parent, the person who's supposed to protect them and raise them and clothe them and feed them. And you fucking keep her in a drawer. Like, forget all the other shit. Let's just take all the other shit off the table. Didn't feed it. Didn't take care of it. Hid it from people and family members and all that stuff. That's shitty enough. But just the fact that you hid the kid in a drawer. I don't want you to ever be around that kid again. And we don't really need to keep you around either. Oh, we got a big news update. Whitney Tits over on YouTube with $5. Apparently you guys told me some bad information. Says claims on my clients. So thorough Joe Burrow has never been a member of Kiwi Farms, and Fearless said you were shaped funny. Redact the claims, please. Esquire attorney says. I don't know a Fearless. I don't know who Fearless is. But So Thorough Joe Burrow, I don't know. I think it was McBuster who laid out the claim that So Thorough Joe Burrow was run off of Kiwi Farms. McBuster, would you care to comment? Well, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do, Whitney's Tits. Here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to play middleman on this. I don't know who this Fearless is. But this So Thorough Joe Burrow thing, if McBuster is in the chat right now, we're going to get this straightened out for you. Okay? Because I don't want there to be any issues. And I don't want there to be any besmirching of So Thorough Joe Burrow. Pants Maestro says, McBuster, damn it, I've worked so hard to climb the ranks. I love Joe. I mean, Jesus, guys, doesn't need to get fucking gay in here. Jesus. McBuster, we're going to wait for you before we move on to the next thing here. By the way, the next story is a woman who claims she got pregnant by using an air vent. So I don't know if a guy came into like the ductwork and then she stuck her pussy up to the vent and then it just got, I mean, it would be pretty amazing, but we'll get to that in a little bit. But first, I need McBuster to address that there's an allegation that you are incorrect about So Thorough Joe Burrow and his membership in Kiwi Farms. Was it McBuster today who said that So Thorough Joe Burrow got run off of Kiwi Farms? I hope that's not. I hope that we weren't given bad information. McBuster says Joe Burrow was sweeping for Melton. He said, fuck it, I'm out. Kiwi Farms hates minor attracted persons. Well, Patrick Melton has said a lot of fucked up shit about kids and he's made a lot of comments about fucking children and things like that. And by the way, he hates it when I say that, but go watch Third World Aristocrat. Go check it out. The guy's a fucking creep. Patrick, I'm sorry that at 50 years old, you've made this life for yourself. Don't get mad at me, sweetheart. You drew your bath. Now get your fat ass into it. They're saying that Joe Burrow was sweeping for Melton and they ran him out of the farms. McBuster says he tapped out. He didn't want that heat. Okay. I'm sorry, Whitney's tits, but my sources are telling me that this is true. Whitney's tits wants McBuster to retract, and I don't believe McBuster is retracting. So Whitney's tits, if you have any kind of response to that, you can get it to the McBuster office by the end of business today. I do believe the offices will be closing early due to the Thanksgiving holiday. Roots Calhoun says, I wish I would have kept my kid in the drawer with all the random batteries and ketchup packets and shit. Well, at least they would have been fed, right? Day One Salt says, I accidentally put the kid in the drunk drawer and it was stabbed by the scissors. Oh, my God. This is terrible. Now, McBuster says this all happened 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Oh, boy. Pants Maestro says, I can't believe that. Well, McBuster says Reddit has pictures of his texts, too. Cocktiff says, I stand with McBuster. All right, well, in the great So Thorough Joe Burrow versus McBuster battle, it seems like so far a lot of coping for Joe Burrow and a lot of backup from McBuster. That's what I'm seeing so far. I don't know anything about the situation. I could be wrong. I know that the Kiwi Farms people fucking ran off Citizen M like the bitch that he is. That was funny. Let's go to Dive Bar says he's 45. Yeah, but when you're that fat, when you're that obese, like you age later. Like his body's at least 50, maybe 58, maybe 60 at this point. MMJN, I understand they're trying to put the mRNA vaccine in my food. I'll taste test it. Thank you very much. I don't think I'll be going to trackdoc.com, but I will check my food for mRNA vaccines for sure. This is real. An accused killer claims she got pregnant with another inmate's baby in a Florida jail after he passed his semen in plastic wrap through an air conditioning vent. I always thought that once your cum like hit the air, like the whole toilet seat baby thing is bullshit. I thought that once your jizz hit the air, the sperm just started going, and then they died. I always thought your sperm were like, remember the little alien that was inside the person in Men in Black? And he's like, the galaxy is located on Orion's what's this word? Do you remember that guy? That's what I imagine sperms are like when they hit the air. They're just kind of slowly. Remember when E.T. started to look like a dried out piece of poop? That's how I imagine your sperms are once they hit the air. They just kind of start choking, like fish, with the gills. You got to breathe underwater. So apparently this guy jizzed into a plastic bag, put it through the air vents, and then this woman was able to get the jizz and then impregnate herself. Wow. I mean, terrible human beings. She's a murderer, for Christ's sake, but very definition of where there's a will, there's a way. Her name is Daisy Link. She's 29 years old. She's being held at the Turner Guilford Knight Correctional Center for the alleged murder of her husband in 2022. Boy, I tell you what, these male prisoners really know how to pick the mother of their children. Link gave birth to a baby girl in June. The child's father, inmate Joan DePaz, 23, impregnated her without ever meeting her in person. You know what? I'm wrong. You know, I've been saying all this time we need to reopen the state mental hospitals. I don't really see a need to. We seem to be all right. We seem to be doing just fine. Oh, by the way, Cheetos from Stoney's with a big announcement. Big party tonight at Stoney's. Sean, if you're going to stream tonight, I want you to make sure that you mention this. Tonight, the Steel Toe House Band is performing. Julio Goldstein is live at 8 o'clock at Stoney's tonight. The official band of Steel Toe, Julio Goldstein, is at Stoney's. Go there. Great time. Drink, laugh, eat, be merry. You're going to love it. Julio Goldstein, the official band of the Steel Toe Morning Show. Head to Stoney's tonight. Bloody Marys, dude. Bloody Marys. I'm kind of a hack on Bloody Marys, I found out. So I've been trying all these different Bloody Mary mixes for the football games because I'm a bitch. And I was going with like, what's it called? I almost said Uncle Tom's. It's Major Tom's. Uncle Tom's would be a great name for a Bloody Mary mix. Or maybe cognac. But I was doing this. Major Tom's was really good. And I went hack. I didn't do Zing Zang. That would have been the hackiest. But I did the, what is it, TNR, TNM, TNK, whatever it is, spicy Bloody Mary mix. Because the liquor store closest to my house doesn't have the greatest selection. They don't have some of the weird brands. But I really like it. Like I like a, don't clip this the wrong way. I like a thick and spicy Bloody Mary mix. And like I got this one thing called Oofta Juice, and it's very spicy, but it's watery as fuck. I don't like it. But the I don't know, the TNK or TNM or TNR, whatever it's called. I know it's like one of the big brands of mix, but it's good. I like it. Labglass says Major Peters tard. Oh, Major Peters. Okay. Major Peters, which is also what I like in my mouth. Am I right? Yeah. Major Peters Bloody Mary mix is pretty good. But the, no, I didn't say thick and gooey, Brett Mac. Thick and spicy. Rusty Anchor is solid too. I found the Rusty Anchor one to be a little thin for my tastes. I could be wrong. Jessweg says, dude, V8 and spice it up with Louisiana hot sauce. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. You know, SP was trying to talk me into doing V8 for the Bloody Marys. That might be the way to go next time around. You know, coming up in like a month or two, there is a Bloody Mary festival in St. Cloud. And I'm so fucking going. Carlos Cameo says, is Oofta Juice what Minnesota Swedes call cum? Oh, no, they don't. Swedes don't believe in cum. I think they fucked through a hole in the sheet. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $4.99 says, so thorough Joe Burrow is a Melton fan. I actually don't know who anybody is on the internet besides Aaron, but I've never met him in real life, so let's keep it that way. So thorough Joe Burrow. I just like the name. And these Melton fans, the more we welcome them here on Steel Toe and the more we joke with them, they realize this Melton's kind of a fucking dork who like obsesses about really weird gay shit. And he's just have a better time over there with Aaron. He's much more easygoing. So we're kind of hooking him over here. And I think we'll get so thorough, Joe Burrow. You know, all these guys are like, they're dark side people. And you're like, you know what? The way of the Jedi is still in them. I'm like Luke Skywalker. I believe there's still good in these people. And we will save them. All right, let's move on to the next. Oh, yeah. Dude, apparently the people who work at Butterball are fucking turkeys. I know this is the wrong story to do the day before Thanksgiving because everybody probably has their turkeys and you can't really do anything about it. There's no formal protest you can launch. But apparently, people are fucking the turkeys at the Butterball plant. Butterball is facing boycott calls days ahead of Thanksgiving after horrific footage of poultry workers allegedly torturing and sexually abusing the turkeys resurfaced on social media. Now, this is why we need Trump in there to take care of these mass deportations. We can't have illegals fucking our turkeys. This is not people for the ethical treatment of animals who have never done anything for headlines. Posted a decades old clip online. Oh, fuck you. Look, there's a statute of limitations on outrage over turkey fucking. I don't think you can post something that's like 20, 30 years old and then go, see, you shouldn't be eating turkey on Thanksgiving. I hate to be Hillary Clinton, but if they're going to die, what difference does it make? The clip that has since gone viral shows the company's employees abusing these live turkeys at a plant in Ozark, Arkansas. The sickening footage is part of an undercover probe. Can we not use the word probe when we're talking about bestiality, please? I would appreciate that. Please and thanks. Where undercover PETA investigators filmed workers bashing birds against steel cages and stomping on their heads. An investigator alleged in the clip that he caught a worker inserting his finger into a turkey's cloaca for, quote, fun. The cloaca refers to the opening at the rear of the turkey that serves as both the excretory and reproductive purposes. Wait a minute. So the turkey's cloaca is its pussy and its asshole? Oh, you poor thing. You don't know whether you're coming or going. So a guy turkey fingering? Is that what we're on about at the the Butterball plant? We're cloaca fingering turkeys? Yeah, no. I'll go with a Jenny O this year, I think. He also saw another employee hump a bird while it was shackled. Oh, fucking do that when his hands are free. I bet he whoops your ass. One worker took a live bird and stomped on her head, crushing her skull until her head exploded. He then laughed and wiped the blood from his leg. Can we do a background check on these people? Can we make sure that we're not hiring these sociopaths? Jesus Christ. He also threw birds against the concrete and punched others. In a statement to the New York Post, Butterball asserted that the footage was not current and was decades old. I mean, that's really the only defense you can have, right? It's just like, hey, man, we got this guy like trying to fuck your turkeys and you guys stomping on their heads. And like, it was a long time ago. We've changed since then. It's about the best you can do. I've got a video from Mikey Two Milks. I'm worried it's going to be about my fat neck. Let's see. Oh, no, he put a shower cap on me and made me Jewish. Isn't that something? Oh, my God, I look really fucking Jewish. Holy shit. Well, Mikey, I have to say, thank you for, I hope you didn't see that email from the authorities. Poop is lube with $1.99. Oh my God, is this true? Breaking news? Or am I getting fucking swindled again on football shit? Is this like when Triple N tells me that somebody like Sam Darnold tore his groin or shit like that? Hold on. Daniel Jones. Let's see. Oh shit. There it is. Take a look. See. Quarterback Daniel Jones plans to sign with the Minnesota Vikings after clearing waivers. Wow. So we're going to have Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones, couple of first-round draft pick quarterbacks on our roster. All right, so that means Brett Rippon is probably gone. And Nick Mullins is second or third string. I don't think it's fair to Mullins to make him be third string. He's done great when he's come in and spelled Sam Darnold this year. Keep him in there. Let him be the second string. Let Daniel Jones be our third string quarterback. Here's what I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind Daniel Jones coming to Minnesota for the rest of this year, and then us signing him to a 1-year deal next year to be J.J. McCarthy's backup. I don't know if he'd do that though. It depends. Is Daniel Jones getting offered a starting job next year? Probably not, right? Probably not. But I like this signing. I'm cool with it. I like Daniel Jones. It's funny that Daniel Jones ends up here too, because ironically, we're the ones 2 years ago who got Daniel Jones his huge contract. Daniel Jones went off in the playoffs against the Vikings, just kicked our ass, torched us, outdueled Kirk Cousins and eliminated us. And in the offseason, they signed him to like a $40 million a year deal with a shitload of guaranteed money. And he just fell apart, man. He blew it. All right, Danny Dimes is a Viking. Celebrate, everybody. We're like the land of misfit toys for quarterbacks. Kevin O'Connell gets a new quarterback. He takes like a disappointing first-round bust and turns him into something. That, we're going to have to think, if Daniel Jones turns it around and he becomes a successful starter somewhere else, we're going to really have to start thinking that maybe New York is the kiss of death for quarterbacks. Tridio with $5 says Ozark lives up to its name. Fun fact, their team mascot is called the Ozark Hillbillies. Oh, interesting. Thank you for that. By the way, we knocked out the goal back in like the first hour, thanks to Pants Maestro. So every dime you guys have given us today goes into Monday's goal. And right now, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 40, 55. You guys are $60 into tomorrow. So thank you. Elza Belza. Oh, wait, we have a response from McBuster on the So Thorough Joe Burrow thing. Says, even though So Thorough Joe Burrow's own thread about steel toe in Reddit, they're liars. Okay. McBuster says, go to Reddit. Melton 25 days ago. Patrick Melton is holding on to a big... Oh, yeah, don't worry. We've got all those video clips are... they're entered and logged. Believe you me. We need to really worry about Patrick Melton, about whether or not he may actually have amnesia. Because Patrick Melton, because he's a dumb guy, but he also might be mentally ill. He might have some issues because he says shit, and then the next day when he gets in trouble for saying shit, says he never said the thing. And I'm worried that the guy might have significant memory problems. Like maybe, I don't know if his parents beat him. He definitely went through some kind of trauma as a child because he has terrible bullied kid syndrome. I don't know what kind of abuse he took at the hands of his parents, but it may have been head trauma because he definitely has some kind of mental disconnect where he can't remember the shit he did. And so like people call him out and he goes, nah. And then you want to get mad at him, but then you realize, oh shit, the retard doesn't remember that he said it. He's literally a guy who could play it right in front of him and he'd go, no. You're like, oh shit, this guy. So it might be like beatings about the head that brought this on, and maybe we should be a little nicer. I don't know. Sam Show says he's just retarded. Well, and that's possible too. No excuses, Aaron. He's just a really stupid person. It's possible, but I know stupid people that don't talk publicly about having sex with children. So that doesn't excuse Patrick's comments on sex with kids. Stop saying that I say that. Well, stop having it be recorded that you said that. Even the officers agree. That's fucked up, dude. He definitely said that. So as far as him being a really stupid person goes, I don't know how much we can actually blame him for that, or how much we can blame the stupidity for that, because there's a lot of stupid people that don't talk about having sex with children. and he does. So I think it's brain damage, or he was beaten. It could be CTE. Not from athletics. I mean, Lord knows. Jesus. I mean, the guy makes Sean look like Justin Jefferson. Now, Oodle, I love this. You know, the one cope that Onion fans have that's easy to get around, they go, do you play a clip? Nobody wants the dirt on them, the grime of his disgusting, untalented, hacky, sexual comments about kids played on their airwaves. Go watch Third World Aristocrat. Go watch a bunch of other clips that are online, and you will see them, Oodles of Toodles. Sorry, buddy. Pants Maestro says, Aaron, he's my best friend. You need to stop. Pants Maestro, look at me. You and me can be best friends, buddy. I'm talking. Hey, before you shoot me down, milkshakes, ball games, county fairs. Milkshakes, ball games, county fairs. Turn me down at your own risk. I've got Oodles of Toodles raging in the chat. Play a fucking clip. Third World Aristocrat. Go check it out. You guys can have that dirt on your soul of a disgusting pig person saying that about kids. I'm sorry to say this. There's not much I'm better than. I'm better than that. Ugh, what a fucking disgusting pig of a human. And if you follow that, don't tell your family members, really. Yeah, Snowcat Tish nails it. Kind of puts Oodles in his place. Says, why would Aaron play a clip of NLO saying creepy shit about his daughter? There you go, Oodles of Toodles. The problem with Oodles of Toodles is he knows that I've got him pegged, knows that I've got Melton dead to rights, and he's just like, no, I need to cope somehow. It's okay, buddy. We got you. Stop spurging. They're fun to play with. They really are. By the way, YouTube, don't see it. Andrew's son says it's amazing that Aaron's effortlessly defeats his enemies, yet allows Johnny to harm his show so badly. Hey, Andrew's son. We're doing well here. Bigot on Socialist Media says Oodles is getting pegged. You know what, though? We shouldn't be too mean to Oodles because he is standing in there. He's taking it. I mean, he's getting the shit kicked out of him, but he's facing the fire. There's Charlie facing the fire. All right, we got... guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I think Donald Trump made a mistake in not making this Scott Jennings guy his press secretary. I mean, this woman that he picked, she may do a great job. Is it Kate? What's her name? But this Scott Jennings has been, speaking of facing the fire, he's been going on CNN shows with like 10 liberals at a time and just making them all go insane. You know, like kind of I take Oodles of Toodles and I just kind of, just play with them, just kind of make them do what I want. Scott Jennings does that at CNN. And I think he would be great as press secretary, but as long as he keeps doing this stuff. Because remember that one Republican Jewish guy who would argue with Mehdi Hassan on CNN? And like, sometimes even if you're owning people, you go too far and you kind of fuck yourself over because you get too hyped up with... When you're in like a back and forth with someone, you're going to win if you chill. You know, if you let them go crazier than you, you're always going to win. So just keep it cool, keep it calm. That's how your women beat you in arguments. You get worked up and they go, why are you shouting so much? Now, that may be fucking crazy. That may be an insane way to behave, but they beat you when they do that. You got to play it cool. That Jewish guy, I can't remember his name, but he was a Republican, and he was arguing with Mehdi Hassan, and Mehdi Hassan is a Palestine sympathizer. And the Jewish guy goes, well, I hope your pager doesn't explode, or did he say he hopes his pager explode? We'll be able to find this one easy. Mehdi Hassan pager. And that Jewish guy got kicked off of CNN. Done. He doesn't get to go on there anymore. But Scott Jennings did a thing where I want to try to find this clip. Wow, maybe it is a little tougher clip to find. Ryan Godursky, that's his name. Here we go. So this Ryan Godursky made a comment at Mehdi Hassan, and he got canned from CNN because he made reference to terrorist pagers exploding.
You've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else at this table. Yeah. And people will sit there and... No, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying...
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that...
Did you just say I should die?
You
should not...
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. No, I did not say that.
Hold on. Did your guest just say I should be killed?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. See, there's riling people up that's like, ha, got him. And then there's riling people up where it's like, oh, dude. Oh, that one. No. That one's going to bite you in the ass. Go, boy. That's not good. Oh, they're saying in the chat that Oodles got the shit kicked out of him. Poor Oodles. I thought he put up a good fight. I really did. Aaron the Rat with $5 says, if anyone seriously said something about my daughter, any dad would fight them. I guess you're different. Dude, this is how dumb an Onion fan is. You really think you're going to bait me? You really think you're going to, but that is the saddest piece of psychology I've ever seen. Literally, it's the easiest W's in the world for me to stack. All right, so let's go to this Scott Jennings. So there we had Ryan Gradunsky. He made the beeper comment to Mehdi Hassan, so they needed to replace their Republican on this show. Enter Scott Jennings, who's just been driving these people insane from day one. This is him. This is him telling a CNN panel that Twitter is the most ideologically balanced platform for media. Now, remember, this is a week where Axios has yelled at Elon Musk for saying that Twitter reporters are the new media, said he was full of shit and raged out at him. So now to have a guy go on CNN, a guy who works on the network, go to CNN and tell them the same thing, they're not going to take kindly to it. Does he get an ad? How good is he? Are they giving him an ad yet? They give him a whole 30-second ad. Nice. He gets a whole 30-second ad. Oh, by the way, Aaron the Rat, sorry to fucking do you that way, buddy, but I do thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, pal. But you got to do better. You got to work harder than that. And by the way, kicking the shit out of Patrick Melton, the phrase light work doesn't do it justice. Oh, that guy. It is funny, though, that every time he's like, I won't fight Aaron. And then I put it together and he denies it. And he just runs from it. And then he goes, Aaron's the one who ran. Come on, sweetheart. You can do better than that. You fucking chicken shit.
Has this kind of link to Orban? We don't pull it from nowhere. There was a former member of the Hungarian parliament who was writing in Politico who kind of talked about this effort by that government and how specific it was in terms of purchasing media specifically for propaganda.
Isn't that funny? These people just don't listen to themselves. Or they literally don't consider themselves in that same league. But they're like, Elon, that's the thing they throw at Elon Musk all the time. They go, oh, he bought media just to push an agenda. Really? NBC? Comcast? Rupert Murdoch? Disney? These people don't buy media to push their agenda? Even The Onion trying to buy InfoWars. That wasn't to try and take what InfoWars is and totally turn it on its head and make a mockery of it. That wasn't to push their own agenda. Everybody buys media so that they can push their agenda or push their voice. And if we lived in a place where everybody could just admit it, I think we'd have a lot better media because everybody would be upfront about their biases. You would know what you were getting, and it would be easier for you to keep yourself informed. If you said, oh, this network clearly says that they have this slant, they're this far left of center, or they're this far right of center, that would be better. Instead of places like CNN being all high and mighty and going, we are journalistic integrity. It's Twitter where Elon Musk just buys it so that he can push an agenda. It's like, it's the pot calling the kettle black, and it's an eye-rolling moment.
Hear why they're making that connection.
I mean, is the concern that certain media outlets would become propaganda arms of political ideologies?
See, I like this. I like this fucking guy. I think Trump should have made him press secretary. He's smug. He's shitty. He's glib. That's what you need for that job.
I mean, don't we already have that in this country at a large scale? I mean, also, I heard what you're saying about X. I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Now, wait. This is, the reveal here is great. So Scott Jennings is on CNN, and he tells the panel, I saw a poll and I saw a study, and it said X is the most balanced media network there is. And all these people on CNN are going to tell him how full of shit he is, and the reveal is glorious.
I saw a survey this week. It's now the most ideologically balanced user platform.
Scott,
of any platform.
stop. It's too early. I just sat down. I've only been here for 2 minutes. You cannot continue to say
the show, but
you
it's
cannot say that.
So-
That's not the case.
So
Who's the source?
Source of that.
What I find, we've reported it on this network.
It's not.
So he lets them know, he goes, we reported this study on the network, here on CNN. Oh, Scott, where did you see it? Scott, that's fucking bullshit. That X is the most ideological balanced source. Where the fuck did you hear that retarded gay shit? Here? What Swiss cheese-brained, dementia-ridden dipshit gave you that info? You?
Source of that.
What I find, we've reported it on this network.
It's not accurate, and you know it.
Okay, I'll let you make your
Scott,
statement.
can I
but my point is
can I
this.
reframe it a different way? Because the site changed radically, right? So whether you think the voices it is somehow more balanced now, that's fine. But no doubt Musk's influence is profound, and that you open it up and now you're there with his opinion, and he is now part of this administration.
Yeah, how terrible that shut your fucking mouth. How terrible that Elon Musk bought Twitter and then allowed everybody to have an opinion. What a fucking dick. And by the way, that Scott Jennings study that he quoted, it was I'm sorry to do the Joe Biden. It was a CNN study. It was a report by CNN data journalist Harry Enton in which he showed that regular X users are split evenly between Democrats and Republicans. 48% Democrats on Twitch, or on Twitter, 47% Republicans. It is the most balanced media platform in the country. And when Scott Jennings said it on CNN, the CNN people went nuts and goes, you're full of shit. Where'd you see that? Here. Beautiful. The MSO says that's what Aaron has. Propaganda arm. I don't understand. I usually like MSO's insults. I don't know what propaganda arm would be. It's like a condition. I don't know. McBuster says Oodles wasn't as good as Melton, needs to train them better. Oh, they're not good. Yeah, he doesn't. Well, it's not Melton's fault. I mean, when you do a show that bad and it's just basically riding my coattails, you get rejects. Like, that's who becomes your fans. Except Pants Maestro. Milkshakes. Ball games. County fair. All three within a year, buddy. Within a year. Oh, man. No, Chad Buzamok says maybe new camera and ad blockers to improve the show. I agree, but Mediaite doesn't let you use your ad blocker. So I have an ad blocker, and Mediaite's one of those sites. And I actually really dig Mediaite. I think they do a good job. So I put up with it. I tolerate it. Somebody texting in, look up Nick Muse getting cut from the Vikings on his birthday. I saw that. So the Minnesota Vikings tweeted out a thing wishing their fourth string tight end, Nick Muse, a happy birthday. 5 hours later, they cut Nick Muse. Worst part is, last year, same thing happened to his brother in Las Vegas. His brother had a birthday. The Raiders went, happy birthday to I think Tanner Muse. That's his name, Tanner Muse. Happy birthday to Tanner Muse. We're glad that you're a Raider. And later that day, cut him. The poor Muse family. Andrew's son says, I hope Aaron gave Johnny a list of chores to do while not on the show if he is still paying him. I mean, I guess I could have. Johnny was very excited to get the day off today. Again, thank you, Pants Maestro. Does Andrew's son get a little bit of the credit too? Because I feel like Andrew's son was the one bitching about Johnny. And then Pants Maestro said, I'll give you $400 if you take Johnny off the air. Now, my thing was, I told Pants Maestro, I said, nah, just cover the goal. You don't need to give us $400. And he gave us $300. Fucking wild. Dive Bar says, I thought you said media. I suck because their clips were too long and they didn't get to the point quick enough. Oh, yeah, Mediaite kind of sucks in that they don't, a lot of the clips they play, it's like, here's the 6.5 minute chunk for this 30 seconds. And that's annoying. But most of the time, they keep it pretty reasonable. By the way, Pants Maestro, I know that you gave us that money to give Johnny the day off, but you still want the 1 hour of overtime, right? I'm assuming we're going till 11 today. That's my assumption. Fauci's Pangolin says that tight end story was pretty amusing. I'm just glad they didn't cut Johnny Munt. He had a tough game last week, but I like Johnny Munt. He's one of my favorite Viking tight ends. Hey guys, you want to talk a little bit about the holiday that's coming up tomorrow? It's a big Thanksgiving day. I hope you guys are going to go be with your families. Eat a lot of food, but not too much. I hope you work it off. Maybe drink a little, be merry. Have a good time. Let's not have any of this drama where we're fighting with our families and everything else. Let's have a nice Thanksgiving. You want to invite this guy or girl, not sure what the pronouns are. This person would like to let you know that if you have a political disagreement with your family, you can just fuck off and not go to Thanksgiving. You know, I often wonder why guys like this are mentally ill and why they have all kinds of mental problems and trauma and shit like that. And I'm thinking maybe it's because they follow their own advice. Because as someone who chose a partner over their own family, it really does leave a hole in your soul, and it makes you angry and it makes you a little resentful, I think. And then when you get your family back, you're so happy. Like it's such a relief, like a hole has been filled. Stop it. So like when I see a guy like this say, did you and your family members vote for different people? Fuck them. Don't go. It's like really all you're doing is making these people more miserable. You're making them feel shittier about themselves. You're further isolating mentally ill people, which is not a good thing. And you're taking away what might be, outside of who they voted for, the only support structure they have. So please don't listen to retarded guys wearing makeup on Twitter to get your advice on how you handle family members talking about politics on Thanksgiving. I got an idea. People start talking about politics on Thanksgiving. Either engage in the conversation respectfully or shut the fuck up. Because usually the people who complain about politics being discussed at Thanksgiving are the people who, once they join the conversation, it gets really tense and fucked up. You know? I know plenty of people. I know at my Thanksgiving, we've never had a fight about politics. Once. I mean, everybody probably voted for Trump. But, like, I think my cousin and I, one time at Thanksgiving, called somebody gay. I think something was gay. And his stepmom fucking read us the riot act on saying gay. That was the worst thing. And that was, Jesus Christ, I think we were in our teens at that point. So, yeah, I think we were like 17, 18 or something. We called something was gay. And when we said something was gay, she was really heated and upset about that. So that's the worst that's happened. And that wasn't like a fight or anything. She just told us off and move on. The whole thing, actually, if I could be honest, was kind of gay. But let's go ahead and see what this guy has to say. This reasonable life coach. Let's see what he has to say about disagreements with your family on Thanksgiving.
Hi, listen, if someone voted against your humanity, you're not going to go home and see them over Thanksgiving. You're not going to see him at Christmas.
I love this guy. Not only does he not know your situation, not only does he have no idea what your family dynamic does, he's not even giving you advice. He's just telling you you're not going to Thanksgiving. You're not going to Christmas. Hey, non-binary community, if you don't want to be seen as groomers and brainwashers, you might want to disavow weirdos like this. The ones who openly tell people what to do, openly try to divide them from their families. I knew a guy. And openly manipulate people against their loved ones and friends and whatnot. You might want to disassociate from people like this if you don't want to be seen as the grooming recruiting types. That's all.
Hey, listen, if someone voted against your humanity...
By the way, they didn't, and this is another thing with this group of people. They see everything through the guise of themselves. They can't possibly see things through the guise of other people. Can I understand why people voted in their own self-interest for Kamala Harris? Absolutely. I don't think they voted against peace or they voted against a good economy. I think they had their own reasons for voting the way they did, and they were different than my reasons. Shit happens. But to say your parents voted against your humanity, that's another manipulation tool to get them closer to you and your side and get them to do what you want them to do. That's fucking gross. People like this are disgusting.
You're not going to go home and see them over Thanksgiving. You're not going to see them at Christmas. Just because, listen to me, just because someone is genetically related to you does not mean they automatically get your time.
That's right. Me, the guy wearing eyeshadow and fucking popcorn seasoning colored eyebrows. I'm the sane one you should be listening to, not your family who loves you regardless of who you voted for. They're clearly the problem.
Attention, respect. And to be more specific, being genetically related to someone does not mean that they get your sacrifice of your respect for yourself.
How about you stop viewing every election as a fucking referendum on you self-centered twat, and then they won't have that problem. Jesus Christ, man. You know, this is why I advocate against, like, get out the vote. I think there are a lot of people who just plain should not be voting. They can't handle it. The emotion, the anxiety. Like me, I go in, I cast my vote, I fuck off for the rest of the day until the results start coming in. And then you hope for the best. I'm not sitting there finding out how other people voted. I have never given a fuck about how other people vote other than to like bust people's balls. That's it. Like when Johnny offered on the show that one day, he's like, I didn't vote. I was off in the bathroom. Or no. We were talking about it and he said I didn't vote. And the minute he said I didn't vote, this was that day he cried. I went, oh shit. Like I did. I just, in my head, I went, fuck, they're going to roast him for not voting. They're really going to get on him. And then I told him to stop looking at the chat a while back. And he has. And I think it's been good for him. But I went to the bathroom and he said, I'm going to pull up the chat now that Aaron's gone. I went, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. And he pulled up the chat and sure enough, they're all busting his balls for not voting. And then we get the episode that we got. To me, I never gave a fuck about who people voted for or whether or not they voted unless they offered that information and we could use it to kind of, tease each other a little bit. So how about who your parents voted for and who you voted for? It doesn't matter at Thanksgiving. And if you know that you are all the kind of people who can't handle that kind of shit, just don't talk about it. How about that? Nope. Instead, you've got some crazy person on Twitter or TikTok going, hi there, queen. You can slay. I'm a guy with orange eyebrows, and I'm telling you right now, my name is George Glass. I'm telling you right now, your family doesn't deserve your respect. And you don't have to sacrifice your humanity. You're not going to their Thanksgiving. You're not going to Christmas. You can come stay with me, gorgeous. Don't write in the chat that I sound too good at that. It's not true. It's a bad impression. But like that kind of shit, that's like, that's why I think a lot of the trans shit with kids is elevating in numbers, because these fucking single moms go on TikTok and the trans kid now becomes the new fashionable pink purse, and you don't care who the fuck you're hurting long term. You just get brainwashed by these fucking people who just come on really strong, and you for some reason don't have a defense to it. Tridio with $5 says, Aaron, have you considered a career as a political pundit? You show me a job application and I'll advocate against it. How's that? Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says the pronouns are it, that, thing. It's possible. It's possible. You definitely have to respect the pronouns in that sense. Atomic Ray says, and your chemical dependence to hormones is rotting your reality. You mean me or the royal you? Because I don't have hormones. I have hormones. I don't take any. You know what? This is a no-win answer for me. Sam Show says, any country gets a little uppity, we just shake that at them. Should confuse them into submission. Jess Wig says, maybe if you guys didn't make everything about fucking sex and focused on actual policies, we might respect you a tad. Yeah, I agree with Jess Wig on that one. Stop making literally every political issue about your genitals, and then maybe we can have a conversation. Chad Buzamok says, one of the days he cried. Yes, we get it. Johnny has cried twice before. Rusty Grammer says, when people ask me how much a repair is going to cost, I ask them who they voted for first. Well, different fees for different folks. Elza Belza says, the comments were funny when he said he didn't vote. Yeah, and Johnny understands that. Look, man, Johnny was having a tough day for good reasons. And he didn't blame any of you. He didn't blame me. He didn't blame anybody. Johnny took that one like a man. He said, I had a fucking tough day and I got overloaded and that shit happens. It's understandable completely. Sam Show says, I knew it. Aaron brews HRT in his bathtub. It explains the tits. What? No. I'm not even covering them all the way. I went too far into the armpits is the problem. Yankee says, my last vote was on 01-30-33. Uh-oh. What happened that day? I have a feeling that was bad. 01-30-1933. I hope you were watching my face change and you knew exactly what I had read. Anyone want to give a guess on this one without Googling? Why Yankees' last vote was on January 30th of 1933? Chevy Fan says my comment was the one that set him off. Good for you, Chevy Fan. I'm glad you're happy. Nana's Clam says the local elections are 100 times more important. I cannot believe Johnny didn't know that and go. Just vote down ticket if you want to protest. Maybe he didn't want to. Johnny lost a man on a Halo mission in Nigeria that morning. Well, that's really rough. So nobody knows what the January 30th, 1933 vote was. Here you go, guys. On January 30th, 1933, Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, and the Nazi Party held a torchlight procession through Berlin, with Richard Spencer chanting, "Jews will not replace us." I mean, for God's sake, Baked Alaska was there. Guys, I'm going to go and reload the water here real quick. We got about 40 minutes left in today's show. Let me open up the 8 o'clock hour stories. Be sure to check out our friends at Midland Armory for, not a bad idea for Christmas gifts. Knives, optics, parts, and gear. The tools you need for hunting, personal protection, sport shooting, stuff like that. Be a great gift for the enthusiast on your list. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Also, We talked about our friend Stoney's having Julio Goldstein tonight as their live music. Go party at Stoney's. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Go ahead. Use All Care Towing when you get in an accident, you go in the ditch, whatever problems you have. Nobody is faster than All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Call All Care when you need somebody quick today. All right, let's fire up the music. I'm going to go grab some water, and then we will wrap up the rest of this show in just a little bit. All right. We're good now. I'm not eating. You're eating. Shut up. Shut your mouth. You're eating and I'm not. I had a piece of cheese. I will admit. All right, let's catch up with you guys a little bit. Then we got a bunch more stories we can go through until we get to the top of this next hour and call it a day. Thanks again to Pants Maestro for the $300. I actually looked. MSO wrote, "Your shirt's on backwards." And I never took my shirt off. I never went to the bathroom. I still looked at the camera. I have to be honest when he gets me. He fucking got me. You guys are doing great, by the way. Thank you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. 30 plus. Let's do math, Aaron. 46, 61. $70 into Monday. Thank you guys very much for that. We appreciate your generosity here on this show. You guys are the absolute best. This is a sad story. I never really liked her very much, but Wendy Williams, she went downhill fast. I don't know, like a couple years ago, Wendy Williams stopped doing her daytime talk show because she was having, they called it at the time, mental health issues. And as she was having these mental health issues, her show was on hold. Well, then eventually over time, she didn't come back. And then they canceled the show. The Wendy Williams show was no more. And then we found out she had early onset dementia. And you're just like, okay, early onset dementia. She's what? Wendy Williams, like in her 50s, early 50s, maybe. Like she's not very old. Apparently it went downhill really quick. Her guardian now says Wendy Williams is permanently incapacitated from her dementia battle. That, like, I feel like her show was like still on during COVID. Like, I feel like she was still going into the 2020s, and then, you know, she takes a little time away. She's having some mental problems. Then all of a sudden, wham, she has dementia. And then like a year or two later, she's gone. She's completely incapacitated, as they say. In a new legal filing obtained by TMZ, Wendy's guardian claims she has been afflicted by early onset dementia and as a result has become cognitively impaired and permanently incapacitated. Oh, shit, fuck that. Like, this was a year and a half ago. This was her in 2023. She was out and about. I mean, she looks crazy, but she always looked crazy. As reported, Wendy was diagnosed with aphasia, that's the Bruce Willis thing, aphasia and dementia back in May of 2023. So a year and a half into this fucking disease, she's done. Holy shit. So aphasia is kind of like ALS. Like ALS hits you pretty hard and quick too, doesn't it? Like you end up in a wheelchair and stuff. Jesus Christ. That's what they say. Bruce Willis's daughter says the same thing, that like they're not even sure if he's in there. He's nonverbal now. God, that aphasia. The only thing I can think of that's worse than aphasia, there's two things I can think of that are worse. Mad cow disease fucking kills you as soon as it kicks in. Like, it's fast. And Lewy body dementia. Lewy body dementia is a fucking nightmare that you hope you die from quick. Because Lewy body dementia is, I think, Alzheimer's and Parkinson's combined, or like Alzheimer's and MS combined. It's really fucking nasty. It's what Robin Williams had. There's this idea that like Robin Williams was like depressed, and it was depression that got him. So he K'd himself. What really happened was he found out he had this Lewy body dementia, and before it got too bad, and before, you know, he completely lost who he was, he decided to head out. It's I think Bobcat Goldthwait told the story to Joe Rogan. I'll be able to bring it up here. Twitter's really fucking good at this stuff. As I say that, I can't find the fucking clip now. I'm sitting here like, yeah, Twitter's so good at finding these clips and all that, and nope, this one ain't popping up. You know what? We'll go to YouTube. YouTube will have it for us. Bobcat Goldthwait. Robin Williams' death. There we go. That's the one we're looking for.
Hello, freak bitches. Well, there's some guys that just get trapped in a persona. We were just talking about Emo Phillips the other night. Because Emo Phillips.
I mean, he was great, right?
Right.
So then he calls me up and he goes, you know, they're going to want you to do the voice. Are you okay doing the voice? And I go, for the amount of money Snickers is paying, I will fuck a Snickers behind camera. By the way, I should say it's a really good candy bar.
It's my all-time favorite.
Yeah. You know, I said I was going to go, but there's something I will address a little bit and talk about. You know, Robin had his coronary report came out, and he had Lewy body dementia. And that is it's a form of dementia that is very rarely ever discovered when someone's alive. It's usually discovered in their autopsies.
I had my first marriage. I had an in-law. It wasn't like a father-in-law, mother-in-law, but it was I had an in-law who I think had or has, I'm not sure if they're still alive or not, Lewy body dementia. And this was after I knew about the Robin Williams thing. And I was like, oh, fuck. That's going to be nasty. And I think they hung in there for like Robin Williams. I shouldn't use the term hung in there with Robin Williams, but you get the idea. Robin decided to take his own way out.
So he had this form of dementia. I witnessed it. It was diagnosed as Parkinson's.
Oh.
And I witnessed this. I witnessed his processing reality completely different than the way everybody else does.
What causes it?
It's I'm not sure if it's a gene or what, but I mean, sadly, his brain was riddled with this. And so when I think about that,
if I'm not wrong, and we'll look it up in a little bit here, but I believe the term Lewy body dementia is these things that are called Lewy bodies form in your brain. I could be wrong, but I believe like almost like it forms knots in your brain and knots in your body. Like it's a physical and a psychological disease.
About how strong he was. You know, you would have like some days, you'd have a lot of days where he was doing kind of OCD stuff and processing things incorrectly, but then you'd have a day where he was back. So you'd go, oh, well, maybe it's
just had a bad day,
or no, maybe it's the Parkinson's drugs, and they've got to get those dialed in. You know, he was going to doctors, he was in therapy, he was doing, and it just, the only reason I talk about that is his brain was giving him misinformation. complete misinformation.
So his brain was Twitter.
And I don't, and people die from depression, and my heart goes out to them, but that's not what killed him. He really was getting misinformation from his own brain and was suffering from this disease. So I just put that out there because folks know that we were friends, and they'll ask me about it, and I would like a spotlight put on the disease that actually, in my mind, was what was responsible for his demise.
And that Louis, I'd never heard of Lewy body dementia before Bobcat brought it up. And, maybe this is selfish of me, but like I felt better about Robin Williams' death after learning that it was Lewy body dementia rather than like depression or anything. Like the fact that Robin Williams' brain was broken. And the fact that, it wasn't Robin was depressed and he decided to take his own life. It was the fact that Robin legit had a disease that was fucking with him, like fucking with the actual, like physically fucking with him, not just like in an abstract depressed way. Like his brain was being broken down. I think it's spelled Lewy. Yeah. Lewy body dementia. A progressive brain disease that causes abnormal protein deposits to accumulate in the brain, leading to a variety of symptoms. That's what it is. So it's not knots. That was just my retarded brain trying to explain to you Lewy body dementia. So protein deposits develop on and in your brain, and it just fucks up all your neural pathways and all that shit. I just used that phrase because I know it, and I thought it made me sound smart. The Monk Fruit Chief with $2 says, I sent a t-shirt idea. Oh, I love t-shirt ideas, man. I love them. I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing the t-shirt idea. I hope to see it soon. Difficulty thinking, reasoning, and processing information, as well as disorganized or illogical thinking. Muscle rigidity or stiffness, shuffling or a slow walk, balance problems, falling, visual hallucinations, depression, anxiety, delusions, or paranoia, REM sleep behavior disorder, sleeping too much during the day, trouble falling or staying asleep, unpredictable changes in attention, concentration, and alertness, or trouble with numbers or language. So really, it just fucks up your brain. I mean, it just devastates your brain and blocks your ability's brain to do a lot of shit. There was, like, Robin Williams was a really good dude. Ron White had this story about Robin Williams where he and Robin Williams didn't know each other, had never met. And I agree with you, Anana Lass. Hearing Bobcat Goldthwait talk in his normal voice is throwing me off. It is kind of weird, right? But Ron White tells a story about he was having he called it one of his battles or bouts of sobriety. And he was in a rehab, and Robin Williams came to have lunch with him one day. And this is like one of the most touching interviews. We played it on the show before. It's one of the most touching interviews I think I've ever seen Ron White give.
I don't know if you know my Robin Williams story. Not a lot of people do, but I had a brief bout with sobriety a few years ago that I was able to overcome with help from my friends. And Victor, you helped me get through that, didn't you? And
it's kind of weird that Ron White looks like evil Santa now, but that's fine.
This bout with sobriety started at a rehab in Malibu.
Would you, by the way, know that Ron White is like a pretty liberal guy? Like he's not, I wouldn't say Ron White's a lefty, but he's definitely not a Republican. It's just funny because he was on that blue collar comedy tour and that was all like, get her done. And aren't these kids today fucking stupid? And I want to say he's a Democrat. I could be wrong.
And I wasn't particularly good at it. I was 2 weeks into it. I was not doing well. So they said, well, hey, you're having this, we're doing a special thing, Ron, for you, and you're going to go have a lunch with a secret lunch. And I'm like, okay, and I'm in a car by myself. They take me to the Bel Air Hotel, Robin Williams, Bobcat Goldthwait.
Wow.
So. Yeah.
Those guys sat down and talked to you. Had you known them before then?
No. I knew Bob. Yeah, Bobcat, but not Robin. And we didn't spend 1 second talking about the amazingly boring story of sobriety. We talked about jokes and comedy and stand-up, and he helped me write work on a bit that I was working on. We sat there and laughed for 2 hours. You know.
And you had never met him before?
Never met him. Never saw him again.
So that's the kind of amazing guy that would be there for another person. Bobcat, to me, is one of the great artists in this country, a great director. But what do you say that, you know, your life got to that point that here these two men would show up to be there for you?
Right. Well, you know, it showed me how much heart, you know, and Robin, the 2 hours that I knew him, was on the whole 2 hours.
It's just weird seeing a guy like Ron White break down. You know, you know, I think that's why this clip in particular impacts me so much, is because it kind of highlights how special Robin Williams was, because Ron White is not a guy that you think has that gear, like the public breakdown gear. But Robin Williams was such a fucking good guy for 2 hours. And there's a line he uses in this that I use about people to this day because of this clip. You don't think that if someone can make a Ron White do this, you're like, it must have been a really special dude.
I mean, he was Robin Williams in character, which is all he really was comfortable doing, you know. So nobody really knew what was going on behind that. And I didn't even wonder or care, you know. I just thought it was amazing, you know, that this guy would come out. He didn't know me at all, but he would come out and try to help me through this little tiny struggle that I was having. And then he took his own life, you know, and it was tough. Yeah. Tougher than it should have been probably for me.
Yeah.
Just because he was so kind for no reason at all.
But that, of course.
Yeah, that line right there, is so kind for no reason at all, is that you meet people like that, man, and you gotta hang on to people like that, because that just being kind for no reason at all, it's natural in some people, and you want to be that person. Like, you meet people like that and they inspire you, and you're like, I want to strive to be as good as that person is all the time, and you know you're gonna fail, but you're like, if I keep working towards that, thing that I'm pretty sure I'll never achieve, I'll always keep getting better. I have multiple people like that in my life that I kind of, and a lot of, like, some of them are friends, they're like my age, and I just look up to them because I'm like, I want to, that person, they've figured it out. They've got it. They have figured this life out. And like, I want to strive to be the way they are all the time. Like, I can be as good as those people from time to time, but I want to strive to be as good as they are all the time. And you know you won't, but you know that if you at least remember it and work towards it, at least you'll do a better job. Monk Fruit Chef with $2 says, check X. Okay, for the T-shirt idea? Not seeing it, buddy. I'm not seeing it. I don't know what to tell you. I only get notifications from people I follow and that follow me. Anybody can comment on my shit, but my notifications get too backed up if I get notifications on every fucking thing. So if I follow you and you follow me, then I see the notifications. Like, to me, I think everybody should have that on, because, like, if I don't follow you, I don't really give a shit what you have to say. So I don't need to see it. And if you don't follow me, then what the fuck do I care if you have something to say on Twitter or whatever? Nomo says, my respect for Mr. Williams has grown over the years. Yeah, for sure. And yes, Ron Bennington is a really, really good interviewer, for sure. Andrew Sun says, that's what inspired Aaron to give Johnny money for no benefit to himself. I want to see where this Andrew Sun Johnny conflict goes. Yankee says, well, now I feel like shit. Chevy fan says, Aaron's as good as Robin Williams. You heard it, folks. Not what I said. Oh. Chevrolet no, I don't get paid by the state for keeping Johnny. Stop it. Chevrolet JB says, tried that being nice shit. Everyone begins to expect it. Fuck them. I don't know. I don't get that feeling. I don't get, well, not from everybody, you know. By the way, 500 to 600 of you hanging around for this 1 hour of overtime on a day before a holiday week. Thank you guys very much for hanging around. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, no matter what platform you're on. I'm sorry to the Facebook and Kick people. I didn't count you. I don't know. I tried that being nice shit. Everyone expects it. So what? You know? So what if they expect it? Doesn't cost you anything to be kind, right? Here's the thing. You can be kind, and I've learned this with someone very recently. You can be kind, and then they can just keep publicly slapping you in the face while being kind behind the scenes, and you're like, you know what? Fuck them. Honestly, fuck them. It's just because then you're being made a fool out of. So I guess I understand Chevrolet JB. I get you. You know what? I apologize. I see what you mean now. Like, you're very kind and you reach out for no reason. Well, you had a reason to reach out, but you were very kind for no reason. And then they turn around and fucking shank you publicly. And you go, all right, well, go fuck yourself then. How about that? And then after you say go fuck yourself, they blame you. Isn't that something? Always the victim, never the aggressor. That's wild, man. Wild shit. Let's not do this Baltimore. I got to pick these carefully because we've only got time for a couple. This one I don't give a shit about either. Oh, here we go. A murder on the golf course. That I'm into. Pants Maestro says, but I slap you in the face with love. No, I didn't say it was you. Pants Maestro. Milkshakes, ball games, county fair. Remember that. Gee, this person writes, who is this fucking person? I might go cry instead because you called some kids you think I have retarded. What? Huh? Are you okay, buddy? I don't think anybody was talking to you, but best of luck, I guess. Let's go to, somebody had a good one and I lost it now. I got to scroll up. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, MSO, only the good die young. That's why Aaron is still alive. Oh, of course. The Monk Fruit Chef says, I do follow you on X and I tagged you in the post with the picture idea for the front and the back. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Who are you on Twitter? Let me know who you are on Twitter and I can follow you back. It's not in my notifications. I apologize. I'm sorry for that. Oh boy. A Florida golfer was arrested for murder at a golf course on Monday. You know what I'm taking out of this story? They're still golfing Thanksgiving week in Florida. I'm fucking jealous. After authorities say a witness saw him savagely beat a man with several clubs. Well, look, if you're going to murder someone on the golf course and you don't do it with golf clubs, that's kind of a waste, right? Like if you stab or shoot a guy on the golf course, that doesn't make for as good a story. It was down by a nearby water hazard. The Palm Beach Gardens Police Department said in an incident report that the scene all played out around 1:22 p.m. on the first hole of the Sand Hill Crane Golf Club. First hole. Didn't even wait until the game got going. Is this, this is just a video of the area. It's not a news report. Officers wrote in the documents that a witness told them they saw 36-year-old Junior Boucher. My mama said that I could beat you to death with a driver. Junior Boucher, 36 years old, was quarreling. You don't want to quarrel. Muhammad Ali didn't have no quarrel with them Viet Cong. With 65-year-old Brian Hiltebrittle. When they said Hiltebrittle screamed out, "He's trying to kill me." You know that Hiltebrittle, he's always joking. Yell 4 instead. They might respond. It's alleged Boucher hit Hiltebrittle several times with multiple clubs repeatedly. He hit him the first time with a driver, and he went, head sliced to the right a little bit. You know what? I think for this one, we're going to take the 3 hybrid. There we go. You know what? Not enough air on that one. Give me the wedge. Give me the 6 strokes, they said it took. That's a double bogey. People don't know this. The human skull is a par 4. Now, once in the water, the two ended up in the pond after he hit him multiple times with the clubs. Once in the water, officers said a witness told them that Boucher jumped on top of Hiltebrittle and appeared to be choking him. So it was like the alligator fight scene in Happy Gilmore. Boucher then got off Hiltebrittle, who was no longer moving, and retrieved a golf club and struck him repeatedly in the head. I'm getting the feeling that these two did not have a good round together. Cops stated the witness said Boucher then got out of the water, took off his clothes, well, he was soaked, and started to walk away. I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't think he's going to be allowed on that golf course again. Police said when they arrived on scene, Boucher tried to evade officers, but after they used an electronic control weapon, well, they don't get to say taser anymore. They were able to take him into custody. As for Hiltebrittle, cops wrote in the docs, life-saving efforts were made, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. It's not clear what their relationship was. Apparently, they're going to hear more on the matter today, day before Thanksgiving. All right, we got some, let's see. Let's see if we can find this T-shirt design from this fella. Oh, he's got, I'm his first follower. Fun. I don't see it, buddy. I don't see your drawing. Oh, here we go, Mr. Imholt. What do you think? There we go. I like the 3/4 or the full sleeve. I like that look. Steel toe, another win for the toe. We could spice it up a little bit. I don't hate doing the shirt in full sleeve, 3/4, and short sleeve. I don't. Could you do me a favor, buddy? Could you send me a close-up of that logo that you... I don't hate whatever you're doing there. I can't really see it. Is that my boot kicking Gino's head? I can't really see what it is. But why don't if you could send me a link, or if you could email me, aaronimholtradio@gmail.com. If you could send me a clip or a logo of that, that logo you put on the chest here of that shirt, I would appreciate that. Hey, Chad Buzamok, what would it be before the Thanksgiving holiday if I didn't have a View clip for you? Oh, my God. Do you know how mad Chad Buzamok would be if I did not have a clip from The View on today's show? Let's go ahead. Whoopi Goldberg. What's Whoopi talking about in this one? Oh, yeah, that's right. They called Trump a threat to democracy and the usual. Okay, so this is a little bit of a reheated leftovers, if you will. But I feel like if we don't get a good clip from The View every episode, Chad Buzamok feels disappointed. And if you go 5 hours, you don't have a View clip, do you really have a show? Let's take a look.
People are wondering, should Biden pardon? But there's a much more serious pardon that many people are wondering about. And that is, people are wondering, should Biden pardon his son?
That would... Listen to these fucking people. Are you kidding me? You spent the last 4 years trying to throw Donald Trump in prison over trumped up horseshit, no pun intended. And you have the fucking gall to go, hey, before he leaves office, should Joe Biden pardon his son? I thought crimes were crimes no matter who you were, and you had to be held accountable. And by the way, Hunter, guess what? By the way, Hunter Biden already got his pardon. The fucking crimes and the collusion and the corruption that were in that laptop, and all he got were gun and tax charges, that's his pardon. Because on that laptop, multiple prostitution and drug offenses, at the very least, stuff that can get other warrants and other subpoenas for more information on how Burisma directly profited Joe Biden and how he was working with other countries to work out business deals that then the insinuation was the Defense Department, the State Department and all these other places can do you favors as long as you throw us here at Burisma millions of dollars, and then the big guy, as they said, can get involved. You want to pardon Hunter Biden after he's already got lax charges from this whole thing to begin with?
Hunter, or does that make him an even bigger target for who coming in?
Say, Whoopi, come on, Whoop. You can say Donald Trump. Stop it.
It's an interesting question, which I pose to you all.
So personally, I think I would pardon my child. I don't even have kids. I'd bury a body for my child. So I get it as a personal.
Would you hide my gun? Would you tell no one? Would you pack a never coming back again bag? By the way, if you can guess what song that is and who it's by, it's a killer song. You'll love it.
Decision. I worry a little bit about the implications for the country, and I mean this not because Hunter Biden affects the country, but because there's such a distrust in the powerful, the politically connected. There's this idea that there's a different system of justice. We just saw Donald Trump, his indictments go away because he's in power.
I mean, I would agree with her, but you heard that crowd, and I've heard people on The View say it before. I like this logo that Cheap Twist made. I really do like that. Is fucking sharp, man. Maybe here I can put the year that the show was started, 2014. Bro. Let me send I'm gonna shoot this guy. Can you email this to Aaron Imholt Radio at email sent of close-up of logo. All right, well, never mind. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cheap Twist. I like that, but I don't know what you guys think. I like it. That is a solid logo. Your guys' opinions are welcome on it. AI design, who did that? That was Cheap Twist on Twitter. That was this guy, the Monk Fruit Chef, with another $2, says email sent of a close-up logo. I really like it. Pre-cum Malone. Yeah, it's a Post Malone song. It's called Hide My Gun with Hardy. Should we get today's episode demonetized right at the end? There we go. This is it's a good country song. If you guys don't like this one, I think you're just showing tremendous bias. Because the world is turning back on. Don't say gay. I don't want to go to the chat and see gay. Find a different word. In them white and yellow lines, if I'll ever be. Come on. You can admit it's good. Come on. It's a good song. You can like it. You're allowed to like that song. I'm giving you permission. I'm going to go into the chat now. You guys are going to be nice. Let's take a look. Another show ruined by gay music. This is highly homosexual. Homo, 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 homo. Wow, this is really gay. Faggy. I hate it. How have you had sex with a human woman? This is a bundle of sticks. Gay F word. Remember when you said Post was a douche? You damn flip-flopper. Homoerotic. Don't come here. Gay F word sounds from a tattoo-faced gay F word. I can admit that it's gay and only gay F words like it. Jesswig, this is kind of only for a girl you're dating. It's not a party room song. 383 Novocaine with $1. Have a good Thanksgiving. Time to go shopping. We're doing lasagna too. Attaboy, attaboy. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, need a foot with toes doing a W. Oh, I like that. Stupid vibrato in his voice because he can't sing. Jesus, that guy couldn't get fucked in person. Elzabelza says, you're finally getting designs. Maybe you'll have your merch store up and running by Christmas next year. Thank you. Andrew Son says, here's a great show idea. Johnny's performance review. Viewers submit clips of Johnny on your show, and we all critique his performance. Whitney's Tits with $5 says, as so thorough Joe Burrow's lawyer, I have to inform you that your member in chat is one unreliable source. Mr. McBuster has Lewy body dementia. Thanks, Esquire Tits. Thank you, Whitney's Tits. I didn't know that. Dude, Melton's going to be so mad when he finds out his fans actually have a good time in here and that we're having some fun. Oh, boy. We got more comments coming in on the... Ooh, another logo. Oh, that boot's covered in cum. Come on. That is not... It's dripping with it. That is not... It was a good-looking logo until, you know... the cum thing. All right, here's another one. Might go cry, not because you called my kids retarded, but because I have issues. Happy Thanksgiving, boss. Silverwolf. Thank you, Silverwolf. Appreciate it. Oh, man. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, you didn't read my last chat, and the song is gay. I didn't read the last one? I'm sorry. It's, let's go find it. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1.99 says, put that 4-boot clover on the shirt. It looks like a swastika. And I know your response is exactly. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 55, 60, 80. $80 into Monday. Thanks, guys. Holy shit. And we appreciate... Hey, Pants Maestro. He's the reason. He's the reason for the season. Pants Maestro is the man. Thank you very much for knocking that out for us, buddy. We appreciate it. We will talk to you guys again on Friday. Friday morning, we're going to do our 4th anniversary show. We may do it Rumble only, just so we can play lots of shit and say lots of naughty words. We're going to tell some stories about the radio days, talk about the 4 years that we've been here, tell some behind-the-scenes stories, and we'll take all of your money. We want you guys to get your envelopes ready for your free will offering to the Steel Toe 4th anniversary party. 4 years of doing this independently of radio. It's a show. No other show has done it. From small market #1 morning talk show to being able to keep it alive on the internet, we've done amazing things. And it's all because of you guys and gals and your generosity. Talk to you again. Happy Thanksgiving. See you very, very soon.